child, and that those pleasant interludes with Ruark had not left her carrying his seed within her belly. In time, she thought, there would be another man to give her as much pleasure as that cocky colonial, and she would bear his child. But until then, she would take no more chances. No matter what, she would hold Ruark at arm's length, and say him nay on every turn. She could not let all she had planned for be swept away in a moment of passion and weakness. Aye, 'twas weakness which made her forget her resolve, and like any common lustful wench, fall into bed with Ruark. She had not seen him since that stormy Sabbath, nearly a full week before, and had purposefully kept to herself and out of his way. If she had learned anything in her dealings with Ruark, it was that she could not handle him or the situation. In any confrontation with him, her plans always went awry, and she could not chance another quirk of nature sending her flying into his arms with no thought of the consequences. However stubbornly she declared her intentions, it was still best not to tempt fate. In the leafy bower, the flowers were the same, the riot of colour, the heady perfume, the dark coolness. Beneath her, Attila pawed restlessly at the soft turf, anxious to be at a fast run, but Shanna's thoughts were elsewhere. Amber eyes invaded her unwilling mind, and a warmth slowly spread through her. They stared down to the depths of her being, stirring unwelcome longings as parted lips bent closer, closer. "Get out of my mind!" Shanna shrieked to the treetops, setting to flight a flock of birds resting there. Then she slammed her gloved fist into the skirt of the saddle with frustrated rage. Clenching her jaw in determination, she gritted out, "Get from my mind, dragon beast! The bargain is complete as agreed. I have not betrayed you." Angrily snatching the reins, Shanna whirled the stallion about and fled from the place, no longer at peace there. She wasted no mercy on the horse as she pushed him to his fastest gait. His hooves churned up the wet sand along the beach, sending heavy clumps of it out behind them. The wind whipped tendrils of hair from the coiled knot at the nape of her neck. She raced as if the whole forest behind her were ablaze, and she would be consumed if she but eased her reckless pace. Indeed, there was a plea haunting those amber eyes that burned her even now. Soon Attila began to labour, and Shanna knew his endurance was near an end. She slowed him to a calmer pace, and meandered along the beach until they came to a spot where a small rivulet of water trickled its way across the beach. Turning the mount, Shanna sent him splashing to the source of the brook. The dense foliage opened to reveal a cliff which reached above her head, and from its brink the small stream plunged, giggling like a virgin maid, as it tumbled down from rock to rock until it fell to an emerald pool at the bottom. Shanna flung herself down, and Attila waded fetlock deep in the water, plunging full half his head beneath its cool surface, while he quenched his thirst and rested. Shanna gathered her hair into some semblance of order, and laved her neck with a handkerchief she dampened in the chilled spray. As her warmth and excitement waned, she wet the kerchief again and drew it slowly over her face until the flush subsided, and she began to regain her composure. Once more the unruffled daughter of Trahern, Shanna mounted and reined the horse about, continuing on toward the village. Attila had enjoyed the run, and his blood still raced hot in his veins. He fought against Shanna's hand and would have thrown himself into a wild dash again had she relented but a bit. This was the apparition that entered the town and rattled across the cobbles to the dock, the mottled grey steed with his darker muzzle and stockings, prancing, flinging his legs wide and high, chafing against the control of the bit, his tail arched high, and his full mane flowing with every movement. And on his back, a vision of beauty such as few men see in a lifetime, cool and relaxed, controlling the beast with a practised hand. A low-crowned, wide-brimmed hat sat squarely on her head, and the full riding skirt covered both herself and the side of the horse like the draped mantelet of some gallant knight. Small wonder that the colonial seamen dropped what they were doing and paused in their labours to watch with gaping stares. Finding their gentle attention not unpleasing, Shanna gave them a brief nod in greeting, and headed for the slip where the newcomer lay. There Shanna espied her father's barouche, and drew up beside to ask Maddock where the squire might be. "Board the ship, mum," the black man drawled, and threw a careless thumb toward the tall bark. "Palaverin' with the captain, aspect." When Shanna tossed the reins to the man and began to dismount, there was an immediate scuffle. A small crowd of tars had congregated, and now jostled for the honour of helping her down. Patiently, she waited until a young giant, who would have dwarfed Pitney, elbowed his way through the others and with a blushing grin offered his hand for her assistance. Swinging down, Shanna gave the lad a gracious smile of thanks, then proceeded to the gangplank, trailing behind a chorus of half-muffled groans and sighs. Her dainty boots had not yet touched the deck of the ship when another young man stumbled to a halt before her. He stood ramrod stiff and clutched a brightly polished telescope beneath his arm. A brand-new tricorn crushed his tousled blonde hair. Recalling his manners, he snatched the hat from his head, almost dropping the glass, and greeted her loudly, over-eager to be of service. "Good afternoon, ma'am. May I be of service, ma'am?" "If you will." Shanna smiled, while the poor youth seemed to swallow his tongue. "Might you carry a message to my father, that if he is to be shortly finished with his business here, I would enjoy a ride home with him?" The young man began a salute, but remembered himself. Instead, he did a smart quarter-turn and flung out his arm to point. "Is that your father, ma'am? With the captain by the—" He snatched his hat as it threatened to blow overboard and caught the glass again from certain disaster. Holding the two clutched to his chest, he jerked his head toward the men. "That be him, ma'am? With the captain?" he mumbled, a bit red-faced. Shanna nodded as her eyes settled on the stocky shape of her father. The other man's back was presented to her, displaying only a dark, thick thatch of auburn hair tied in a queue above his tall, blue-garbed frame. The youth brightened. "Whom shall I say is aboard, ma'am?" Shanna laughed at his spirit. "Madam Beauchamp, sir." "Madam B—" The young officer's voice trailed off in unmasked surprise, and the tall man with her father turned abruptly and fixed her with a piercing gaze from beneath a glowering, frowning brow, as if he half expected some leering witch to be aboard his ship. Beneath that condemning stare, Shanna stood transfixed, unable to move or speak. Ever so slowly the scowl faded. The eyes roamed over her briefly, then returned to her face. Now a smile played just behind his features, and he gave a slow nod of what appeared to be approval. Shanna let out a sigh and realized she'd been holding her breath since he faced her. Had her life depended upon it, she could not explain why the approval of this man, whom she had never seen in her life, should please her. As the captain strode across the deck, Shanna noticed that he was thin, almost to a fault, yet he moved with the easy rolling stride of a seasoned seaman. His face was long and squarish, somewhat angular, though a hint of fine humour showed about his brown eyes. There was a trace of sternness about the lips, or rather, the firm decisiveness of a man accustomed to command. Pausing before her, he locked his oversized hands behind him as he rocked back on his heels in the briefest of cordial bows. "Madam Beauchamp?" The words rolled from his lips in a drawl, yet they were spoken as a question. Like the bow wave of a ship rolling forward, Trahern came to join them. Placing both hands on the gnarled end of his staff, he leaned heavily on it. "Aye, Captain, I would have you meet my daughter, Shanna Beauchamp." Something odd twinkled behind the elder Trahern's eye, and thus warned, Shanna braced herself. Still, the shock was no less stunning. "My dear, this is Captain Nathaniel Beauchamp." The words were slow and deliberate, and he waited as with crushing slowness the full weight of the name dawned on the daughter. Shanna's mouth opened as if she would speak, but no words came. Her eyes turned their burning question upward to the tall captain. "Aye, madam." His rich voice rumbled again. "We shall have to discuss this at length. My own good wife disowns me for a knave." "Later, perhaps, Captain." Trahern cut short any further conversation. "I must be on my way, if you will excuse us, sir. And will you join me, Shanna, my dear, for a ride back to the house?" Numbly, Shanna nodded her assent, unable to shape a comment. Trahern gently guided her to the rail, there pausing as he called back over his shoulder. "Captain Beauchamp!" Shanna flinched at the name. "I shall send a carriage for you and your men later." Without waiting for a reply, the squire departed from the ship, leading his mute and confused daughter on his arm. The captain strode to the rail, leaning against it as he watched the barouche swing about and disappear around the corner of a warehouse. Shanna paused outside the drawing-room door as she recognized Captain Beauchamp's voice replying to Pitney. Ralston interrupted, cutting him short, but that deep, confident voice was unmistakable. Shanna clenched trembling hands together, trying to calm herself, and cast a glance toward the front door where Jason stood tall and silent. "Jason?" she asked softly. "Has Mr. Ruark arrived yet?" "No, madam. He sent a note by a boy from the mill. There has been some difficulty, and he will need to remain there." "The wily knave," Shanna thought. "He's left me to flounder about for the explanations. I don't even know if he's really a Beauchamp. For all I know, he might have borrowed the name. So what, then, is that bloody beggar's name? And my name? Madam John Ruark?" Shanna groaned inwardly. Heaven forbid! Panic almost made her flee like a coward to the safety of her chambers, but she struck down the corrosive feelings which ate her composure away. Soothing her raging emotions with the single thought, "I am Madam Beauchamp," Shanna smoothed the multiple yards of pale pink satin cast with the iridescent luster of pearls. Delicate pink lace, dainty as the tiny satin rosebuds which caught the billowing skirt into little tufts, cascaded to the floor between twin borders of ruching. At mid-arm, the same rich lace was gathered in flounces, and a narrow satin ribbon was tied about her slim, graceful throat, where the lace had been stiffened to frame the expanse of flawless skin. Shanna was just touching a hand to her elaborately woven coiffure when the young third mate who had ushered her aboard the Seahawk strode near the door to set his empty glass on a small table there. When his eyes discovered her, he came to a halt and almost gaped. "Madam Beauchamp!" he beamed, recovering himself. "What a lovely—" His eyes dipped to the high curves of her bosom displayed above her gown, and he stammered, blushed, and collected himself once more. Home you have here." Conversation in the room ceased, and thus having been announced, Shanna could no longer hesitate. Forcing a smile, she swept gracefully into the room, lightly resting her hands on the wide panniered skirt to keep it from swaying too much. She was a vision men struggled to grasp as reality, and it was all too obvious the junior officer of the Seahawk was smitten. He stumbled in a parody of a bow when she paused before him, then flushed with pleasure as she bestowed the brilliance of her smile on him, ignoring his clumsiness. A long sigh escaped him as she turned to her father, who had come across the room to greet her. Brushing aside the gawking young men who had come with their captain, Shanna Trahern was obviously filled with pride as he presented his daughter to them. Throughout the introductions, Shanna was aware of Nathaniel watching her with a slow, steady regard, and was puzzled at his frown as his junior officer slipped through the press of admirers to stand beside her. She was also conscious that Ralston's attention seemed more acute than usual, but she gave him little thought, not really caring what the man had on his mind. The duties over, and secure on her father's arm, Shanna paused before the colonial captain. "Sir, it quite bemuses me how we've come to have the same name. Have you kin in England, mayhap?" Nathaniel Beauchamp smiled, and the brown eyes twinkled their humour as he looked down at her.
"Madam, I came by the name, quite honestly, as my parents gave it to me. What we shall really have to discuss is how you came by it. Of course, all Beauchamps are kin in one way or another, though we've had our rogues, pirates, and a blackguard or two. The name seems to recur with amazing regularity."
The corners of Shanna's mouth lifted impishly. "Your pardon, sir. I did not mean to pry. But should I not call you uncle, cousin, or some such?"
"Whatever suits your whim, madam,"
Nathaniel grinned.
"But welcome to the family."
Shanna nodded and laughed, but dared press the matter no more, for her father was giving undue notice to the exchange, and appeared to treasure and enjoy each morsel of it. The dinner passed with relative ease, as Captain Beauchamp and his officers conversed with Trahern on the possibilities of trade between Los Camellos and the colonies. Ralston was not in favour of this exchange, and spoke boldly.
"What can you get there, sir? That England and Europe cannot give you better. The Crown will not be too pleased with you taking your business elsewhere."
The purser of the Seahawk snorted.
"We pay good taxes to the Crown, but hold it our right to trade where we choose. As long as the duty is met, who is to complain?"
Ralston's contempt was held to a sneer, but his tone was carefully polite as he spoke to Trahern.
"Surely, sir, you cannot hope to gain much from trading with backwoods colonies."
Edward Bailey, the first mate, sat forward in his chair. He was a short man, barely taller than Shanna, but broad and with brawny arms and shoulders. His short, stocky neck supported a face that was ruddy and almost cherubic behind an ever-present grin. His round, rosy cheeks never lost their vibrant hue, and when his ire was pricked, as it was now, they darkened even more.
"'Tis apparent you've missed the colonies in your travels, Mr. Rawston, else you'd be aware of the riches to be had. Why, in the northern climes, they produce woollens and other goods, the likes of which would rival the best of England. We make a long rifle, what can take the eye from a squirrel at 100 paces. There be cordage and lumber mills along the southern coasts, which provide quality cable, planks, and spars. The very ship we sail was made in Boston, and the likes of her has never touched the sea from another land."
Trahern slid his chair back.
"Your tales fascinate me, sir. I will have to look into this."
With the signal that the dinner hour was at an end, the junior officer hastened to stand behind Shanna's chair, almost kicking his own over in his rush. As she leaned forward to rise, Shanna caught a brief glimpse of Captain Beauchamp's face and the heavy, pointed frown he directed to his third mate. But when her eyes returned to scan the visage, it bore once more its gentle half-smile. Had it only been vexation at the youth's clumsiness, Shanna wondered, or had the captain warned the lad away? At any rate, the young man limited further attentions to those of common courtesy, and seemed much chastened. The evening nearing an end, Shanna retired to her chambers, a sense of dissatisfaction wearing her mind raw. Finding no ease from her discontent, she sat silent before the dressing-table, while Hergus brushed out her hair. The maid-servant sensed the pensive mood of her young mistress, and held her tongue, realizing the effort Shanna had taken to avoid Ruark in the days past. Dressed in a gown and heavy silk wrapper, Shanna paced the length of her rooms, empty now of Hergus, and lit only by a candle. Her mind raced and settled on no single point. Names pressed in upon her from every side, plaguing her with their questions. Shanna Beauchamp, Madam Beauchamp, Captain Beauchamp, Nathaniel Beauchamp, Ruark Beauchamp, John Ruark, Mistress Ruark Beauchamp, 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 Beauchamp. On and on the name rasped through her mind, until, with a stifled cry of frustration, Shanna shook her head, wildly tossing the radiant mane about her. In search of clearer air, she stepped out onto the wide veranda and tried to walk away the goading doubts. The night was gentle, warm, with a soft quality known only on the Caribbean islands. High above the trees, the moon flirted with white, billowy clouds, kissing them until they glowed with its silvery light, then hiding its face behind their fleeting shoulders. Shanna wandered along the veranda, past the lattice-work that separated her balcony from those belonging to the other chambers. A face began to form in her mind's eye, and an amber gaze penetrated the night. Shanna groaned within herself. Ruark Beauchamp, dragon of her dreams, nightmare of her waking hours. Why did he haunt her so? Before she had sought him out in the dungeon, she was frivolous and witty, even gay. But now she wandered listless and dreamy, like a moonstruck maiden. Shanna stared out across the shadow-mottled lawns. Ruark Beauchamp. Her whisper fell as soft as a wispy breeze. Are you there in the dark? What spell have you cast upon me? I feel your presence near me, and it touches me boldly. Must my passions hunger so when my mind tells me nay? Shanna leaned over the rail and tried to control her suddenly vivid imagination. What spell has this man cast upon me? She wondered. Why can't I break free and see my own ends out? I feel entrapped, as if I were his slave. Even now, He's sitting in the cottage, mumbling some enchantment to bring me to his side. Is he warlock or wizard that I am bound to his demands? Nay, I shall not be. I cannot be. Drawing away from the balustrade, Shanna continued with her stroll, her eyes downcast, her mind occupied with musings. Suddenly a dark shadow beside her moved, and she was engulfed in a cloud of fragrant smoke. Her heart fluttered into her throat. Ruark. The name almost burst from her lips, but she choked it back.
"Your pardon, madam."
The deep, rich voice of Nathaniel Beauchamp wore its concern heavily.
"I did not mean to startle you. I was only taking a pipe in the open air."
Shanna stared, trying to penetrate the dark shadow that hid his face. Her father had invited the captain to stay the night, but she thought little of him in her musings of Ruark. "That smell, tobacco," she spoke hesitantly. "My husband used to."
"A common enough habit, I suppose. They grow this stuff near my home. The Indians taught us to smoke it."
"The Indians? Oh, you mean the savages?" Nathaniel chuckled, his voice rumbling easily.
"Not all savages, madam."
Shanna wondered how she would dare broach the subject that burned so in her mind. Deep in concentration, she started as his voice broke the lengthening silence.
"Your island is most beautiful, madam."
His hand with the pipe cradled in it came out in a brief span of moonlight, and the long stem swept to encompass the rolling hills beyond the trees, then dipped to point toward the town.
"Your father seems to have made the most of it."
"Los Camellos," Shanna murmured absently. "The camels, so the Spaniards call it." She turned to look directly into the shadows that surrounded him. "Sir, there is a question I must ask you."
"Your servant, madam."
He thrust the pipe into his mouth and puffed it to light, illuminating his features slightly. Though her desire to know was strong, Shanna was at a loss as to how to frame her request. I met my husband on a somewhat frivolous affair in London, and we were married only a few days later. We were together only a short while before he was taken from me. I know naught of his family, or if he even had one. I would most dearly like to know if he has, left any—" Her voice trailed off, and the pause grew strained as she struggled to find adequate words. It was he who answered her unspoken question.
"Madam Beauchamp, I can account for all my immediate family, and to my knowledge I have no cousins or distant kin by the name of Ruark Beauchamp."
"Oh." Her voice was small with her disappointment. "I had hoped—" She could not finish that statement either, for she did not know what she had hoped for.
"'Tis a widespread name, and though we Beauchamps can usually trace back to a common origin, I do not claim to know everyone by his given name. Perhaps there are some I am not acquainted with."
"No matter, Captain." Shanna shrugged it all away with a sigh. "I am sorry to have troubled you with my impertinence."
"No trouble, madam, and indeed no impertinence."
With his thumb, he tamped the coals into the bowl of his pipe. His hands were huge, and though they appeared to have the strength to squeeze a cannonball in two, they were amazingly gentle, and the slim clay pipe seemed like a fragile bird between them.
"'Tis my pleasure, madam, and be assured, to discourse with a woman on a moonlit night on a tropic isle can never be a trouble. And with you, Madam Beauchamp. His tall shadow bowed briefly. It has been a pleasure beyond compare.
Shanna laughed and waved a hand toward her loose hair and dressing robe. You are gallant, sir, to so grace my blighted appearance. But you have made my evening. I shall bid you good night, Captain Beauchamp. Nathaniel paused for a moment before he answered.
Whatever the beginning or the end of it, I consider at this moment that you honor the name. Good night, Madam Beauchamp.
Shanna was still musing upon his words when she realized the shadows surrounding her were empty, without a sound or a stir of air. He was gone. The early morning breezes swept through the intricate latticework, stirring the potted greenery in the informal dining room. The sea-freshened air brought with it the fragrance of jasmine, which bloomed alongside the veranda, mingled with the tantalizing aroma of hot, glazed meats, bread, brewed coffee, and tangy fresh fruits that graced the table for the morning meal, and presented to Captain Beauchamp as he paused in the doorway a most heavenly scent after long months of seafare.
Good morning, Squire Trahern,
Nathaniel greeted. Trahern turned from a copy of the Whitehall Evening Post, which he received in small bales from his ships. It was his only remaining link with London after years of separation.
And a good morning to you, sir,
the older man returned jovially.
Sit and join me in a bite to eat.
He beckoned Nathaniel to take a chair beside him.
A poor thing to start the day on an empty belly, and I speak from experience, if you please.
Aye, Nathaniel chuckled, accepting a cup of steaming coffee from Milan.
Or a slab of salt meat, ripe with age.
Orland Trahern gestured to the newspaper propped before him.
Peacetime quickly separates the real merchants from the warmongers.
At the captain's raised brow, he continued.
Almost anyone can turn a tidy profit during a war, but only the good merchants manage to stay afloat when the country is at peace. Those who made their money skimming the king's barrels and shorting the navy's powder with sand cannot compete on an honest market. I shall yield to your wisdom on the matter.
Nathaniel leaned back in his chair.
Treachery is dealt with harshly in the colonies, and although a certain amount of caution is due, one rarely meets with a cheat.
Now it was Trahern who leaned back in his chair to watch the other.
Tell me more of this place, your colonies. The idea of going there fascinates me.
The captain toyed with his cup for a moment before he spoke.
Our land is in the foothills of Virginia. Not so much settled as Williamsburg or Jamestown, but there is much to be said about it. Green rolling hills, forests for miles on end. The land is rich with opportunity for poor men and wealthy alike. My parents raised a family of 3 boys and twin girls in what most people would term an uncivilized land. In turn, each of us, but the youngest lad, who is coming to a full 7 and 10 years next month, and one of the girls, who is a score of summers old, have married, and, God willing, will raise up their families with as much success. We have been called hearty because we survived. Perhaps we are, but 'tis love and pride in our land that has made us so. If you could but see it, sir, I'm sure you'd understand.
Trahern nodded thoughtfully.
I will come.
He thumped the table and laughed with his decision.
By damn, I will come and say it all. I am glad, sir, but I doubt you will see it all.
Nathaniel Beauchamp, too, was elated.
There is land beyond us, as far as a man can walk in a year. I have been told of prairies like the sea, where if a man does not mark his way, he will become lost for he can see naught but grass. There is a river to the west so wide. It is a strain to see across, and beasts the like of which have not been seen in any other part of the world. There is a strange deer, taller than a horse and with antlers like huge shovels. I tell you, sir, there are wonders in the land that I cannot describe." "Your enthusiasm is amazing, Captain." Trahern chuckled. "I had expected most colonials to be a tired, carping lot." "I know of no other land as beautiful, sir, nor one that promises as much," Nathaniel replied, subdued, a trifle embarrassed at his own outburst. Both men paused as the front door of the mansion closed. Footsteps could be heard coming across the marble floor toward the dining room. The sound stopped in the dining room doorway, and Trahern twisted around in his chair. Ruark stood with one hand on the jamb, surprised to find the older man occupied. Mumbling an apology, he half turned to leave. "Nay, John Ruark, come in, lad," Trahern bellowed, and faced Captain Beauchamp. "Here is a man whom you should meet. A colonial like yourself he is. He has made himself most valuable here." As Ruark approached the table, Trahern introduced the two. They shook hands briefly. The captain, with a twisted grin, looked pointedly toward the short breeches Ruark was wearing. "You have adapted yourself to the climate here very well, sir. On occasion, I have coddled the idea myself, but I fear my wife would be much distressed at the sight of me gallivanting around like a half-dressed savage." Trahern's belly shook with muted mirth as Ruark seated himself, casting a dubious glance toward the captain. "'Tis a fact, Mr. Ruark has turned a few of the ladies' heads with his garb. Whether from shock or approval remains to be seen. When I see which of the young maidens grows fat-bellied with child, perhaps I'll have the answer." Under Nathaniel's amused scrutiny, Ruark shifted uncomfortably in his chair. He readily accepted a cup of the steaming brew from Milan and paid close attention to the servant filling his plate. While the black man fetched him a bowl of fruit, Ruark changed the subject and spoke to Trahern. "I came for the sketches of the lumber mill, if you have finished looking them over, sir. We want to start laying the first stones this afternoon. The brewing house will be finished before the end of this month, and I see no reason for delaying." "Good enough," Trahern declared. "I'll have a boy fetch them from my study while you eat." The conversation drifted to a myriad of topics, and the subject of the colonies arose again. To the squire's inquiries, Ruark replied in much the same fashion as the captain. As the breakfast was concluded, Nathaniel wiped his mouth on a napkin before laying the cloth aside and turned to Trahern. "While you are in the colonies, squire, it might be convenient for you to have someone along who knows the country, like this man here. My wife and I have a house in Richmond, but my parents' home, and I'm sure they'll want to meet you, is about a 2 days' journey from there. If you are serious in coming, I could take my wife on ahead to my folks and send the carriages back to meet you. The drivers know the way, of course, but you might want one of your own men along." Ruark frowned slightly. His one thought was of Shanna and being separated from her. With him in the colonies and her left behind, he would not see it as a very pleasurable voyage. Of course, Trahern agreed enthusiastically. "'Tis a good thought. No doubt Mr. Ruark would enjoy a visit to his homeland." Ruark fought the sense of pervading gloom that began to grow in him, and was not completely successful in hiding his consternation. Nathaniel Beauchamp gave Ruark no notice as his laughter rumbled. "And you must bring your lovely daughter. She is sure to catch the eye of every swain there. including several of the married ones. My parents would count it a pleasure to have you both as guests in their home, and anyone else you choose to bring with you. Indeed, I urge you to invite whom you will, and stay long enough to settle your curiosity about the place. October, perhaps, Trahern mused aloud, or thereabout. 'Twould be after the harvests in the colonies, and I could see then what produce you have available.
He rose from his chair and met Nathaniel's hand across it as he, too, came to his feet.
Agreed. We'll be there.
As Trahern and the captain crossed the foyer and left the house, Shanna stepped back out of sight on the stairway and waited until Jason had closed the door behind them and returned to the back of the house. Then she flew down the steps, hoping to catch Ruark before he was gone. Her concern was as much modesty as secrecy, for she had come awake at the sound of her father calling back a question to John Ruark from the entrance hall, and in her haste she had snatched only the thinnest dressing gown to cover her brief sleeping attire. She sought this chance to speak with Ruark, and found him with his back to her, whistling softly as he gathered parchments into a stack on the table. Ruark rolled his sketches into a neat bundle and tucked them beneath his arm, then turned to leave. He stopped abruptly, his whistle hanging in mid-phrase and tapering away on a reedy discord. Shanna was just closing the door behind her, a determined set to her jaw as she fixed him with her gaze.
"Blimey,"
Ruark mimed in a Cockney accent.
"A veritable nymph, spring in from the blank walls to force me attentions in the dining room. And a bloomin' near naked one at that."
Momentarily, Shanna's eyes flickered downward, and a light blush warmed her cheeks as she realized the boldness of her garb. Hurrying to catch Ruark, she had left her dressing gown hanging open, and the transparency of the batiste night shift left nothing from his regard. Still, he had viewed more than this. Indeed, he had more than viewed what she displayed, and she felt no more than a fleeting embarrassment at his close appraisal. "Well, Mr. Ruark, you certainly have made yourself scarce. I missed you at dinner last night." As she spoke, Shanna left the door and came toward him warily, like a hungry cat might approach a large gander, seeing the meal it desired, but deeply aware of the danger of drawing too near. Ruark smiled lazily, his eyes glowing as he took in her abundant beauty and admired the full swell of her pale breasts beneath the filmy garment.
"Only the demands of my duty, Shanna. The meal is nearing completion, as much as I longed to be near you. My presence was required."
"Of course." Shanna stared at him with open suspicion. "I saw your note to my father. A most convenient occurrence if there is anything between you and this other Beauchamp."
"Madam?"
Ruark's brows raised to mirror his spoken question. "Or perhaps there is too little between you." Shanna cocked her head slightly aside, contemplating him. "Am I in truth Madame Beauchamp? Or was that only a convenient choice for you?"
Ruark shrugged casually. "I've no way of proving that to you, Shanna. But would not the magistrate have verified such a name? And, of course, you asked the good Mr. Hicks for my name before you ever saw me, so I had no choice in the matter of names then. Call yourself Madame Beauchamp, but if you cannot accept that as truth, then call yourself Madame Ruark or whatever you will, but I swear—"
"Enough!" Shanna held up her hand. "Do not swear. Make no more oaths or bargains to me. The last we made together has already cost me dearly."
Ruark studied her closely. "You've been quite distant of late, Shanna. Perhaps there is something you wish to tell me?"
He let the question hang, but lowered his gaze pointedly to the smooth, flat belly little concealed by her light garment. Shanna caught his meaning. "Have no concern, my lord dragon." Her voice mocked him lightly. "I do not bear your child. But to my other question, you have met this Captain Beauchamp?"
"My love," Ruark flashed a grin. "We dined together this very morn."
"And you say that you be no kin of his?" She almost held her breath, waiting for his reply.
Ruark stared at her as boldly as she at him. "Madam, if you were, can you say me one reason why I would still be here?" Shanna's curiosity changed slowly to perplexity. Finally she dropped her eyes and turned away from him. "Nay." Her voice was low. "That bemuses me. And, of course, you would most certainly leave here and be free, if you could." Ruark moved close and slipped an arm around her below her breasts, raising it beneath them so the gown gapped away from her, revealing their creamy roundness to his downward gaze. Shanna did not resist or pull away, but she sighed shakily. "Do not handle me so, Ruark. I will not take the risk again, for 'twould all be for naught." His lips touched her ear as he murmured, "Then I will leave you, maiden nymph, and be on my way, for a price." Shanna turned in his arms until she faced him. "Only a kiss, my love," Ruark teased. "A tuppence or two of your time. A tiny bribe as it is. A sweet small candy to taste the whole day long." Shanna saw the price as a small one, and an easy way to be rid of him. Raising on tiptoes, she touched her lips briefly to his, then would have stood away, but his arm held her close. Ruark sighed as if disappointed. "Madam, by no miser's warped imagination would that be called a kiss." He smiled into her eyes as he chided lightly. "I see you have returned to your old ways." Shanna had played the game of coquette on many occasions, and chafed that he should again accuse her of being cold or naive. Lifting her arms, she laid them around Ruark's neck, and half pulling him down, moved her body slowly in a seductive way, her thighs bare against his, and her meagerly clad breasts caressing his chest. She had learned much from him, and now she used that knowledge in a most provocative manner, giving him a kiss that could have set the whole Black Forest ablaze. It was enough to sap the very strength from Ruark's limbs. Yet it was not all one-sided as Shanna had intended, for she was as much a victim of the scalding kiss as he. It was a strong, intoxicating nectar. Once sipped, it only begged the more to be consumed. When she finally drew her lips away, she did not pull back, but tried to steady her trembling limbs. They stood thus, each enjoying the nearness of the other. "Ah, Shanna," Ruark breathed softly. "A taste of such rare fine fare is more a torture than delight." Shanna sighed against his throat as her fingers threaded through the short curling hair at his nape. "Then for torture did you beg, and another bargain fairly struck." Her eyes shone into his. "But as has been my wont, I will give you thrice the price that you need not sore belabor my honesty." She reached parted lips up to his, moving them slowly and touching his with her tongue. Beneath the flowing robe, Ruark's arms tightened around her, and the kiss intensified as he slanted his mouth across hers, feeding greedily of the honey sweetness. The throaty sound shattered their moment asunder. Shanna snatched away from Ruark, her first reaction, anger, at being so rudely interrupted. In the next moment, it congealed into a lump of cold fear in her belly. The very thing she had been afraid of had finally happened. They were discovered.
As she stared at Captain Beauchamp, the cold knot grew, filling her until she trembled. Wishing for something more substantial to cover herself, she clutched the dressing-gown before her in tight fists, acutely aware of its thinness. Her mind raced on in blurred confusion as she fumbled lamely for any excuse. The briefest of moments had passed before Nathaniel spoke. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Ruark." "Madam Beauchamp." He stressed the names oddly. "I forgot my pipe and pouch." Without waiting for their assent, he crossed the room to his chair and retrieved the articles from the table, and then paused again at the door. His smile had a strange quality as his eyes touched them each in turn. His fingertips brushed his brow in the briefest of salutes. "Good day, Mr. Ruark." And with a quick nod to her, "Madam Beauchamp." Without another word, he turned and closed the door gently behind him. It was some moments before Shanna could find her voice, and when she spoke, it was as if she was certain of her words. "He'll tell my father. I know he will." She stared at Ruark, despair written on her pale face. "'Tis over. All my plans for naught." A flicker of a frown crossed Ruark's face, but he sought to ease her worry. "He seemed a good enough chap to me, Shanna. Not the kind to run and tell. But I have cause to be on the docks today. I'll stay close, and should the chance present itself, I'll talk to him and try to explain something." He shrugged. "I don't know what." Would you really, Ruark?" Shanna brightened a small shade. "Perhaps he'd understand if you'd put it right to him." "I'll try, Shanna." He took her trembling hands in his and kissed her fingers. "If all goes awry, I shall at least try to send you a warning." "Thank you, Ruark," she whispered gratefully. "I'll be waiting." Then he was gone from her, and Shanna slowly made her way back to her rooms. The rest of her day was spent in nervous waiting. From moment to moment, she expected her father to arrive, breaking down the doors as he sought her out, or a messenger from Ruark with word that she should flee, or Ruark himself to state all was well, or the whole lot of them, including the captain, to accuse her and have the whole thing out. All sorts of imaginings flew through her mind, and she could not sit still long enough even for her hair to be combed. With unusual patience, Hergus waited 3 times for her mistress to be seated before the task was done. Late in the day, Ruark returned with her father, but his only indication was a non-committal shrug as he passed her at the front door. It was only as he was leaving for the evening that she managed to catch him alone for a moment, and to her frantic, "Well?" Ruark smiled wickedly and whispered, "The captain assured me that no gentleman would carry such tales." In her absolute relief, Shanna was in her rooms and dressed for bed, before she realized that Ruark had deliberately let her stew until the last moment. Chapter 12. The late August day whimpered under the cruel heat of the sun. The sand on the beach was too hot to walk upon. Even the playing children had withdrawn into the cool shelter of their homes. The island grew quiet as its inhabitants sank into the torpor of a long siesta. Heat waves rose from the rooftops and shimmered on the distant horizon like 1,000 shards of rippling aqua. A languid lapping of the sea on the shore was the only movement that could be seen. No breeze stirred the smallest leaf. The sky was devoid of clouds and seemed bleached of its normal blue by the sheer heat of the day. Sighing, Shanna turned from her balcony and entered into the coolness of her room, shedding the light robe which, in the warmth, was almost unbearable. Her firm young body glistened with a light film of perspiration beneath the short shift, and her long, heavy mass of hair was damp against her nape. For a time, she plucked idly at a tapestry, but she gave that up to sprawl on the cool, silken sheets of her bed. The sewing had only been brought out to keep her mind and hands busy. This piece was one she had begun years ago, but never had had the patience to finish. It was a labor for her, and thus a thing she hated. In the days of her schooling, it had been even more loathsome, being a required skill each girl had to master. Her mentors taught it with diligence, not understanding her sighs and groans of frustration. In a fit of temper, she had torn many a piece to shreds, detesting her errors and having no patience to correct them. The chastening frowns of her tutors would have turned to open-mouthed gapes if they could have known of her desire to train under the artist Hogarth at St. Martin's Lane Academy. How crude they would have trembled. Why, 'tis said the young men sketch from live models their naked ones. Shanna laughed to herself and wiggled on the bed. They little guessed that some of their own innocent children volunteered for the task, or if they guessed, they carefully averted their thoughts. But at least the stitchery has served its purpose, Shanna thought. It diverts me from thinking on that dragon Ruark when he's about. Rolling onto her stomach, she propped her chin on crossed forearms, closing her eyes in the bliss of memory. Ruark had become almost a fixture in the manor. He was present at most every meal, and accompanied her father on many of his trips. Shanna could hardly descend the staircase without the prospect of meeting him, and whenever they met, his eyes devoured her with a boldness that in itself roused her. Even that she could bear. In fact, she rather enjoyed his warm perusals. It was during the quiet moments when no one else was looking that those golden orbs turned toward her with a hunger in them that nearly tore her heart, a longing so intense she had to avert her own gaze. Then, if her mind were free to roam, she would remember the exciting touch of his hands, the warmth of his lips on hers, the whisperings, a memory of the times they had shared love. She could hear again his murmurs, coaxing her, gently directing her in the ways of love, and recalled the pleasure of his mouth at the crest of her breast, teasing, rousing, hot, devouring. Shanna's eyes flew open. "My lord," she whispered, "my own mind betrays me." Her breasts tingled against the thin fabric of her shift, and there was an empty ache in her loins. She rose and flew to the tapestry frame, but a moment later sucked her finger where the needle had teased a drop of blood to the skin. Slowly clenching her hands into fists, Shanna stood staring at her chamber door, knowing that if Ruark walked in now, she would welcome him with all the willingness of her ripe woman's body. Tears flooded her eyes, in part tears of anger. She wanted him, and hated herself for that weakness. In the depths of her was a passion only Ruark could ease, and it was a desperate struggle to keep even a small anger alive. Suddenly she was tired of having to avoid even the briefest moment alone with him. Yet she was afraid. Captain Beauchamp had surprised them once. The next time it could be someone of less sympathy or manners, perhaps even Shanna Trahern himself. Shanna's mind soared on in endless circles as she tried to resolve her plight. Again she lay upon the bed, and as sleep overcame her, she had solved no more of her problems than the sun in its brief passage across the sky had cased of its heat. Night drew down upon the island, and the heat of the day was quenched to a point that clothes could be borne. Light, gusty breezes further abated discomfort as the meal was served. just the day before, an English frigate on its way to the colonies had put into port, and the dinner guests this evening included persons from the ship, her captain, a major of the Royal Marines, and a knight, Sir Gallows Billingham, who travelled as a minor emissary. Several of the overseers had brought their wives, and Ralston, Pitney, and Ruark filled out the table. The group adjourned to the drawing-room, where the women gathered at one end, while the men congregated at the other, there to fill their pipes or light cigars. After the ladies exchanged amenities, several produced items of sewing and began a low-voiced exchange of recipes and gossip. Except when questions were directed to her, Shanna remained silent and, under the guise of her needlework, watched Ruark as he leisurely drew on his pipe and conversed with the other men. He wore a brown coat over tan breeches and waistcoat, a white shirt with a ruffled jabot. His fortune had continued to grow, and shortly after Nathaniel Beauchamp had left, Ruark had spent a part of it for clothes plainer and not as formal as the ones with which Trahern had gifted him, but no less flattering to his own fine good looks. Shanna bent her attention back to her work, as one of the women leaned closer. "I say, Shanna, isn't that young Mr. Ruark a handsome man?" the woman whispered over her embroidery. "Yes," Shanna murmured. "Handsome indeed." She smiled, warming with pleasure. For all her avowed dislike of him, she felt an unusual pride when someone boasted of Ruark. With half an ear to the gossip, Shanna learned that Sir Gallows Billingham was single, unattached, available. He was travelling to the colonies to seek financial backing for a small shipyard in Plymouth that his family had acquired. "He's a strange one," Shanna mused, lightly considering him. He was taller than Ruark, a trifle large-boned, and moved with an odd, disjointed grace that bordered on the awkward, yet seemed somehow appropriate for his lanky frame. Light tannish hair curled about his long face, hinting of some attention to direct it thus, and was tied in a bagwig at the base of his neck. His eyes were pale greyish-blue, his wide mouth full-lipped for a man, and expressive. His manner ranged from stilted inanity to haughty arrogance, yet he was quick to smile at a quip, and seemed to enjoy the sometimes coarse humour of the overseers. His quick temper displayed itself briefly when he had been informed that he shared a table with a bondsman. Though he recovered quickly, he made a point of avoiding Ruark from that time on. Shanna found it strangely upsetting. Even as she studied him, he decried the filthy habit of smoking tobacco, and instead, taking a small silver-chased box from his waistcoat pocket, he laid a pinch of the finely powdered leaf on the back of his hand and delicately sniffed it into one nostril, then the other. A moment later, he sneezed lightly into his lace handkerchief, then leaning his head back, sighed, "Ah, truly, the man's way," and at the stares he received further explained, "One must bear the bite before the pleasure." Snuffing loudly, he directed his next remark to the frigate's captain. "But for all of it, sir, I must admit I could never be a proper seaman. I abhor the narrow space of the cabin when it is well tossed upon the seas, and cannot stand the confines of it in a safe harbour." With a flourish of his hand, he bent his regard to Trahern. "Good squire," his nose was at an arrogant height, "it hardly seems possible that there is not some good inn or tavern where I might find proper lodging for the days I am here. Or perhaps some gentlefolk have space in their home?" He raised his brow and let the question hang. Trahern smiled. "There is no need, Sir Gaylord," he assured the man. "We have more than ample space here, and it shall be my pleasure that you reside with us." "You are most kind, Squire Trahern." the knight almost simpered with the success of his own ploy.
"I shall send a man for a few of my belongings."
Trahern raised a hand and shook his head.
"We can see to your immediate needs, sir, and should you desire something more, we can have it fetched on the morrow. You shall be our guest for as long as you wish."
And though Trahern knew he had been manoeuvred, he was still pleased at the prospect of playing host to a titled gentleman. Having heard the exchange, Shanna gestured for a servant, and in a low voice bade him prepare the guest chambers in the squire's wing. As the servant left, she caught her father's eye and nodded slightly. Trahern returned to his conversation, assured that the preparations were made, and glowing at his daughter's efficiency. Shanna concentrated on her tapestry, frowning briefly over a difficult stitch. Then, feeling eyes upon her, she raised her own to seek Ruark out among the men. To her surprise, he was not watching her, but stared across the room, a frown creasing his brow. Following his gaze, she found herself looking into the eyes of Sir Gaylord Billingsham. They were filled with more than light interest, as he obviously admired her beauty. The wide lips twitched, then spread into a slow smile, which somehow was more like a leer. It was enough to make Shanna glad she had set him a room far from her own. Quickly, she averted her gaze. Her eyes swept the room and halted on Rawston. With an enigmatic smile, the man was slyly perusing Sir Gaylord. Before the evening drew to a close, Orlan Trahern invited all those present and the entire ship's complement to take part in celebrating the opening of the mill. Since all the townsfolk would be there, he explained, there was little else for them to do but join the festivities on the morrow. Shanna's nap in the afternoon delayed her sleep, and for a long, hectic hour she tossed and turned, fighting a vision of Ruark in the bed beside her, and struggling to quell the insistence of her own mind, which threatened to send her dashing down the lane toward the cottage. Still, she prevailed, and finally found victory in sleep, though that too was riddled with dreams which left her trembling between sweat-dampened sheets. Early the next morning, Ruark arrived at the mill long before anyone else and took care to tether his mule Ode Blue well away from the stock barn. The cantankerous mule had a penchant for teasing the simpler and much more handsome horses by nipping them about the rump or ears. This play usually degenerated into a fight, at which the venerable old street brawler excelled. Many a fine horse limped off, quite ragged from the encounter. So to preserve peace with the drivers and overseers, Ruark was forced to seclude his steed. Ruark gave a glance over his shoulder as Old Blue laid back his ears and with a rasping, seesawing voice brayed his challenge to the animals. Ruark jammed his hat down lower over his brow, not overly willing to be a party to any row that might be forthcoming. Pushing open the small door beneath the hopper, he retreated from the mule's sight. He stood for a moment in the collecting room, letting his eyes adjust to the dark, while he savoured the pungent scent of the new woods which formed the greater part of the structure. The rich, warm tones of the unweathered surfaces still bore the marks of axe and adze, and reflected the sun to lend the interior a hue of mysterious golden brown. There was an atmosphere of expectancy. Everything was new, ready, waiting. Here, where the juices were collected, were the huge rollers that would crush the cane. 6 oversized tubs stood on a circular platform which could be rotated when each became full. Allowing his imagination to wander, Ruark could almost see the tubs as giant gnomes squatting on their table, awaiting the first stir of life in the mill to fill their gullets with the sweet nectar of the cane. Ruark rapped his knuckles against the bellied side of the nearest tub to dispel the thought, and listened to the echo of the hollow sound within the room. A frown lightly crossed his brow. Would Shanna view this building of the mill as an attempt to woo her father's favour? He moved on to the cooking room, strolling along between the 2 rows of great iron kettles, idly swinging a stick against the sides of each. They, too, seemed to wait like elephantine elves, resting their distended paunches over the brick hearths wherein fires would be stoked to render the thin juices into thick brown molasses. And what on this day would Shanna's mood betray, Ruark wondered idly. Was she to be the fiery-tongued vixen, whose words of denial were sharp enough to cut? Or the docile, sweet maid, who of late he had seen much of? Reaching the end of the room, Ruark paused and looked back, listening to the hollow notes of his passage die like the bronzed chorus of the church bells on a Sabbath morn. A slow smile touched his lips, as a memory came to mind of one evening several nights back, when he and Trahern had withdrawn to the drawing-room after the evening meal, and Shanna had taken a place beside the French doors to catch the last of the fading light as she bent to her tapestry. It had been a most idyllic time, a gentle time, with the peace of a good pipe, easy conversation, and her presence there, the soft beauty at hand whenever his eye should wander to it, lighted by the rosy glow of the waning sun. He had found himself envisioning her in a similar scene, but with the babe in her arms, and her face tender with love. It was a gracious thing to relax and enjoy a meal with Shanna, beautiful and demure across the table. Yet the agony had been there as well, for though she seemed much mollified and serenely pleasant, he had not had the briefest moment alone with her. He sighed, slapping the stick against his fawn-clad thigh, and continued his tour into the brewing wing. Nearly half the room was filled wall to wall with great barrels where the younger green sap could be fed into them and, with careful additions, would be fermented into the new rum. Here above the stills, red serpentine pipes writhed in a frenzied Stygian dance, frozen for all eternity, then plunged down to dribble the cooled spirits into kildekins for aging and sale. This was the master brewer's place, his realm, where his talent and skill would wring the best from the cane. The site of the mill had been chosen carefully. It was far enough from the settlement so that the stench of the fermenting mash would not offend the noses of the villagers, but centrally located near the high plateau where the cane fields thrived. Beneath its foundation were caves where the barrels of rum could be stored for aging. Water was carried in shafts from freshwater springs running close by, and wood was in plentiful supply from the forest around it. Not inconsequential to all of these was the fact that it nestled in a small protected valley, and was safe from the late summer storms that often raged through the islands. A slight quickening of Ruark's pulse came as he felt the thrill of success, followed by a deeper quickening still, as he realized his doubts and thought of the hundreds of things which could go wrong. "No need to ponder on it," he reasoned. "This day will see the test of it all." A narrow stairway led into the loft, and he climbed to where a small cupola had been added at the highest point on the mill roof, so that a man could view the approach and departure of wagons during the rush of the harvest peak, and, with a set of signals, could direct the drivers to avoid the inevitable road jams. At this vantage point, Ruark would await the arrival of the Trahern carriage. Already a long file of wagons, carriages, and carts were coming up the village road. Several wagons had been provided for the crew of the frigate, and he could see the colourful uniforms of the officers riding in the carriage. From one of the fields, Ruark noted the approach of 5 wagons heavily laden with cane, and closer about the mill, piling out of the back of a cart, were the score of bondsmen who would see the mill into its first operation. At a shout of greeting from the overseer, Ruark waved his hand, then lifted his gaze again to the lower road. No hint of Trahern's barouche could be seen, least of all that bright bit of colour for which his eye hungered. It seemed that every soul on the island was turning out to see the first operation of the mill and the actual workings for themselves, for the once empty yards were now becoming a jumble of people. Still, there was no sight of Shanna.
I should have better tied my fate to the tail of a whirlwind, Ruark mused wryly, than be so committed to that whimsical bit of woman.
That sweet Circean witch had cast her spell on him from the first moments in the jail. Perhaps he did in fact commit the crime on that other wench in the inn, and this was his punishment, to ever know Shanna as his bride, but never to know the joys of marriage. If that were truth, then he should accept his state and the rare monthly wedded bliss, and for the other days, his slavery. What a dreadful twist of fate. As a man unattached, he had threaded his way among the wiles of tender-fetching maids and light-heartedly plucked that which they offered. But now, wedded to that one who in all honesty he would have chosen in any circumstance, he was denied the state of matrimony, and must creep into each tryst, enjoying only the hidden hours between the dark of midnight and the break of dawn. Even then, the chance footstep, the mistaken door, might see them snatched apart, and like wayward children, brought before her father, for whatever punishment the man would dictate. A shout from below interrupted his musings, and Ruark glanced up to see Trahern's barouche coming through the trees lining the narrow, low road. Leaving the cupola, he hurried down and quickly crossed the empty storeroom to the door where he had entered. As he caught sight of Shanna beside her father, Ruark's spirits soared, but they were dashed quickly when he identified Sir Billingsome in the seat opposite her. It had been in his mind to greet them, but now, angry and silent, Ruark retreated into a shadow and watched the lanky popinjay hand his wife down from the carriage. Ruark's displeasure deepened as Gaylord's hand lingered at Shanna's elbow. It was doubly hard for him to bear when he could not even touch her himself in public. Ruark clamped the white, straight-brimmed hat tighter on his head and leaned against the wall of the mill in frustration. A goodly crowd had gathered around the Trahern carriage, and soon the squire was happily introducing his titled guest to the various shopkeepers and other personages of importance on the island. Sir Gaylord was forced to turn away from Shanna and left her side to acknowledge the compliments and salutations. Smoothing her gown, Shanna scanned the press of people for Ruark's face. She saw him in the shade of the building, arms folded across his chest as he braced a shoulder against the wall. His hat was cocked forward, obscuring his face, but she knew that tall, lithe form. He was dressed casually, and in the heat of the day it appeared the most sensible fashion. A white shirt, opened at the throat and ruffled at the cuffs, contrasted sharply with his bronze skin. He was as dark as any Spaniard, and his lean, muscular build was accentuated by the close-fitting breeches and white stockings. Shanna smiled in thought. The tailor must have waxed gleeful at the opportunity to garb such a handsome figure. Most of the men on the island who had money for the richer fabrics and latest styles were well past the prime of life. But Ruark had the good looks and the trim frame to complement the lowest garb, even those boldly shortened breeches. Still, Shanna felt a twinge of disapproval that these breeches should be so narrow in their cut, and that Ruark should carelessly flaunt his manliness for the goggling stares of love-smitten girls. Yet she knew he was not one to be overly conscious of his appearance, as the dandies of court were, or even this Sir Gaylord, who was garbed in laces and velvets, and seemed hot enough to burst. Seeing Shanna momentarily alone, Ruark seized upon his chance and began to make his way toward her through the crowd. His haste and his singleness of mind, however, were his downfall, for suddenly his arms were full of the soft body of a girl, and he was abruptly knocked off balance. A sharp feminine squeal pierced his ears, and Ruark spun half about, grasping the young woman close to keep them both from sprawling headlong.
"Odds blood, Mr. Ruark," Millie's shrill voice giggled. "You're a mite too sudden for a bit of a girl like myself."
The apology stumbled lamely from Ruark's tongue.
Your pardon, Millie. I was in a hurry."
Ruark would have extricated himself, but the girl held on to his arm, clasping it firmly against her small bosom.
"That I can see, John."
Her familiar use of his name grated against his ears. Suddenly her voice sounded loud enough to carry across the island.
"'Twould seem of late you're always in a hurry."
Millie's chuckle struck an uneven chord.
"But no need to cart yourself away, John Ruark. Whoever she be, she can wait."
Ruark tried to hide his irritation, twisting his arm in an effort to be free of her grasp. He glanced over her dark head toward Shanna, who watched them rather tensely. Millie's hand reached up to caress his chest, and her black eyes smiled into his invitingly.
"Ooh, John," she sighed. "You're so strong. Just looking at ya can make a tiny girl like myself feel weak and helpless."
Ruark bit back a harsh speculation as to where her weakness might lie, and attempted to pry her fingers loose from his shirt.
"Come now, Millie, I'm in a hurry," he half growled.
Millie was insistent.
"I packed a good basket of victuals with a leg of mutton, John. Why don't you come and have a bite to eat with us?"
"My regrets,"
Ruark hastened to deny her plea.
"The squire has bade me join them at his table."
He almost freed his arm, but Millie had still another ploy to work.
"Oh,"
she whined, and leaned heavily against him.
"I think I've bruised me foot a bit. Will you help me to our cart, lovey?"
A broad shadow joined them, and they both glanced up to find Mrs. Hawkins standing before them, arms akimbo and a frown clefting her brow like the blade of an axe.
"Humph,"
the woman snorted before either of them could speak.
"Bruised foot indeed. Well, I'll help you to the cart. Come along, you shameless twit. Throwing yourself at Mr. Ruark like that. You ought to be ashamed."
Mrs. Hawkins took her daughter by the fat of the arm, and with a quick glance of apology to Ruark, led the girl away. Millie limped until her mother's hand swung low with a loud whack, startling a yelp from the girl. The bruised foot forgotten, Millie did an amazingly sprightly scamper all the way back to their cart. Ruark chuckled in amusement as he witnessed the haste of Millie's flight, but he sobered as he turned back to Shanna. She stared at him with a quizzical quirk playing about her lips, and a wondering dip to her brow. Ruark knew her well enough to read the storm warnings, and hurried forward to allay her wrath. Alas, such was not to be his luck, for with a shout of greeting, Trahern rushed to intercept him and Ruark was swept aside by Trahern's bulk just as he reached Shanna. Again Ruark found his arm clasped in another's grip, and, much to his chagrin, he was steered by Trahern back toward the mill. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he saw Sir Gaylord return to Shanna's side. The knight took her elbow and bent low over her shoulder to whisper some witty comment in her ear.
"Now, Mr. Ruark,"
Trahern was saying,
"let's get this mill opened and allow these good people to get to their feasting. My daughter will cut the bunting, but I'd like for you to share in this moment."
Ruark lost the rest of what the squire said as Shanna's laughter rippled behind him. The sound of it bit at his heart, like vinegar in a thirsty man's throat. In a salute to King George, tankards of ale and rum and various other brews were raised while the women chose a mild wine to sip. Dedicating the mill led to a series of other toasts, and by the time Shanna was led to the wide doors fronting the place, spirits were high. She was not unaffected by the gaiety, but her elation stemmed from an entirely different source. A few tiny sips of wine could hardly make her so heady with joy. She could not fathom the reason for her own buoyant emotions as she moved to where the bunting was secured, but the realization abruptly dawned when she gazed at Ruark, standing with her father. This mill was Ruark's achievement, and it was ecstatic pride she felt at his accomplishment. Tears suddenly brightened her eyes, and she smiled until the unbidden moisture subsided. Laughing happily, she yanked hard on the hidden rope that held up the mass of bunting. The knots slipped, and the many yards of colourful cloth fell with a multitude of flutters to the platform. Ruark's hand joined hers to push aside the heavy bolt, and before this vast audience, they both sought hard to ignore the contact. Their eyes met briefly before Ruark stepped away to open the doors, and Shanna was the only one who knew her blush was not completely from the excitement of the moment. When the doors were flung wide, the people stared into the gaping storeroom, which in its emptiness gave more the impression of a cathedral. The noise of the crowd died to a low murmur of amazement. Then their attention was drawn away by a shout from the milling gates. 2 of the wagons were already being backed into place above the hopper that guided the cane downward. Another shout rent the air, and a team of oxen were prodded into movement in a circular path, setting into motion a great cog above them. It meshed with a large spoked wheel, which rotated a shaft that in turn ran into the building. The man who drove the oxen waved to another beside the bin, who bent his back to lay a huge lever forward. A loud thump was followed by another, and then the rollers began to turn with slow, ponderous majesty. A heavy rumbling seemed to tremble the very ground, and it caused a feeling of exhilaration in Shanna's breast. Her heart swelled almost to bursting, and she felt like laughing and crying at the same time. A buzz of voices rose from the people as they watched the first cane taken into the rollers. Restlessly they waited until the lever was moved again, this time ceasing the motion. The rumbling stopped, the oxen were halted. The sudden silence lasted for what seemed to Shanna a very long eternity. Then a rattling came from inside the mill. Slowly, one at a time, 4 great hogsheads of juices were wheeled out onto the platform to be viewed and sampled by all who cared to do so. It was a crowning achievement. That which would have taken a score of men most of the afternoon had been done in the time it might take one to sip a cup of tea. A loud, boisterous shout of approval rang from the onlookers. Even Ruark smiled, until Sir Gaylord crossed the platform stepping between him and Shanna, and took her outstretched hand. Since the mill was something entirely new to the island, the villagers were allowed to view the interior for themselves now that the actual crushing of the harvested cane had been demonstrated. For many weeks, the townsfolk had wondered at this thing being constructed in the hills above their hamlet, and now, at long last, their curiosity was to be appeased. They were filled with awe at the ingenuity which had brought it into being, and more than a few were somewhat contrite, because they had once slapped their thighs in uproarious disbelief when informed that the production of the mill was limited only by the speed with which the cane could be dumped into the hopper, and that what had been a long, tedious month of back-breaking labour could now be handled between Sabbaths.
"May I escort you within, Madam Beauchamp?" Sir Gaylord requested. "I have a bit of curiosity about the thing myself. Must have been an Englishman who brought the idea into being."
Shanna smiled in amusement, recognizing the typical English mind. If it was good, it had to be English. "I've already been given a most splendid tour of the place by our bondsman, Sir Gaylord. I'm sure Mr. Ruark will be interested in your deduction, but he's from the colonies, not England, as you surmised."
"Egad! You don't say he was the one?"
Gaylord was clearly astonished. With arrogant poise, he sniffed lightly against his handkerchief.
Well, for a simple brew, I suppose one might rely upon some basic common knowledge in the building of a brewing house. Myself, I cannot abide the stuff. I prefer a good wine to that beastly concoction. No gentleman's brew."
Shanna smiled like a cat that had just ensnared a rat. "I must inform my father of your findings, sir. Actually, he finds the drink quite tasty." Sir Gaylord folded his large hands behind his back and appeared to grow museful.
"Perhaps your father would be interested in a more sound investment, Madam Beauchamp. My family has acquired a shipyard in Plymouth. Very promising 'tis, and with your father's wealth—"
Again the knight blundered like so many others before him, but Sir Gaylord hardly realized what lay behind Shanna's sidelong glance. Instead, he had suddenly become fascinated with the advantage his height gave him. Standing head and shoulders above Shanna, he had a very pleasurable view of what lay beneath her demure bodice whenever he chanced to look that way, which now was rather often. The higher swell of her creamy breasts was a tantalizing sight for any man, and Sir Gaylord most certainly enjoyed this treat. Seeing where the knight's perusal wandered, Ruark was anything but jovial. He hid his churning anger behind a brimming tankard of ale, tipping the mug, and drinking the fluid down until the last drop was tasted. After witnessing this feat, Shanna peered at him questioningly, but Sir Gaylord moved between them again, taking her arm. Bending low over her with some inane comment, he casually led her away from Ruark's presence. Ruark had no time to react, for his own arm was seized in Trahern's huge paw. As he was tugged along, he heard a flow of eager words begin with, "Now as to the sawmill, when do you think—" Ruark was unaware of what he replied, for in his memory, the rest of the conversation was covered by an angry haze through which he saw only the back of the swaggering Sir Gaylord. Trahern left him as a train of wagons arrived from the manor. The squire's flock of servants spilled out of the conveyances and began to set up a long row of tables, which were quickly covered with hogsheads of ales and beers and smaller kegs of selected wines, sweet and dry, red and white. A last card was opened, and still steaming sides of lamb, roast pig, fowl of all sorts, and seafood were all laid out, with a vast assortment of delicate sauces to complement the meats and to tease the palate. The ladies of the island brought forth their own preparations to add to the feast. As Shanna led Sir Gaylord to inspect the dishes, he spread his hands in surrender and chortled lightly.
"Gracious! I am overwhelmed by this abundance on such a tiny island. Why, surely this must rival the outings in England of my own good kinfolk."
He missed the glare of several ladies and took Shanna's amused smile as encouragement. Trahern had come upon them in time to catch his last statement and hastened to offset the error of his remark.
"Ah, Sir Gaylord, 'tis only that you have not tasted this magnificent fare the ladies have contributed, else you would agree that in all the world no simple outing could rival this one."
Ruark had followed slowly along, half-heartedly selecting another ale to sip, as he regarded the posturing Sir Gaylord. The knight dabbed repeatedly at his forehead with a lace handkerchief, and seemed, generally, to be suffering from the heat. Ruark was not above hoping the man would collapse from it. But at least with Trahern's close presence, Sir Gaylord held his gaze to something less appealing than Shanna's bodice.
"I say there, John Ruark!"
Ralston hailed him with his riding crop and came toward him, glancing briefly over his darkly clad shoulder toward the Trahern party. Ruark paused to wait for the man, though his eyes, beneath lowered brows, never left that bit of pink almost hidden by the tall, lanky form of the knight. Ruark was not aware that Shanna returned his perusal, gazing past the Englishman's arm as she smiled and nodded at the man's senseless chatter. Ruark only saw Sir Gaylord again lead her away to the end of a separate table, where the servants were placing their plates.
"John Ruark!"
Ralston demanded his attention in a curt tone, and grew red-faced with anger as Ruark responded slowly, finally turning to meet the cold, penetrating glare.
"I suggest, Mr. Ruark, that you try to keep your yearnings under control, though I well understand the cause."
Ralston gestured casually in the direction of Shanna.
"Remember that you are a bondsman, and do not think you can exceed your status while I'm about. 'Tis long been my duty to turn riffraff away from the Trahern door. Indeed, you seem to lack for duties. I suggest you see the pressings to their proper disposal. 'Twill be a shame for the juices to be lost, for this first should become a selected brew."
"With due respect, sir." Ruark's tone was measured and tightly controlled.
"The master brewer approved the laying of every stone, and has established his skill. 'Tis unseemly that I, with less experience in the matter, should oversee his work. 'Tis more than apparent to me, Mr. Ruark," the title was a sneer, "that of late you presume too much. Do as you are told, and do not return until the labour is done."
A long moment passed as haughty glower met carefully blank stare. Then Ruark nodded and strode away to do what he was bidden. When all the guests were seated at their plates, Shanna found Sir Billingham at her side, and, gazing around the table in wonderment, she noted that Ruark's plate had been pushed to the foot of the table, far away from his usual place near her father, and that his trencher was as yet unattended. She was quick to note Ralston's arrival, and the smug smile playing about his normally taciturn lips. Seating himself at the middle of the table, Ralston gazed with obvious satisfaction at Ruark's empty place. "For once," he thought,
That rogue is where he belongs, doing what he should, labouring, that his betters might take their ease."
Lifting his eyes, the agent found Shanna staring at him with a frown gathering on her brow. Hastily, Ralston bent his attention to his food, neither marking nor caring that it was not the simple English fare he favoured. Ruark's day had reached its zenith with the success of the mill. Thereafter, it began to sink with a series of rapid plunges to its nadir. However, that point was not reached until later in the evening, when, returning from his errand, he overheard Madam Hawkins and Mr. McLeod discussing the advantages of the squire's daughter marrying a lord. He listened for a while, and then turned away in disgust, only to find himself again an unwilling eavesdropper as Trahern expounded upon the touted virtues that a knight might present as a son-in-law. The low ebb was truly found when Ruark overheard the captain of the frigate and the marine major discussing Sir Gaylord's decision to journey to the colonies with the Traherns. He had even made arrangements for part of his baggage to be taken to the manor, while the greater portion would be carried on the frigate to Richmond to await his arrival there with the Traherns. It was their premise that the knight was looking for a worthy wife, and had settled his sights on the squire's lovely offspring. The handwriting was not on the wall, but it blazed furiously in Ruark's mind. The scene was set for that mincing, foppish knave to be proposed to Shanna for a husband. As Ruark drained his cup for the 12th time, he growled to himself that even she had not seemed too displeased with the gentleman. Indeed, had been most gracious the entire afternoon. Ruark made no excuses as he withdrew from the gaieties. Snatching up a large full flask from the table, he sought out his old mule, mounted its back, and sent it plodding down the hill. As usual, Shanna was the centre of much attention. The officers of the frigate came to pay their compliments and lingered long, enjoying the fresh draught of feminine pulchritude after long weeks at sea. Musicians mounted the platform and played for the pleasure of the crowd. A young marine captain led Shanna through a rigadoon, encouraging the other officers to ask for the same favour. The evening should have made her gay, as Shanna had always enjoyed dancing and the light-hearted company of men. However, this evening there was a strange note of discord in her pleasure, and when the rare moments occurred in which she could be alone, Shanna puzzled at her own mood. Events began to drag out interminably, and she became wearied with the tedium of them. She postured and smiled graciously through it all, but her relief was immense when her father finally suggested that the townsfolk be left to enjoy themselves, and formed his entourage for departure. For Shanna, it seemed the ride back would never end, and even the breathtaking view of the moonlit surf failed to stir her. Upon their arrival at the manor, she quickly excused herself from Sir Gaylord, drawing a frown of disappointment from the man, and sought the peace of her own chambers. Ruark came awake with a start. One moment he was asleep, the next wide awake. He could find no reason for it. He was alert and seemed in the best of health, though he had dozed off in the chair where he had been sampling from a jug. Pulling the cork, Ruark sniffed, then grimaced at the bitter pungency of the oily black rum. He had never acquired a taste for it, and much preferred the lighter, gentler brews. The tall clock behind him in the hall gave a single chime, and, turning, Ruark verified the hour as the 1st of the morning. A frown drew his dark brows together. Rising from the chair, he went to stand beside the window. Old Blue was in his own small yard, though the gate stood wide, dozing beneath the open shelter Ruark had built. Loosening his linen shirt and slipping it over his head, Ruark went to the washstand in the bedchamber, and having naught else to do, shaved and washed the sweat of the day from his body. He rinsed the bitter taste from his mouth, and then donned a pair of shortened breeches before going out onto the small porch to catch the coolness of the night. Though slightly light-headed, as if some of the effects of the rum were still with him, he had a sense of well-being and clarity of mind. The moon was low and skimmed the treetops. Where it penetrated the high canopies, it lit the cool but oddly tense night with an eerie grey cast. There was an urging in him that made Ruark uneasy. The night seemed to call, the shadows to beckon. Stepping from the porch, he felt the dampness of dew beneath his bare feet. He passed the shrubbery and wandered beneath the tall trees. The manor house drew him. Its great dark hulk squatted in the midst of slimmer trees. All the lights were gone now, and he knew that the revellers had returned and were abed. A familiar bulk loomed beside him, and reaching out his hand, Ruark felt the bowl, identifying the tree that stood before Shanna's balcony. He leaned a shoulder against the comfortable bulwark of sturdy wood, and stared upward toward the open doors that marked her room. His mind wandered until it touched on a scene of Shanna sleeping beside that hulking English knight. The vision was most distasteful, and Ruark banished it quickly from his mind. Thus freed, his thoughts trod gently backwards to a night when he had watched her in slumber, her honey and gold-streaked hair spreading in careless cascades across the pillow, framing her perfect face. Her lips parted slightly with her breathing as she slept in innocent trust upon his bed. Then there was a time in the cottage where she had knelt above him naked and leaned across to kiss him, her breasts in silken tresses caressing his chest until he nearly dissolved in bliss. And once she had curled close beside him, cuddling her body against his, her warmth touching a warmth deep within him, stirring his passions to a soaring flight, like a covey of quail from an upland lea. The burning inside him grew hotter, until it became an exotic torture, and he found himself beneath her balcony, stretching upward to grasp the vine. Shanna floated in a deep well of dream stuff, a limbo, an endless void. She was swimming in a gently rolling sea, bright turquoise water, shattering with the easy strokes of her arms. A small panic began to build as she realized there was no land in sight, not even the green-hued clouds that reflected its presence. But then the fear fled. Beside her, a man's golden bronzed arms matched the movements of her own, stroke for stroke. The man turned, and the visage was Ruark's, his white teeth flashing in a tantalizing grin. His lips moved in a voiceless plea. Then he rose and arched his muscled back to dive beneath the waves. With a playful laugh, she followed, going deep where the light faded into dark green and endless tendrils of seaweed twined about them as they came together in a timeless kiss. She felt no need to breathe. They were like two nymphs drifting in an oceanic nirvana, deeper, deeper. Then, suddenly, she was alone. Ruark's face returned in gigantic proportions, drifting above her. It came ever closer, yet she could not touch it. She blinked her eyes and moved her head, trying to banish the vision. Suddenly she realized she was awake, and he was there. His arms, braced on either side of her, trembled beneath his weight. His lips hovered over hers, and his voice was soft as he spoke, like a small boy pleading for a favor.
Shanna, love me. Shanna, love me.
With a small, welcoming cry, she reached silken arms to draw him down to her, her heart flooding her body with warm gladness. It was like a time for things meant to be, like the trees, the sand, the sea, the sun, and the stars. It was 1,000 twinkling stars blending to a single sun, the naked hunger that caught them both into a sweet, violent whirlwind. Shanna arched against him, opening her thighs and meeting his deep thrusts with all the vigor in her trembling body, holding no reserve. They were one, belonging and possessing, giving and taking. Sated, they lay entwined, Shanna warm and secure in his arms, knowing the strange peace she had found nowhere else. There was no shame, no sense of having strayed, not the smallest tinge of regret that she had yielded once again. In the record of her mind, the words of the clergyman long ago in a small country church came drifting back. A long and enduring marriage, he had said. For some reason, those words no longer frightened her. Shanna sighed contentedly and kissed the side of Ruark's neck where she nestled close. The slow drum of his heartbeat lulled even the peaceful thoughts, and she drifted to sleep, cradled in his arms. In the still, ebony darkness that precedes early dawn, Shanna came abruptly awake, realizing Ruark was easing from her side.
Wait, I'll light a candle, she murmured drowsily.
Her hand searched the dark for him, touching his hard, muscular thigh, and she rose, slipping an arm about his neck as he leaned to her.
"I thought you were asleep,"
he whispered, his lips playing upon hers.
I was, until you moved,
she replied softly. Wistfully, she released a sigh.
Dawn comes so quickly.
"I love, much too quickly."
She was like a fragile bird resting against him, and Ruark almost feared to move lest she fly away. The soft, delicate peaks of her bosom touched their warmth to him, and, aware that he must soon leave her, he was like a man on the rack. Shanna drew away to light a candle on the bedside commode. Then she knelt back upon her heels to smile at him, her hair cascading in a wild torrent over her naked body. Ruark half groaned, half sighed in longing at the sight of her.
"Lord, you're a witch, a beautiful, sweet witch."
His hand brushed aside the thick curls from her rosy breasts, so his gaze could roam unhindered. Shanna laughed as she raised on her knees, her eyes sparkling with bright, happy, glittering lights. Throwing her arms about his neck, she fell against him in playful abandon.
A witch, am I? Fie upon thee, sir, for taking the best I have to offer, and then calling insults. Is this how you've kept your coins? Plying your manhood through wicked brothels, then claiming you've been cheated? Small white teeth nipped at his ear before she rolled him on his back and raised her fist as if she would lay him lower still. Chuckling, Ruark cringed in mock terror.
"Please, mistress, have pity. I've been sore misused this night."
"Sore misused?" Shanna gasped. "Indeed, knave, you will soon know what misuse is. I'll tear your fickle heart from your bold chest." She tweaked a few hairs of his chest, drawing a quick grimace from him, "and feed it to the crabs. How dare you call me a witch, when little Milly is so simpering, sweet, and willing? I vow 'twill be more than your heart go missing." The strange note of sincerity in Shanna's teasing made Ruark give her a questioning look. But Shanna chuckled wickedly, raking him with a mischievous stare that nearly drew his breath from him and rekindled the fires in his loins. Satisfied with the rapidity of his response, Shanna sat back upon her heels again, A mere glance? Can Milly boast of such? That skinny, flat-bosomed twit tempting the dragon Ruark. Ha! I've seen better matches in my day. Ruark relaxed upon the bed, folding his arm beneath his head. He looked much like the sleek panther her mind had often compared him with. He gave her that slow, careful scrutiny that made her feel devoured.
You're a bold wench, Shanna Beauchamp. Bold enough to tame a dragon.
Ruark stretched out her finger and leisurely traced an imaginary line over the full, swelling curve of her breast, studying her eyes as he travelled the peak, seeing them grow dark and limpid like two bottomless pools staring at him from behind lowered lids. Her soft mouth parted with yearning, and Shanna leaned down to him and kissed his waiting lips, touching her tongue to his. His arms came around her, pulling her lithe body over his, and once again time ceased to be, though on the eastern horizon the sky lightened to a dark blue. Humming a light and airy tune, Shanna almost skipped with glee as she descended the stairs for breakfast. She shocked Berta by greeting the housekeeper with an exuberant hug, and the old woman almost gaped as she stared after her young mistress. It was a rare thing indeed when Shanna appeared before the elder Trahern came from his chambers, and never so cheerfully. Laughter mingled with her words as Shanna dismissed Jason to admit the bondsman John Ruark into the manor. Her face glowed as radiantly as the very sun that shone in the eastern sky. Much bemused, Berta took herself to the back of the house, shaking her head in wonderment as she went. Shanna hardly noticed the woman's confused retreat as she gave Ruark a sprightly curtsy and accepted his warm appraisal as a silent compliment. "You seem to have suffered no ill in your witch hunt, Mr. Ruark." Shanna's eyes scanned him. "No scars? No festering wounds from the witch's fangs?" A rakish grin spread lazily across his mouth. Taking her slender fingers into his, he made a show of examining her long, carefully tended nails, while Shanna watched in amusement.
"Nay, none to be seen, milady. 'Twas only a bit of skin she came away with when she clawed at me."
Shanna tossed her head in a playful scoff and disentangled her hand from his grasp. "You are speaking nonsense, sir. I remember nothing."
"Shall I tell you what you whispered in the dark?"
Ruark interrupted, speaking in a hushed tone as he bent slightly to her. His smile was tantalizing as he gazed down into her wondering, searching eyes. "I said nothing," Shanna began defensively, but she was curious. Had her thoughts betrayed her? Had she spoken some unbidden words?
"You sighed in your sleep. Ruark, Ruark."
A light blush touched her cheeks, and Shanna quickly turned away, not wanting to meet his close perusal. "Come in, Mr. Ruark. I believe I hear Papa coming down the hall, and Mr. Ralston should be here any moment. You'll not have long to wait." Thus dismissing his words, Shanna led him to the dining room, and there, some moments later, greeted her father, brushing a light kiss upon his cheek as Ruark looked on, still as much unable as ever to fathom her moods. Sir Gaylord was a late riser. The conversation at the morning table had been leisurely and well marked with varied opinions of the lumber mill. But he did not make an appearance until well after Ruark and the squire had left to inspect the sawmill being built. So it was that Mr. Ralston, after being coolly bid good day by Shanna, remained the only one to greet the swaggering Englishman as he came into the dining room.
"I say there, 'tis a bit of a balmy day without,"
Gaylord remarked, taking a pinch of snuff and sneezing into his lace handkerchief.
"Mayhaps I should invite the Widow Beauchamp on an outing this morn. No doubt she will be anxious for some gentlemanly companionship after these months of widowhood. Such a lovely young woman. I am endeared to that sweet face."
Ralston folded his accounting books and studied the man. A calculating gleam brightened his dark eyes.
"If I might suggest a bit of caution there, sir. I have known Madam Beauchamp for a considerable part of her life, and she seems to have a natural aversion to most men who come courting her. I can tell you much of her, though I am considered in the ranks of those she detests."
Gaylord dabbed at his sweat-moistened upper lip.
"Then how, my good man, do you propose to help me if you cannot help yourself?"
Ralston's thin mouth almost smiled.
"If you should succeed in wedding the widow with my advice, would you be willing to divide the dowry in return?"
Ralston had guessed rightly. Gaylord was eager to strike up any agreement that would lead toward his gaining riches and re-establishing his family's depleted wealth. The knight was not ill-advised on the Trahern fortune, and he was determined to make the most of it through marriage to the lovely widow, or through dealings with the squire. His inherited shipyard was badly impoverished and needed a goodly amount of coins to set the whole of it right. With Trahern providing the purse, he could share a simple dowry with this man. As gentleman, Gaylord stretched forth his hand, and the bargain was made.
"First of all, I would suggest impressing the squire with your importance at court and your good name," Ralston said. "But you must be warned. If Madam Beauchamp suspects you have taken me as your counsel, all is lost. Even convincing the squire of your merits will not mend that error. So take care, my friend. Take special care in courting the Widow Beauchamp."
Chapter 13. A pair of sea eagles nested on the bluff along the east shore of the island. Shanna had often watched them hang on motionless wings as they rode the currents of air high above the crashing surf. Her spirit soared with them. Even with the renewed assurance that motherhood was not forthcoming, she gave little thought to the consequences of letting Ruark invade her chambers again. Her mind was filled with the pleasurable remembrances of when he had come to her in the deep ebony of night, and tomorrow had ceased to be. She was content to live moment by moment, surrounded by an airy castle of bliss. She was in tune with her world, and she felt an overriding sense of peace and a strange aura of confidence that all was as it should be. The realization that this state was due to Ruark's daily presence in the manor did not seem to disturb her, as it had in the past. She was like a flower, a rose, unfolding under the warm rays of the sun as she bathed in the glow of Ruark's eyes. Nearly a week had passed since his visit to her room. The day had dawned with heavy black clouds threatening to engulf the verdant island in a storm. Standing on her balcony, Shanna contemplated the ominously dark sky, which seemed to press down upon the hills with evil portent. A loud, angry whinny rent the air, and Shanna whirled to find several men in the lane before the manor, struggling to subdue a horse that reared up before them, pawing the air with its forelegs. Even from where she stood, Shanna could see the bloody slashes that marred the glistening reddish-brown coat. Her rage soared at the thought that such a magnificent beast had suffered abuse.
"Here they are. Be careful with the nag. The beast is already sore."
The voice that bellowed was one Shanna had never heard before. but she recognized the garb of the man as being that of seaman. The largest boasted a braided coat, while the other three wore the dress of common tars. "You there!" Shanna called down as she hurried along the veranda. "What is the meaning of this? Have you no ken to the value of that animal? Were you all born on the wooden planks of a deck?" Like a whirlwind, she descended the wide steps, gilded curls bouncing riotously, and approached the four, glaring at them before she turned to the task of calming the mare. Speaking soothingly, she reached out a hand to caress the silken nose of the steed and stroke its shivering sides. Gradually the animal quieted beneath her gentle touch, and condescended to stand still as the men gaped their amazement. They had battled the mare all the way from the village, as she had refused to be led, either by wagon or themselves. The large, bewhiskered man took a step forward and spoke apologetically. "We had a bit of a tiff with the weather after we left the colonies, and the ship was tossed to such a degree that the mare was bruised against the stall we built for her. 'Twas not from ill use, I assure you, Mum." Shanna contemplated the man and decided he spoke the truth. "What is your name, sir? And for what purpose have you brought the animal here?" He gave a quick bob of his head. "Captain Roberts at your service, Mum, of the Virginia Company. Captain Beauchamp bade me see the mare safely to Squire Trahern or his daughter in return for their generous hospitality while he was here. Might you be the widow Beauchamp?" Shanna nodded. "I am." The captain fished in his coat, withdrawing a sealed letter which he handed to her. "This be for you, Mum, from Captain Beauchamp." Accepting the packet, Shanna gazed a moment at the wax seal bearing an elaborate bee. She was overwhelmed by Captain Beauchamp's generosity, for this was no pauper's gift he had sent. She had long ago learned of horses and their value. The broad but tapering head of the mare, the large expressive eyes, and the gracefully arched neck bespoke Arabian blood, and as she read the letter, Shanna was assured of this, for Nathaniel had detailed the bloodline. The mare was as worthy a steed as Attila, and no doubt would produce good foals if bred to the stallion. The note went on to reassure her that the Beauchamps were happily anticipating their visit, and Nathaniel expressed his hopes that nothing would delay their journey, for he predicted it to be a colourful autumn this year. "We had no one to tend the beastie's wounds, Mum," Captain Roberts explained, mistaking her slight frown of bemusement. "Oh, no matter," Shanna replied slowly. "There is a man here on the island who has a knack for that sort of thing." A young lad, perhaps 10, stepped forward from where he had been staying out of harm's way and juggled a large bundle around in his arms so that he could yank at the captain's coat-tail. "Where am I to take this, sir?" he questioned, holding forth the hide-wrapped bundle. "Mum." The captain looked to Shanna again. "Do you know where the lad might find a Mr. John Ruark?" Shanna responded in surprise. "I'm not sure. He might be working at the sawmill, but he has a cottage behind the manor. Can I help you?" "This here thing," the man gestured to the package, "be for him. Can we leave it at his house?" "Aye." Shanna pointed toward the back. "There's a path through the trees after you pass the manor. Follow it around. 'Tis the large cottage beyond the others." As the men left, Shanna affectionately rubbed her cheek against the mare's muzzle, pleased with the gift. "Jezebel, the Beauchamps have named you?" "Aye, and you shall surely tempt my Attila, for nowhere on this isle is there so fine a filly. But I must fetch Ruark to care for you, for I'd not trust another to tend you."
My dragon has a way with ladies, she whispered, smiling wistfully. I know you will like him. Inquiring at the village store on Ruark's whereabouts, Shanna drew a shrug from Mr. McLeod.
Don't know, lass. He was here early this morning to order some supplies, but I haven't laid my eyes upon him since. Have you checked the sawmill?
At the building site, Shanna received the same unknowing answer.
Seems there was something doing at the brewing house, and he was needed.
Yet even there, none could say where Mr. Ruark had gone after leaving. Finally, late that afternoon, Shanna gave up the fruitless chase and returned to the manor. Her father had returned, and Sir Billingsham had engaged him in a discussion of shipyards. Hearing the man's voice, Shanna cautiously made her way across the entrance hall, but the squeaking of the front door had alerted Gaylord, and he hailed for her to wait. He was insistent that she join them in the drawing-room, and would not accept her excuse of wanting to change for dinner, firmly declaring she was ravishing enough. Silently, Shanna cursed her luck, but nodded and smiled lamely, letting the man lead her across the hall. It was the most boring evening she ever spent in her life, for the man seemed incapable of discussing anything but his family's aristocracy, and even had the nerve to point out to her father the advantages his good name would lend to the Trahern fortune. It was some time after the meal was concluded before Shanna managed to escape to her chambers, where she immediately ordered a bath and slipped out of her riding habit, dismissing Hergus for the night after the bed covers were turned down and her sleeping gown laid out. Sinking into the steaming water, Shanna leaned back in the ornate porcelain tub and languidly sponged her creamy shoulder. Curling tendrils of hair dangled coyly from the luxuriant mass secured with combs on top of her head. The heat of the bath caused her cheeks to bloom with a rosy colour, brightening the sea-green eyes beneath their ebony lashes. But in the midst of this comfort, the softly curving mouth showed a petulant pout, and as she caught her reflection in the tall mirror which stood behind a chair, Shanna made a face at herself, wrinkling the slim, lovely nose in aggravation. First, her failure to find Ruark, then his absence from dinner had left her in a fitful mood. His mere presence at the table put monotony to flight, and she had felt somehow deserted. Of late, there was little enough left of her privacy outside her chambers to have even a word with him, for Gaylord seemed to send her out like a hound after a bitch in heat. The night was forever taking her arm, and she was becoming increasingly aware of Ruark's displeasure over this event. Seeing his growing scowl, she would disdainfully set Gaylord's hands from her, but the night was persistent and would not be put off easily. Shanna closed her eyes and rested her head back against the tub's tall rim, letting the warm bath ease her tensions. It was rare now to go a full day without even glimpsing Ruark, though he was usually in demand wherever a problem was to be solved, or an easier way to be found. Somehow, her day did not seem complete. The silken draperies behind her rustled with the stir of evening breezes. It was a warm, gentle night, with the heady fragrance of frangipani scenting the air. The threat of a storm had subsided after only a light sprinkling, just enough to season the night air with a heightened aroma of freshness mingled with the smell of flowers. From afar, the shrill, repetitious song of a tree frog mixed with the sounds of night. The clock in her room daintily chimed in the 10th hour, and at its last note, a new melody began, one Shanna had never heard before in her chambers. Her eyes flew open with a start, and immediately saw the source,
a rather large music box which had been placed on a table near her. And in the chaise beside it, Ruark reclined comfortably, a gracious smile on his handsome lips, his long legs stretched out before him, and casually crossed at the ankles. Shanna sat upright in the tub, staring at him in amazement. A quick glance about the room indicated that he had made himself at home. His hat was tossed upon the bed, with his shirt beside it, leaving only the brief breeches to clothe his brown torso. A nod accompanied his greeting.
"Good evening, love. And thank you."
His eyes dipped briefly to her wet, glistening breasts. "You have no propriety," Shanna railed above the tinkling melody. But beneath his calm regard, she settled herself to continue less harshly, as if only mildly injured. "You invade a lady's private bath and advantage yourself with unsuspected peepery." Ruark grinned in exceptional humour.
"I do but exercise my spousely rights, Shanna. 'Tis an occurrence that happens so rarely that I am indeed much disadvantaged. While other husbands nightly view their treasures, I, for the greater part, must rely on recall, even then harshly reining my desire to my will, for I cannot oft seek relief from that which pains me."
"You rant of nonsense, Ruark." Shanna rinsed herself slowly with the sponge, noting that his eyes followed closely where her hands led. "Have I not been more than kind to your whimsy?" She taunted him subtly, lolling back in the tub and raising her arms so that trickles of water traced down their long, slim length, then raced in runnels across her round breasts. His eyes devoured her every movement, the heat of them scorching her wherever they touched. Wickedly, Shanna reached for a towel to shut off his view, knowing full well that she tested his starved appetite. "It strikes me, Mr. Beauchamp, that you must surely have some reason to risk my chambers at this hour," she said offhandedly as she patted at her arm with the end of the towel. His hand swept toward the music box.
"I brought you a gift."
Shanna smiled coyly. "Thank you, Ruark." Then a thought struck her. "Is that from the colonies?"
"I begged a favour of Captain Beauchamp to see it purchased and sent," Ruark replied. "Do you like it?"
Shanna listened for a space before she recognized the tune as the same one she had heard on the Marguerite. I like it very much." She watched his fingers close the lid, shutting off the melody, and raised her gaze innocently. "Could there be another reason you came to my chambers, Mr. Beauchamp?" A slow, tantalizing smile spread across his lips, and his eyes raked her.
"I was informed you asked about me across the island, and I could find no cause for such urgency, save one."
His white teeth gleamed in a quick grin.
"Thus it was, though the hour was late, I hastened here at the first opportunity to assure you that I had not fled in the face of fatherhood."
For a brief moment, Shanna dried herself, letting this sink in. Then she understood what he had said. "Cad! Viper!" she snapped. "Pompous fool!" Her hand searched in the water. "Do you think I would banter that about the island?" The dripping sponge was raised to throw. "Ah!" Ruark grinned evilly and wagged a finger at her.
"Have a care, Shanna. Hergus would not approve of the mess."
"Oh!" Shanna moaned, her teeth clenched in frustration. The sponge was thrust deep beneath the surface and held as if she were choking it. The towel began to move away from her, and Shanna looked up to find Ruark
pulling slowly at the other end. She clutched at the cloth, trying to hold it to her, but it was relentlessly drawn away, leaving her nothing but her hands with which to cover her bosom. Her best attempt at that only aggravated the situation, pressing the delicious fullness to even more enticing display. Ruark raised himself from his chair and came toward her, his eyes like two glowing coals as they burned into her, locking and holding her gaze. He stood above her, towering tall like some bronze, half-naked savage. The room was silent but for the slow ticking of the clock. The play of shadows in bold relief upon his torso fascinated her, and her eyes wandered slowly down the long, corded veins that stood out in his arms. Ruark leaned down until his elbow rested on the edge of the tub. His finger trailed in the water, and the passion in his gaze was as naked as his chest. It fanned the sleeping fires in her own blood. His forefinger entered the deep harbour between her breasts and traced lazily across the beaches they formed, and then moved inland along her shoulder and around the base of her slim white throat. His voice came soft, husky, almost a whisper. "Must I ever woo you, Shanna, as if you were some untainted virgin child, destroying your fortress stone by stone, tearing down your walls of resistance until you yield to that which is inevitable? You plead widowhood so dearly, and then surrender to me with a passion that rends the roots of my very sanity." Beneath his touch, Shanna nearly quaked. His finger travelled across her, searing the ends of her nerves until she ached to be drawn to him. Her lips were parted with her rapid breathing, her eyes half closed as his face drew near. She waited in anticipation of his kiss. Then his finger dipped again into the water and touched her nose, leaving a large drop trembling at its tip. Ruark straightened and stood back a pace, chuckling at the bemusement in her face. Shanna struggled to raise herself in the tub, and thrusting out her bottom lip, huffed the droplet from the end of her nose. When finally she sat upright, she glared at him and spoke half chiding, half ruefully. "You're a beast, Ruark Beauchamp." "I love a beast."
"A dragon. One of the most irksome sort."
"I love a dragon."
Shanna stared at him, then a delicious grin broke upon her lips. "And I am a witch."
"I love a witch."
His smile was slightly broader. "And I will someday take your heart from you."
"That, love, you already have." Shanna lowered her eyes, at once confused and embarrassed. "Come, witch." Ruark's voice was soft but rich with laughter. "Out of your kettle and dry yourself." Handing her the towel, Ruark waited close beside the tub. Beneath his warm regard, Shanna rose and wrapped the linen securely about her, tucking the end down between her breasts. Casually, he offered his hand to assist her in stepping from the bath. He followed her to the dressing table, warmly admiring the gentle swing of her hips beneath the linen cloth. "Why were you looking for me, my love?" Ruark inquired, meeting her eyes in the mirror as she brushed out her long hair. Remembering Jezebel, Shanna turned excitedly and caught his thin fingers. "Oh, Ruark! Captain Beauchamp has given me the most marvellous gift. A beautiful mare, but she's been abused and needs attention." Ruark's eyebrows lifted in surprise. "Abused?" "Captain Robert said there was a storm at sea, and she was tossed about dreadfully. I instructed the stable boy to do what he could until you came." The blue-green eyes begged him. "Oh, Ruark, you will see her made better, won't you, for me?"
please.
Ruark stretched out his free hand to stroke the gilded locks, and his eyes were soft and caressing.
Do you like her so much, Shanna?
Aye, Ruark, I do. Very much.
I will do what I can for her,
He smiled.
You know that I am your most ardent slave.
Shanna tossed away his hand in rebuff of his tender jibe and faced the mirror again. What if you were free? She questioned under his perusal. Would you say me yea or nay? Would you be gone from here, seeking your fortune somewhere else?
What great treasures can tear me from your side, my love?
He spoke in a teasing vein as he played with a captured curl.
Would I ever leave you? What madness would see me to that end?
Ah, love, do you not ken? His eyes glowed into hers.
You are my treasure, the rare jewel of my desires.
Shanna pouted, throwing the brush aside. You jest, Ruark, and I would know the truth.
The truth, milady?
Ruark swept a bow before her mirrored image, then grinned.
Milady should herself remember the vows spoken before the altar. I am pledged to you until my dying breath.
Flinging her lustrous mane with a flick of her arm, Shanna flounced off the velvet bench and strode across the room beneath his regard. She was not unaware of the effect her nearly naked state had on him. The linen towel was very accommodating, meagerly covering her breasts and displaying the full length of her long, shapely legs for his pleasure. Her movements were slow and languid, graceful and flowing, as she punished him severely for his impertinence in reminding her of her vows. How you love to taunt me about that. You smirk and posture in my chambers as if you owned more in this world than that foolish garb you used to cover your loins.
If I be a pauper, madam, then you are indeed a pauper's wife,
Ruark pointed out with a chuckle. You are a rutting rake who uses any flimsy pretext to invade my rooms, Shanna retorted. And to silence you, I must submit lest I find my secret prated about like common knowledge. There is a name for you, sir. A blackguard. One who would use a lady so is not worthy to be hanged. Ruark paced forward with measured tread, a slow, hypnotic grin stretching across his lips. Shanna backed away, aware of his stalking her, and tried to keep the distance between them open.
Madam, I must admit I would seek you out on any excuse, but a rutting rake... Surely my life of late should be compared to something more monkish.
Ha! Shanna scoffed. She gasped and twisted away as he lunged forward. Ruark's sweeping arm caught nothing more than the air, though the fragrance of her warm body and the scent of her dampened hair filled his nostrils and clouded his mind. He was undaunted and came after her. Attempting to evade him, Shanna darted behind the long chaise, trailing behind a fluid sound of musical laughter not unlike the chuckling burble of a swift mountain brook. Safe for the moment was the lounge between them. Shanna made a comic face at him, but her eyes spoke volumes as they sparkled in coquettish witchery, half challenging, half beckoning him. His eyes flared in answer as he stepped onto the chaise, showing her that it formed no barrier between them. Giggling, Shanna retreated behind a small marble-topped table, seeking whatever shelter it might offer her. "Ruark, control yourself," she admonished, and tried to sound stern. "I would have this out, once and for all."
"Oh, we will have it out, madam,"
he assured her, and grasped the edge of the table, moving it aside and proving it no obstacle to his advance. The wall halted Shanna's retreat, and she glanced around frantically. To her left was the bed. Certainly no haven there. To her right, screened by the silken draperies, were the open doors to her balcony. Ruark was as quick, and his hand caught the top of the towel. Then the curtains were flung into his face. When the drapes stilled, he found himself holding what he had caught, the empty towel. He almost gloated as he mused on Shanna's consternation at being trapped naked on the open balcony. A small furtive movement at the far end of the draperies caught his eye, and he cautiously took a place there to capture her should she try to re-enter. He had no more than settled in his stance when the silk billowed heavily where he had stood only a moment before. With a quick flash of bare skin, Shanna ran in, raced to the bed, threw herself upon it, rolled, and came to her feet on the far side with the gown in her hand. She thrust her arms high, letting the garment fall down over her head, and with a quick wiggle slipped her arms free again. The shortened gown caught on her bosom, and she snatched it down, letting it fall. But its flight downward was halted, for Ruark's hands already rested on her waist. He pressed her naked hips against him, letting her feel the rising fullness of his manhood against her. Of a sudden, their playfulness was gone. Their eyes were locked together, and their pulses quickened. Ruark's head lowered as her arms came around his neck, and their lips joined their bodies in a mutual, crushing embrace that forged them together and plucked them as one into a private world of consuming passion. Time stood still, and the moment seemed to drag blissfully on, until it shattered like a crystal goblet with a sudden knocking at her chamber door.
"Shanna!"
Olin Trahern's question came softly.
"Are you awake, child?"
Her voice was thick and husky, with what might have been sleep as she replied, snatching away from Ruark. "One moment, please, Papa." Shanna cast her eyes wildly about the room, as if seeking some escape from this predicament. Ruark rested his hand upon her shoulder, and with a finger to his lips, bid her to silence. He pointed to the bed, and with his hand to her rump, pushed her toward it. When Shanna turned to stare at him again, he was gone. Like a soundless rush of wind, he had left the room. The drapes stilled after his passing, and Shanna settled herself upon the bed, pulling the covers high up under her chin. "Come in, Papa," she called. Shanna waited, listening to the click of the latch and her father's steps in the outer sitting room. Then in horror, she realized Ruark's hat and shirt were still on the foot of her bed. Quickly, she snatched them beneath the sheets, and when the squire entered the bedchamber, Shanna had retrieved the covers under her chin.
"Good evening, child."
He tried to soften his usually gruff voice.
"I trust I have not disturbed you unduly."
"No, Papa." She gave a trembling yawn and stated truthfully, "I was not really asleep." The elder Trahern patted the edge of the bed, then lowered his bulk upon it, as Shanna moved over, making room for him to sit. The squire plucked a grape from a bedside dish and chewed on it for a thoughtful moment.
"You seem to enjoy being home again,"
he half questioned, almost hesitantly. "Most surely, Papa," Shanna reassured him with a wide smile. For the present, she seemed on safe ground. "I'm afraid that, like you, I was never meant to prance and posture in the courts, and I value the gentler ways and freedom of this island much more than pomp and splendour." Orland's chest rumbled with his version of a chuckle, and he reached out a huge paw to cover her dainty hand.
"I never could stand those milk-white maids with their mincing ways. And like your mother, you are more beautiful, with the colour of the sun on your cheek and in your hair. Indeed, in my eyes you grow more lovely with each passing day, and I've found to my surprise that you have a mind and a will of your own. But there is that which I cannot explain. There is almost a wifely manner about you lately."
Shanna blushed and lowered her eyes, suddenly afraid that he might guess the truth. What had Ruark done to her that even her father could see the difference? To herself, she was the same as she had always been, and it came as something of a shock that anyone would see her changed. "Do not worry, Papa." Shanna wondered if Ruark had left the balcony or still lingered there. "'Tis quite unlikely that my husband could have affected me much in our brief days together." Her father fixed her with a baleful eye.
"Do you know that you have affected Sir Gaylord sorely?"
Shanna froze.
"He has been mewling about all afternoon, and finally after you left the table, he made so bold as to petition me for your hand."
Orlan read the sudden, startled look in Shanna's eyes and hurried to allay her fears.
"I told him the first condition he must meet was to win your approval. So do not fret, daughter. I promised your mother that I would find you a worthy husband, and I shall not yield on that account."
Then it was Trahern's time to lower his eyes, and he rubbed his palm awkwardly on a buckled shoe. "There is something that troubles you, Papa?" Shanna asked in awe, for she had never seen her father so much at odds before.
"Aye, much that has troubled me for some time."
Shanna's heart went out to this large man, whose words came with painful slowness.
"I have, for my own ends, brought upon you some pain and sorrow. This was never my intent."
He looked straight at her, and his shoulders seemed to hunch about his thick neck.
"I am old, Shanna child, and getting older."
He raised a hand to still her protest.
"I have a strong need to see my dynasty continued with a flock of bouncing babes."
The chuckle rumbled again.
"A dozen or so if you would meet my mark. But I am moved to believe that whatever wisdom guides our fates, we'll see to that in all good time. I defer to your choice, as I have found no man worthy of your hand. I will press the matter no further, and I bid you seek out your husband, wherever you would find him."
"I understand, Papa." Shanna spoke with love heavy in her heart. "And I thank you very much for your understanding." For a long moment, Trahern stared at his daughter, and then gave a single loud sniff before he rose to stand where his face would be hidden in the dark shadow.
"Enough of this chatter," he said gruffly. "I've kept you awake beyond your hour."
The minute dragged out until Shanna spoke, her voice tiny like a small child's. "Good night, Papa." And as Trahern turned to leave, he barely heard her continue. "I love you." There was no answer, only another loud snort before his footsteps hastened through the sitting room and the door closed gently behind him. Shanna stared in the shadows, her eyes unusually moist, her mind lost within itself. It was a long time before she lifted her gaze and found Ruark standing at the foot of her bed, gazing down at her, an odd half-smile twisting his lips. "You heard?" Her inquiry was barely audible.
"Aye, love."
Shanna sat up in bed and hugged her knees, resting her head upon them. Wistfully she sighed. "I never realized he was so lonely." It was a giant step from self-centered youth into caring adulthood and awareness of others. The transition was great and painful, and Ruark remained silent, letting her take it at her own speed. Shanna weltered in the depths of her newfound maturity. It was a new experience, and not all unpleasant. She was assured her father loved her, and that knowledge warmed her heart. Yet beneath it burned the memories of harsh arguments and the sting of his angered words, spurring on her own stubborn willfulness. Her vision of a handsome lord kneeling to beg her hand was suddenly trite and childish. Beneath the attack of reality, it faded slowly from her mind. A blur of faces flew before her mind, hauntingly vague and nondescript. They all faded before the memory of her father sitting at her bedside, lonely and apologetic. His tirades had only stirred her determination the more, but this almost humble declaration bound her more firmly to his desires. He wanted her married and with babes. And who would she choose? Sir Gaylord, a foppish caricature of her envisioned knight? In the shadows behind him, another figure stood, dark and mysterious. There her peace dissolved like snow beneath spring's pelting rains, and her mind struggled to grasp the significance of her unrest. Slowly Shanna lifted her gaze to Ruark, her dragon. Had he snatched away the quiet spirit of her soul? Ruark had wandered aimlessly about her chamber, pausing to run a finger along the edge of her dressing table, whereupon lay her brushes and combs, her powders and perfumes. The outward substance of a woman, he mused silently. Soft hair, beauty, tantalizing scents. But how much more fascinating was the underlying person? The quicksilver moods, responsive to her world, the whimsical wit, quick to humour and as quick to anger, the softness of her body and the unsuspected strength when the demand was made, the incredible warmth of her caresses, and the bliss of her lips on his. He turned, and his eyes went to Shanna, where she sat, huddled on the bed, lost in thought. She seemed so small and defenceless, yet he knew if challenged, she could rise with determination and stand forth with a fury that would dim the rage of a wounded tiger. At the moment, she was soft beauty in repose, and he longed to give her some bit of wisdom that would calm the turmoil of her mind. He said, "I'm free to choose my own husband when I will," Shanna murmured, and Ruark realized she watched him too. "What am I to do with you?" Ruark came to stand at the foot of her bed.
"I have no wish to seek the hangman out, Shanna, but I find little to fear of the truth."
"Well enough for you to say." Shanna was irked that he should take the matter so lightly. "But I might yet find myself the bride of some popinjay if my father is angered again."
Ruark laughed caustically. "Madam, if the truth is out, you will find yourself well wed, and most assuredly with husband me. Thus, until my neck is stretched, you need have no fear of other men. Indeed, if my services are of value to your father, he might extend my debt to the cost of barristers and a defence."
Ruark leaned forward and grinned wickedly.
"Consider this, my love. It could well be my game to get you with child, that your father might not be disposed to see his heirs the offspring of a hanged man."
"How can you suggest such a thing?" Shanna gasped in astonishment. Her rage flared as bright as a bolt of lightning across a darkened sky. "You're a vile rogue, a cad, a thrice-damned, bloody, half-witted gutter-snipe."
"Ah, love, your endearments bestir me," Ruark taunted. "I can only note your pleas in the dungeon were more gentle. and you saw your cause so dire that you would yield your maidenhood to see a better end.
Vulgar, unsired son of a fishmonger!
Shanna railed, her face crimson as she pounded the sheets with her fists. Her burgeoning tirade dwindled to a spluttering search for further epithets. This was unusual in itself, for Shanna had, in her youth, been exposed to the coarse language of seamen and other labourers, and could, upon proper incentive, tinge the air with a shower of phrases the like of which the meanest urchin would envy. Ruark leaned closer, and his own rage and frustration began to show. "And now, would you have me as your pocket paramour, Shanna?" he sneered. "To be hidden in your chambers from the world, and denied the right to stand beside you in the light of day? You decry your fate should all be known, and bemoan some fancied punishment, but I, madam, have more to lose. Even so, were it my choice to face your father as your husband, or hide in the dark corners of your boudoir, madam, I can assure you I would rather be your spouse, honoured, loved, cherished for all the world to see." Ruark turned aside, and his voice was bitter. "Were there more to gain, other than my death and your undying hatred, I would seek out your father this moment and claim my rights, putting an end to this mockery."
Mockery?
Shanna's voice was ragged with emotion.
Is it mockery, then, that I sought to avoid a life with some doddering count or baron? A mockery that I want to share a life with a man of my own choosing? Is it mockery that I want more than that in life?
Her tone took on an accusing snarl.
"Yea, you mock me, when I only seek to live out my days with some hope of happiness."
"And you are certain that life with me would bear no happiness?" Ruark stared at her, waiting for her answer.
"The wife of a bond slave?" Shanna was incredulous. "You could not afford one of my gowns."
His scowl was dark, brooding. "'Twould not be so for long,"
Shanna scoffed. "Aye, your neck would soon be lengthened beyond your endurance. Then I would truly be a widow."
"If I believe you, then I must abandon all hope." Ruark gave her a wry smile. "Your pardon, madam, if I continue as you did, to seek a better end than fate would indicate."
"You test me with your inane bravado."
Shanna's tone was hard, but she could not meet his eyes.
"And you tire me with your theories."
She lay back on the pillows with a sigh, turning her face away from him. "Of course, my lady," Ruark spoke with exaggerated concern. "If you would be so kind. My shirt and hat. I value my meagre garb, since 'tis all that belongs to John Ruark." Petulantly, Shanna reached beneath the sheets and flung the shirt to him without a word. She had more difficulty locating the hat. Then, as a look of dawning flooded her countenance, she raised her hips from the bed and drew the hat from beneath her. She sailed it toward him and, with a flounce, presented her back. Ruark caught his hat and surveyed its flattened form for a long moment, before he swept it across his chest in a stiff bow. "Your leave, my lady," he jeered. "I shall not bore you further with my woes." Shanna lay still, listening for the sound of his departure. Finally she rolled onto her back to see what delayed him, and was amazed that she was alone. Dismally, Shanna stared into the empty shadows. An ache began to grow within her chest, seeming to erode her very soul. Suddenly she wanted to call Ruark back.
Even their battles held more joy than the painful void she now was lost in. There was no happiness in the world. It was cruel and cold, holding no warmth to ease the chill in her heart. Her lips trembled, and tears blurred her vision. With an agonized cry, she buried her face into the pillow, and like a child sobbed and beat the bed with clenched fists to shut out the loneliness that sucked her down into a blackened pit of despair. "Oh, God!" she moaned in abject misery and whispered plaintively, "Please." But even as she prayed, Shanna could not name for what she asked. She shook her head, struggling against the sudden, overwhelming depression. Groaning, she threw herself from the bed and snatched a long white robe from the armoire. Her chambers had ceased to be a haven, and like a displaced wraith, she prowled the furthermost corners of the manor, seeking some ease for her troubled spirit. But nowhere in the darkened rooms did she find what she wanted. Listlessly she wandered down the stairs and paused beside the drawing-room door, standing uncertainly as her father glanced up from his papers.
"Shanna!"
His tone held a note of surprise.
"What be you about, child? I was about to retire."
"I thought to take a stroll through the gardens, Papa," she replied softly, finally meeting his concerned frown. "I'll return shortly. No need for you to wait up." Trahern watched his daughter move away from the door, and then waited in the silence of the house as her bare feet padded across the marble floor. The front portal opened, then closed, and stillness returned. Sighing heavily, Orlan heaved his large bulk up from the chair and slowly made his way to his chambers. Shanna stood on the lawn, enshrouded in the night. Stars peeked through the drifting shreds of clouds, and the moon made a brief appearance before hiding its silvered face behind a lacy fan of vapours. Shanna meandered through the trees, a deep voice husky with passion, and amber eyes haunting each path she took. She had come a distance from the mansion and was passing near the stables when she heard a neigh from within the stables and moved in the darkness toward the sound, scuffing her small feet against the dew-dampened grass. A light shone from the stables. Drawing near the door, she heard Ruark's voice, low and gentle, soothing the mare. Shanna's mood lifted. Pausing in the open portal, she saw his profile etched in the glow of the lantern. His dark brows were drawn downward in a heavy scowl, blunting the straight, thin nose, and in the sharp line of his jaw, a muscle twitched angrily. Still, his long, agile fingers tended the mare's bruises and scrapes with the same gentle touch that Shanna herself had often responded to. The horse snorted and nudged her muzzle against his shoulder familiarly, and in a distracted manner, Ruark reached up to caress her silken nose. "Not now, Jezebel," he admonished. Shanna's whole awareness perked at his use of the steed's name. She had not mentioned it to him. "How came you to know her name?" Ruark straightened, his eyes searching the ebony blackness behind the lanterns. He stood wiping his hands as Shanna came forward, his gaze casually caressing her, as if the robe did not exist. "Her name?" He waited for Shanna's nod before he shrugged. "The boy, Ellet." Oh, the voice had lost its challenge. Shanna glanced around, wondering where the stable boy had gone. Ruark threw his thumb over his shoulder toward the tack room. "His usefulness lies in cleaning and grooming, not in healing. I sent him to bed." Shanna folded her hands behind her back, letting her eyes roam about the stables, unable to meet Ruark's open stare. "What is that?" She nodded toward a small wooden bowl that held a rather noxious concoction. Ruark briefly followed her gaze, then returned his regard to her. His reply was clipped and curt. "Herbs and rum, in warm tallow. Cleans the sores and seals them."
"Oh."
Again, he barely heard her. After a moment of continued silence, Ruark returned to his labours, dipping his fingers in the odious mixture. Behind his back, lying on a tall stool, Shanna espied the crushed circle of straw that had of late represented his hat. Lifting it, she took its place, drawing up her bare feet to rest them on the top rung. She slowly turned the ruined headpiece around in her hands. "I'm sorry about your hat, Ruark. I didn't mean to destroy it," she ventured, fighting the heavy quietness that had descended upon the stables. Ruark grunted his reply without pausing in his ministrations to the mare. "It was a company gift. I have another." Shanna was a trifle piqued at his rude manner and retorted tersely, "On the morrow, I shall leave a shilling for its cost by your plate." Ruark's laughter was quick and stung as much. "A turnabout, indeed, madam, that you should pay me for damage done in your bed." "Blast it, Ruark!" Shanna began angrily, and her tone brought his gaze around to fix on her. Her flaring rage quelled under the calm golden stare, and lowering her eyes, Shanna continued on a softer note. "I am sorry, Ruark, about everything. It has never been my intent to hurt you." Ruark stood beside the mare and stirred absently in the bowl with his finger. "In your good intentions, madam, you have never failed to strike me where it hurts the most." He smiled wryly. "If you will, my love, ask any of your suitors and they no doubt will agree. The slightest blow from you bloodies the spirit." Shanna protested. "And were your own words so tender, my lord? You do berate me sorely, though I've given much more to the bargain than was ever agreed upon." "Damn the bargain!" Ruark growled. In exasperation, he went back to the mare and began to smear his poultice along a welt below the beast's neck. "Do you think that contents me now?" he questioned brusquely over his shoulder. "I was a man condemned, the hours left to me few. The agreement brought sweet respite, and I could ease my mind anticipating the consummation of it." He laughed shortly. "What more did I dare hope for?" The stilted silence that followed made Shanna crane her neck in an effort to see him, but with the deep shadows in the stall she could not. Fetching herself one of the lighted lanterns and climbing up the boards beside him in the next stall, she draped her arms over the top board, holding the light for him. Ruark accepted her service and issued no comment or notice until he finished where he was and moved to dress a wound on the steed's rear leg. He hunkered on his heels, almost between the hooves, then gestured with the bowl. "Over that way a bit," he said over his shoulder. As Shanna shifted the lamp, he said, "There, that's right." At the first touch of the unctuous stuff, Jezebel snorted and began to prance, startling Shanna, and she gasped, "Ruark, be careful!" He only reached up a hand and patted the mare's flank, speaking in a soft, soothing tone. "Easy, girl. Easy now, Jezebel." The horse stilled, but when Ruark again touched the poultice to the gash, the mare snorted and half reared, her hooves swinging perilously close to Ruark's head. "Will you get back?" Shanna commanded sharply, angry with his recklessness. Ruark glanced up over his shoulder. "She'll be all right, Shanna. 'Tis only a deeper cut than the rest. It smarts at first, but 'twill soon ease the pain of it much."
Shanna nearly groaned. "Oh, you dolt!" She gnashed her teeth at him. "Get out from beneath her hooves!" Ruark slapped a last handful of the mixture on the mare's leg, and then ducked hastily to avoid her thrashing hoofs. He set the bull high on a timber and left the stall, closing the gate behind him. Leaning against a post, he stared back at Shanna, a grin spreading across his handsome face.
"Blimey, love," he mimicked. "Have you come to be so fond of me, then?"
"Aye, as I care for all fools and children," Shanna snapped testily, stepping down from the boards. "'Tis a wonder your guardian angel has not collapsed from overwork for all the care you give."
"Of course, my lady."
Ruark switched to a stilted, schooled speech akin to Sir Billingsham's.
"But what a perfectly marvellous job the good chap's done till now, eh, what?"
Shanna could not repress a smile at his foolery. In passing him, she gave him the lantern and returned to the stool, propping her feet high again. Ruark set the lamp on a shelf and began to wash his hands in a bucket beneath, using large amounts of soft soap from a crock. In some fascination, Shanna studied the play of muscles across his naked back until he turned to regard her, accepting his perusal, but hastily shifting her own away, lest he mistake it for a deeper passion.
"Am I a fool to hope you no longer wish my death, Shanna?"
He smiled. Shanna gaped back at him with widened eyes. "I never longed for such," she defended tartly. "How can you think it?"
"The bargain,"
he began, but Shanna's reply came swiftly in echo of his. "Damn the bargain!" Ruark chuckled softly and stepped toward her.
"Have you not said you loathed me, love?" he taunted gently, eyeing her closely.
"And when have you ever said you loved me?" Shanna retorted. "What manner have you bestowed upon my heart?" She flung out a hand, and the violence of the gesture warned Ruark to keep his distance. "I have had lords aplenty, princes by the score, and feverish rakes, all pleading for my hand, or at the very least, a most singular favour. They plied me with tender words meant to stir my heart or make me know that I was wanted, even admired. But what of you? Where are those words that would nourish my woman's vanity? Have you once just held my hand and told me that I was—" She shrugged and spread her hands in a questioning gesture. "Pretty? Graceful? Warm or gracious? Soft or lovely? Nay, you ply me ever with arguments, like a nagging child seeking a bite of sweets." Ruark laughed, tossed the towel to a peg, then paused to ponder for a moment. When he continued, he addressed her like an orator before Parliament, striding back and forth, arguing his case and accenting his statements with flourishes of his hands like a learned barrister. "Madam, you most surely speak the truth. But I, for one," he softened his voice and tapped his chest with a finger, "have never been wont to question the method of success. Where are those mincing fops and drooling lads? Name me one who has not fled holding the halves of his heart together by dint of will." He leaned forward, and his voice was almost a whisper. "The favour you extended was mine alone to sample, Shanna, my love." He straightened and considered the back of his hand for a moment. "Of course, since then, I cannot vouch." Shanna was outraged at his suggestion. "You know no other has been where you have." Ruark met her stare with anger in his own. "There is one of late
who seems to attract you overmuch." Shanna shook her head. "And fondles you?"
"He but took my arm," she denied, wondering at Ruark's sudden venom.
"And ogles you, as if he possessed you beyond the common lot."
"Sir Gaylord?"
Shanna giggled at the sheer ludicrousness of his charges.
"But he's just
She paused, and her gaze became incredulous.
"Why, Ruark, you're jealous."
"Jealous?" His look of surprise ebbed to one of pained realization. He dropped his eyes and scuffed the straw beneath his feet. "Jealous? I?" His voice was so low that she barely understood his words. "Of any man who stands beside you openly in public and touches so much as one soft curl and looks at you when I may not, while I must strangle dead the slightest show of yearning for you." He whirled suddenly with fierce determination. "You speak of tender words." His lips were strained and tight. "My tongue has formed them by the thousands, while I lie alone in my bed at night, half feeling the warmth of you beside me. There, unspoken, they writhe and twist beneath my flesh until good anger smothers them. Still, the arguments were there and always between us, burning to be spoken. And speak I did, trading away the softer terms of love for that which was ignored, though obvious. I found no time to speak them, though they were ever in my mind."
"Then speak them now," Shanna bubbled gaily. "Come on," she urged against his reluctance. "Pretend that I am a high-born lady."
She straightened. Raising her nose appropriately, she brought her arms beneath her heavy mass of hair, lifted it to a momentary towering edifice, then let it fall to an even more glorious splendor. "And you," she pointed a finger imperiously, "will be my lordly suitor, come to pledge your troth. Let me hear a sampling of your treasured rhymes." Ruark laughed and found his crushed hat, raised its splintered crown, and set it jauntily upon his head. Shanna choked back a giggle at his appearance. "Milady, you look more like a great white stork with 4 wooden spindly legs," Ruark accused, as he eyed her with a roguish grin. Shanna's eyes were animated and full of gaiety as she gathered the bulk of her robe around her and tucked its folds between her knees, unconsciously bringing to his full view dainty ankles, long slim calves, and a good measure of thigh. With a quick jerk, Ruark doffed the hat and held it in both hands before him, like a bond slave suddenly confronted by his master. "As my lady wishes," he murmured. When his voice came again, it was warm and rich, with a texture one could almost feel, and a strength that belied his humble stance. "Oft have I wandered witless in the dark, bemused by a vision of such beauty that my simple mind refused to leave it. 'Tis thee, my love, 'tis thee, whose fair face is ever before me. I have set my feet on many foreign lands, and ventured boldly forth to sample the womanhood thereof. But had I, in my strongest moment, drawn a likeness of that one who could bring me senseless to her feet and set me mumbling in rapturous pleas for the slightest touch of her soft hand, a kind smile, a brief caress, I would most surely have drawn this silken glory that rests upon your head." Ruark raised a hand as if lifting her hair, and let it fall. "And would I add a visage that would haunt me in my loneliness like a nightmare in my dreams, most certainly it would be yours. If beneath my trembling quill a woman's form take shape, it is that one I have known once warm and living in my arms.
and that one which brings me chilled and shaking from the deepest sleep.
Shanna's breast ached, and her eyes were soft and moist, as she heard words that set themselves like tiny, swift-barbed arrows into her flesh.
You are the one whom I fear to meet each day, and yet I cannot wait until I do. I know the pain will come. I know the choking in my throat of the words that are never spoken. I know your beauty and seek it out, though the slightest taste will leave me weak and mindless. I have no other world but you. Your smile is my sun, your eyes my stars, your face my moon, your touch and warm caress my earth and food. Yea, this is Shanna, he whispered, as I have never said before to anyone.
Shanna sat, mesmerized, enthralled by the stirring warmth of his words. As if she came from a daze, she realized he stood close before her. The stool was tall and gave her added height, but still she had to raise her eyes to meet his, which gazed down at her gently. Confused, Shanna could only stare back at him. There was a part of her that yearned to take him to her and return like tender words of love. There was within her, too, that part which reeled beneath the shock of their near discovery a few hours past, and was not yet prepared for surrender, and, indeed, feared the slightest touch from him. And his manner set her at odds with herself, for she had no way of knowing if he spoke from the heart or merely recited some memorized verse he had used oft before. Shielding herself, she took refuge in light-hearted banter. "Good sir, your tongue is smooth, and doth plead your cause worthily. But I am reminded of one who seized the bridle of my mount, and threatened me with anger in his eyes, and of another who plagued me sorely until I yielded myself to his pleasure. Your pardon, my lord, but he does not seem the same as the one who vows me his ideal of womanhood. The words ring falsely when taken in the light of what has passed. I fear this to be but another ploy, designed to please my ear, but somewhat departed from the truth." Ruark's grin was devilish. "I beg milady to hasten in her decision. Your father has spoken of a dozen offspring to please him, and even so young a maid as yourself needs time to accomplish the task." He rested his hands casually alongside her thighs and leaned close to leer into her face. "Do you not think we should be about it?" Shanna carefully lifted his hands and placed them aside. "'Twould no doubt please you should my belly grow with child each winter, and then in spring find me labouring to add another to your house until your proof of potency exceeds the most prolific of the princely heads at court." She turned away, and then back again, to confront him with a further reproof. "But tell me, sir, should I bear you a score or more, by what name shall they be called?" "The choice be yours, my love, and upon your choice will rest the comfort of your conscience." "You are impossible," Shanna chided. "You offer little in the way of solution, and much in the way of confusion." "Then let the problem lie." Ruark was a little put aside by her reasoning. "In time and by the grace of God all will be solved." "You simply refuse to comprehend." Shanna thumped her knees with her fists in frustration. "Why can't you see my plight?" "I understand, perhaps more fully than you realize," he said tenderly. "'Tis the same problem every woman faces, when to give up the dreams of childhood and face the realities of life." He lifted a shining lock of her hair from her shoulder and devoured its luxuriance before he let it fall again. His golden gaze found the sea-hued depth of hers,
and held it in a gentle bond, which roused again the warmth Shanna had felt with his speech of avid admiration. It was like some strange spell he wove around her, and it was a struggle to free herself. "Stand clear of me." Her command was sudden, but it lacked in firm conviction. "Keep your distance, knave. I see through this simple assault. Once again you contrive to toss me on my back and mount me like some horny stag." His lips were close to hers, but Shanna was not yet ready for a quick surrender. She ducked beneath his arm and flew from her perch, finding another on a saddle rack near the door, but remaining ready for further flight. Ruark seemed to discard his intent, and lifting a long-handled wood-tined fork, he began to clean wisps of straw and hay from the stable floor. "Do you really like the mare?" he asked innocently. I do," Shanna replied, keeping a wary eye on his progress. "'Tis a shame she suffered so from the voyage." "'Tis, but she should heal well," Ruark commented. "She is of good stock, that Jezebel." The mare stomped and snorted at the mention of her name. Ruark peered into the mare's stall as if concerned. "She seems to chafe against her pain." He straightened. "What's that?" Unwarily, Shanna turned her head, and as soon as her gaze left him, the fork sailed into the corner. As it clattered down, Shanna found herself swept up in Ruark's arms. She cried out, but not too loudly, lest she wake the stable boy. For the most part, her struggle took place in silence. "Ruark, put me down." She managed to twist herself around until her toes were touching the cobbled floor, but his arm was wrapped around her beneath her robe, and she felt his hand against her bare buttocks. "Behave! This is no place." He laughed against her ear. "For fools and children, you said. If that should mean you love me, I care not for which it be." Shanna wedged her arm between them and clutched the robe at her throat, well aware of her near-nakedness and the familiarity of his hand wandering up her back. "Ruark, you can't. Oh, stop that." He nibbled at her ear, sending a flood of shivers up and down her spine. "Ruark, I tell you we just can't. Not here. Now stop that." Shanna managed to get his hand away, and almost escaped as his grasp loosened for a moment. But Ruark trapped her again as she made to flee. With a sudden heave, Shanna pushed with all her strength. Ruark's heel caught on a loose flagstone, and he sprawled full length backward onto a pile of hay. It was his good fortune that his hand caught her gown, and Shanna found herself pulled down on top of him. Their bare limbs were entangled, her hair wildly tossed about them. For a moment, Shanna struggled to rise as she recognized the fires in her own loins, kindling with the hard flint of his. But with a low chuckle, Ruark rolled with her, imprisoning her beneath him. Her robe had parted. The light night shift strayed upward over her belly. Braced on his elbows above her, Ruark smiled down into her eyes. "So, temptress, I've caught you. Will you change into another form and fly away? Or will you play your siren song until my poor befuddled head shall lose its wit, and I am tossed mindless onto the rocks of this barren shore? My gaze does see a vixen, bold with enchanted form, mermaid eyes and sea-foam breasts, who doth ever lure me on, stirring me beyond my ends. Then crying, nay, 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 she flies and leaves me mewling, like a hungering child for her." Shanna's voice was soft as she gazed into those golden eyes that hypnotized her and slowly sapped her will to resist. "When have I ever tempted you so sorely, then denied your manly lust?" "You are, my love,
the Circe of my dreams, who, when I close my eyes, does make me a rutting swine to slaver at your feet for the merest tidbit of your favour.
If I pain you so, good sir.
Shanna laughed with a warm twinkle in her eyes and plucked a straw from his hair.
Why don't you leave?
Perhaps, when the sawmill is done, I can ply my father for your freedom and your fare to the colonies. Would you then leave me? She was suddenly serious and watched him closely, waiting his answer. Ruark was as serious, and gently smoothed a curl from her brow. "Nay, madam," he whispered, "though you send me 10,000 miles away, and build a wall against my chance return, I would ever like a moth come fluttering to your fires to seek my passion and my pain." Though Shanna had thought to feel provoked with his sure denial, instead there came a warming deep within her, and a strange softness began to grow toward him. "And then, kind sir," it was indeed a devilish serpent who bade Shanna to pluck the apple from the tree and take this bite, "would you too decry your affection for the girl Milly, and pledge to me alone?" Ruark drew back from her in surprise, astonished that the girl's name should even be mentioned.
"Milly?"
The word burst from him unbidden.
"Why, that little twit!"
A trickle of chaff fell upon them from above. Then a breathless squeal pierced the air, and a full shower of hay nearly covered them. Ruark rose to his knees, and, spitting chaff, brushed the stuff away as Shanna scrambled to her feet, snatching her robe together. There was a thrashing beside them. The form stilled and sat up. Again the name burst from Ruark's lips, louder still.
"Milly? What the hell?"
He could find no further words. The girl smiled gingerly. "I heard ye call me name, and I stepped closer to see what for." Beneath Shanna's wild-eyed stare, Milly gathered her gaping blouse and began to secure the front of it to cover her small naked breasts. "Besides," Milly pouted petulantly, casting an angry eye toward Shanna, "I was getting tired of waiting for you up there, and I ain't one to like second best."
"What?"
The word exploded forth from Shanna's lips. A sudden, cold, violent rage, flooding all reason, whitened Shanna's cheeks and struck green fire from her eyes as she understood the implication of Milly's presence.
"Shanna!"
Ruark began to struggle to his feet, already seeing the disaster ahead. Blindly, Shanna reached out a hand for a weapon. Any weapon. Her fingers brushed several harnesses hanging from pegs. An infuriated moan escaped her gnashing teeth as she flung the entire mass of leather straps across the two in the straw. The heavy draught collar caught Ruark in the back and flung him again into the stack. He rolled and saw Shanna standing above him, feet spread, arms raised, hair flying in full, white robe flowing about her like a rampant whirlwind. She was like some ancient avenging druid roused from the past. He had never seen her more beautiful, nor more enraged.
"Have your little toss in the hay,"
she railed, in a voice that could have frozen a flooding tide.
"Enjoy yourselves first hand."
She whirled toward the stall, and as Ruark struggled against the tangle of straps, threw open the gate. Milly began to fight the wilful web of harnesses, and only engulfed them both all the more. Shanna seized the rope bridle of Jezebel and dragged the animal from the stall. Then, grasping a handful of mane, she flung herself astride. With thumping heels, she drove the mare through the open stable door.
"Damn it, Shanna, stop!"
Ruark bellowed. Horse and rider cleared the pasture gate as if the steed had wings, and they were gone in the dark. Ruark struggled to fling the harnesses from him, but Milly's writhing defeated him. He snarled through gritted teeth. "Hold still, damn you!" Milly froze. "I was only funning," she wailed, suddenly afraid of his wrath. Ruark's only reply was an inarticulate growl. Finally he freed himself, and running full tilt for the door, collided with the stable boy Elliot, who, rubbing his eyes, had chosen that moment to emerge from the tack room. The stunned lad struggled to a sitting position from the floor of the stable where he had been knocked, and managed— "What?" "Go back to bed." The words fairly lashed him with their force, and Ruark fled, leaving Elliot to stare with amazement at the young girl, who seemed to be trying to wear several harnesses at the same time. Mumbling something about nightmares, Elliot stumbled back to his cot, where he would rise with the morning and wonder at the soreness and bruises that mysteriously afflicted him. Milly gave an exasperated groan as she tried to free herself from the tangle of straps. She froze as a dark shadow towered over her. Fearfully, she raised her gaze. "Lord, governor," she sighed in relief. "He gave me a start, you did. I thought it might have been Mr. Ruark returning." A black-gloved hand reached down and lifted the harnesses from her, hanging them on the pegs from which they had been hurled. The black cape swirled, displaying a tall, thin figure as the man knelt to help Milly to her feet. She leaned against him, her ebony eyes smiling coyly into his, and rubbed his shirted chest familiarly with her hand. "I said what you told me," she murmured, peering up into his narrow face. She could see his smile broaden, though his features were shadowed by his tricorn. "But why'd you push me? I nearly broke me bloomin' arse tumbling like that." She paused and grinned knowingly. "Would have ruined your fun if I had. Aye, that's the truth." The man only nodded, then assisted her to the ladder, helping her up into the loft again, there to continue with whatever had occupied them before Ruark's coming. Chapter 14. Shanna flung herself down from the mare's back and raced up the front steps of the manor. If Ruark came after her, no locked door would bar his entry. Indeed, she wouldn't put it past him to create a scene right beneath the nose of her father, possibly even demanding to have it all out in the open if she refused him. She must fly before he could catch her. But first, to clothe herself. The stable was some distance from the mansion, and Jezebel had crossed the grounds quickly. But Shanna knew she must hurry, for Ruark seemed part savage in some of the feats he accomplished. He was equally swift of mind and foot, and had the uncanny ability of appearing almost out of nowhere. Shanna's bare feet scarcely touched the curving stairs as she raced up them, at the same time tearing off her robe. She wasted no time in locking her sitting-room door behind her, but ran through to her bedchamber to snatch open the armoire, pulling from it the peasant garb. Tucking her slender feet into a pair of soft hide slippers, she stepped into the skirt and yanked it to her waist under the short shift, which she quickly drew over her head, donning in its place the peasant blouse and a shawl for modesty. She belted the garments about her narrow waist with a sash, and snatched a dark cloak from her wardrobe before she fled across the balcony, from there dropping to the ground. Jezebel stood waiting. Shanna heaved herself again onto the horse's back and wheeled the animal about to send her flying across the lawn where the thud of hooves would be deadened against the sod. Ruark came on a run around the end of the manor just in time to see the two racing off through the trees, too far now to be caught or called to. In deep frustration, he ground a curse beneath gnashing teeth, and with a much slower pace continued around the mansion, past Shanna's wing, through the shrubberies surrounding his cottage, and made his way across the wooden planks of the porch. Once within, he poured himself a hearty draught of strong brew, and stood staring at the clock in the hall, wondering how long it would be before Shanna ran out her anger and returned. Milly's words had struck a violent note in Shanna, like the high pitch that shatters a crystal piece. The explosion in Shanna's mind could have fair resembled the eruption of a volcano, and it was not to be quickly cooled. Though the first bright burst had dwindled to a constant flow of red molten rage that pressed her onward, with no particular destination in mind. The vapours began to rise, and the moon, stark and silvery as it shone through a halo of whitened drifts, lent a ghostly eeriness to the island. Shanna rode in a meagre light, and where she went she could not say for sure. Her mind was numb. She gave the mare her head, and although not knowing the island, the beast wandered the paths and roads with abandon. Jezebel had been confined to a stall on the deck of a ship for the sea voyage, and at this freedom she stretched her legs out in an exhilarating run. Finding herself at last in a succulent field, she paused to graze a bit. The silent figure on her back sat motionless, sick with an ache that gnawed at her heart. Shanna would have denied aloud that her pain should be the result of anything more than a casual regard for Ruark. "'Tis just that I almost gave myself to him in the hay like any little strumpet," she gritted. "And there all along he had that tart Milly waiting in case I should refuse." Though she was alone, Shanna's face burned with the scalding memory. "And for all my caution, he would have had his fun with an audience to witness all." Outrage at his duplicity began to sear her, and the ache was forgotten. She sobbed, she cried, she cursed the night and the bastard rake it hid from her sight. The mare echoed the mistress's unquiet, and began to snort and prance. The flare of fury burned out and left the woman hard-minded, her warmth unrequited. Shanna thumped Jezebel with her heels, and obediently the horse began to move. They descended a shallow slope and came out upon the beach, pale of sand and wide with the lowness of the tide. Beyond curled the fluorescent line of breakers that marked the water's edge. Jezebel waded into the sea and dipped her head for a drink, then snorted at the brackish brine and danced away in disgust. Shanna crooned a soft word and laid her hand upon the silky neck, rubbing gently. The mare calmed and cantered along, sending jets of spray up with her hoofs. Jezebel revelled in the freedom of it all and stretched out again in a run, not pressing, but racing easily along the beach, her passing making little sound on the wet sand. A late fisherman pulled his dory up from the surf. He quailed in sudden fear, for, from nowhere, a vision appeared and flew at him. A great dark horse, making no noise as it came down the white beach, and upon its back a fury out of hell, face death-grey in the moonlight, and beautiful beyond earthly flesh, pale hair streaming out behind from a black hood. He would swear she rode with no reins to guide the mount, or saddled to hold her on its back. Though he mouthed rosary of aves and fell on his knees, the rider took no notice of him. Instead, sitting erect and proud, she flew silently by, as if bound on a dire mission. For months afterwards he would blame all ills that befell him on the visit of this night-born spectre, and in his cups he would bore his companions with endless recountings of his vision. The pale lights of the sleeping village ahead stirred Shanna's mind, and she felt in desperate need of companionship and conversation on her woes. There was but one person whom she could trust, and she made her decision to seek him out. Entering the village and slowing the horse's pace, she passed the quiet, dark houses like a wraith. If some unwelcome eye had seen this shadowy apparition pass, he would have been loath to mention it, for fear of being thought mad. Horse and rider climbed the hill to where Pitney's whitewashed house perched on the bluff, like a lookout scanning the horizon. Here was a haven for Shanna, and someone to listen as she gave vent to her troubles. No lights illuminated the windows, but at her urgent rapping, a flickering glow of a candle appeared, and a mumbled voice bade her wait a moment. Several lamps were touched with flame before the panel swung wide, and Pitney's huge bulk filled the door. A stocking cap sat askew atop his thinning pate, and breeches had been hastily hitched up over his nightshirt. Stepping aside and rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he called for her to enter.
"Aye, come in, lass," he rumbled. "What brings you out at this hour?"
Shanna avoided his gaze as she moved past him. "I had a need to talk, and there was no one else." Her own mind confused, Shanna was hard put to find the beginning of her plight. Restlessly she paced the room and twisted her hands. She opened her mouth to speak, but found the ready words empty. Pitney sat on a bench before the cold hearth as he checked his pocket watch against the clock on the wall. It was well past the mid of night and into the wee hours. Stifling a yawn, he rubbed the heel of his hand across bleary eyes and arched his large feet away from the cool stone of the hearth, waiting for her to broach the subject. His attention perked to amazement as Shanna seized the rope at his well and raised his cooling ale jug up. She took the tin cup that hung on the trestle and poured a hearty drink. In alarm, Pitney half rose as she slammed the cork back into the jug and pushed it carelessly back into the well. The rope twanged, but no sound of shattering crockery came from the shaft. Much relieved, Pitney sank down again, letting out his breath in a long sigh. Watching her closely now, he waited as she sipped daintily from the mug, wrinkling her nose at the bitter brew. The inevitable shudder of revulsion followed. No surprise to Pitney. For her to even taste the stuff was highly out of character, and he surmised her distress was more than a trifling irritation. Grimacing, Shanna thrust the cup out toward him, and Pitney calmly accepted her offering as he continued to contemplate her in some bemusement.
"'Tis your father again,"
he ventured carefully. Shanna shook her head and grew more upset with the thought. "'Tis not him. In fact," she laughed faintly, "he has released me from any further demands of marriage until I find a husband I would have." Her brow gathered like a dark storm, and Pitney saw in her frown no good for the one who had provoked her. "'Tis that rogue we dragged from Newgate who haunts me."
"Oh," Pitney shrugged. "Mr. Ruark, or Beauchamp, whatever. Your husband."
"Husband?" Shanna snapped and threw a glare at him. "Do not use that title for that blackguard. I am a widow." She stressed the word. "You prepared the coffin yourself and witnessed the burial." Her voice sharpened as she added, "Perhaps, if you'd taken more care, you might have saved me much suffering." Pitney grew a bit piqued himself.
"I explained it all before. I see no need in going through it again."
Shanna released a wavering sigh, realizing she would get nowhere blaming him. Her problem, as it stood, stemmed solely from Ruark. She groaned inwardly. Damn him. Damn the strutting peacock. Playing with all the wenches on the island behind her back, and then coming and mewling about his monkish life. She could not let him remain on Los Camellos, sharing her table, frequenting the manor house where she would be forced to meet that mocking jeer. He had used her. Like a bauble on a string, he had added her to his collection. How many others on the island were there? An isle of lonely sea captains' wives and young girls seeking husbands. He must have thought it paradise to find so many willing women, and herself among them. Surely he was rolling with mirth by now, the proud daughter of Shanna Trahern, toppled and tossed by a common slave. She cringed painfully at the thought. The roving stud deserved no more than the fate of a shipwrecked tar on a deserted island. To do him good to truly realize the celibate life. But how could she implore Pitney to do her bidding? He had denied her once, and might well again if she could not convince him that her need was dire. Pitney, her tone was soft and plaintively appealing. You have done much to aid me where I had no right to ask. I did not mean to sound ungrateful. 'Tis only that I am sorely plagued by that man. He has begun to pester me. Pitney's brow raised in question, and Shanna managed to blush. He claims to be my husband truly wed, and wants me to admit to being his wife. The strapping man was silent, but his countenance had grown thoughtful. He started a small fire and set a kettle on for tea. I have often wondered. He spoke over his shoulder. That night, after the wedding, when we took him from your carriage, he fought unseemingly fierce for a man who had seen a simple bargain met. And in the jail, his words indicated that he had been cheated, that there was something more due him. His reference to you was not the kindest. He faced her, waiting for her answer, and Shanna knew no out. Her face was hot, and she was aware that Pitney's perusal had grown more pointed. He would not agree. Her voice was small, and the words came haltingly. Unless I promised. The last came in a rush as she squeezed her eyes shut in agonized shame. Unless I promised to spend the night with him. Pitney rocked back on the small bench and roared. And you wonder why the lad pursues you? He trembled the room with another gust of humour. Shanna stared at him a bit confused, seeing no reason for amusement. Finally Pitney quieted, and in a more sober vein stated, Such a good bargain would torture any man, and I cannot fault him for that. His eyes fell, and he stared at the floor, at once serious and pensive. And I have been much his villain. I have brought much pain to him, yet he has never been less than courteous to me. Of course, a slave has little choice. You take his side against me? Shanna asked incredulously. Pitney's tone was flat and expressionless. I do not know what you plan, but I'll have no part of it. Shanna's eyes filled with tears. She sniffed daintily and brought all her wiles into play for the argument. He has come to me several times and tried to claim his marriage rights. I cannot fault the man there. He has a need to be a man, and I am not so old that I cannot appreciate his fine choice. Shanna sensed the futility of pleas and grew desperate. I want him off this island, tonight. I don't care how. But if you don't help me, I will find those who will. Damned and be dogged, Pitney roared. I'll not, and I won't see you with that sort of deed on your conscience. I'll go to your father first. Ruark tried to take me in the stables. Shanna railed, angry tears brightening the stormy sea-green depths. In open surprise, Pitney looked at her sharply. He did! Shanna cried, and then choked on threatening tears. Her lips trembled in shame as she remembered her own responsive passion. He snatched me down on the hay. Wringing her hands, Shanna turned away, unable to continue. She had given voice to no lie, but she knew the absence of the full truth had twisted the meaning of the part she gave. Unknowingly, Shanna presented to Pitney confirmation of her claim, for wisps of straw still clung to the tumbled locks that cascaded over her shoulders. Pitney could well understand Ruark's infatuation with the girl, but his own rage stirred at the thought of Shanna being mauled by anyone. Shanna managed to choke out, "I hate him. I cannot abide the man. I cannot face him again. Ever." She drew away and spoke in deadly earnest. "I want him gone. Off this island tonight." Pitney gave no outward sign that he heard her. He sprinkled tea leaves from a tin into the boiling water and set the pot aside as he pondered what he must do. There'd been a ship come into port from the colonies that very morn. They had been down at the docks when the captain and some of his men led away a horse for the Traherns. Appearing nearly on the brig's heels, another colonial vessel had come in sight, flying the Georgia Company flag. Apparently, it was a sister ship to the other, for it anchored some distance out, and only a small dinghy was put ashore, with but a hand's count of men who had retreated to the dram shop to pass the hours. Trahern might search the colonial ship in port for his most valued bondsman, Pitney mused. But if there were enough coins, perhaps the captain of the other vessel might be persuaded to sail his ship off a ways, where it could not be seen. "I will get him away for you," Pitney finally muttered. He doffed his nightcap and replaced it with a tricorn, then slipped his long feet into a pair of brass-buckled shoes. "I'll not see you abused." He closed the door behind him, and Shanna was left staring at the portal, knowing the victory of winning her way, yet feeling no joy in it. Aware that she must stay away from the manor until Pitney concluded his business, she poured herself a cup of tea and sat down at the trestle table to sip the brew, there watching the last of the embers die into blackness. In the empty house, the chiming of the clock seemed to echo Pitney's words. Abused. Shanna was suddenly struck by the absurdity of it, the sheer ludicrous fallacy of the word. Hysterical laughter spilled from her, and if anyone had heard her, they might have doubted her sanity. Ruark was sprawled carelessly across his bed, staring at the canopy above him, when hoofbeats sounded on the path outside the cottage. He was halfway to the door when a light rap came against the wood. His mind roared with relief. 'Twas Shanna, of course. But on flinging open the portal, Ruark saw only Pitney's broad, angry face. Then the night exploded in a billion twinkling lights before darkness descended with the thud of his body against the carpet. The surging pain in Ruark's head made him aware of the slow rolling motion of the floor beneath him. It seemed to rock him in a cradle, and through his muddled senses he heard only an odd creaking. His world expanded, and he realized he was gagged and bound tightly, with a musty sack pulled down over his head and shoulders. The rough flooring beneath him became a small boat. He recognized the squeaking of oar locks and the slow lap of water against the wooden sides. There was only this and heavy breathing from close by, and he realized he was being rowed out to sea for what mischief yet he could not perceive. But he had a fair guess it stemmed from Shanna. He jeered bitterly in the dark void of his confinement. She could not even hear him out before she passed judgment.
"I guess you've done it this time."
Pitney's voice rasped, and Ruark became aware that the man was muttering to himself. He lay still, feigning unconsciousness, and listened at the rumbling words that threaded through his aching brain.
"I cannot drop you to the fish, and mayhap this here will be worse for you. But she said to get you gone, one way or the other, and I'd better do it ere she finds some other way to be rid of you."
A long pause of silence mingled with the creaking of oars. Then a heaving sigh.
If ye'd only had the good sense, lad, to leave the felly be. I warned you once, but I guess you forgot. I've been too long seeing the lass safe to let her be taken against her will, even by you.
Ruark cursed in his mind and tried to loosen the ropes about his wrists, but they were tied hard and fast. There was only futility in struggling anyway. He could not imagine Pitney taking away his gag to listen to him, not when Shanna had convinced the man of her plight. The rowing slowed, and a voice hailed the boat. Pitney called back, and several moments later, Ruark was thrown over the huge man's shoulder and carted onto the deck of the ship, where he was unceremoniously dumped. Ruark held back a groan and remained motionless, though it seemed his whole body throbbed with the pain in his head. He could not catch the words in the exchange of voices, but he heard the clink of coins as a fair sum was counted out. A heavy thud of feet crossed the deck, and Ruark knew Pitney was making his departure. Not long afterwards, the sack was jerked off Ruark's head, and the gag snatched from his mouth. To his displeasure, a bucket of seawater was tossed upon him, and he was roughly hauled to his feet, as he sputtered beneath this assault. Still bound, he was tied to a mast. A lantern was thrust near, and an ugly face leered in its light.
"Well, laddie, so you're coming round?"
A hoarse voice snarled.
"You do nicely, yeah, till we can tend to you."
The lantern went away. Amid soft commands, the sails were unfurled, the anchor raised. Soon a freshening dawn breeze was licking at Ruark's face, and the schooner was skipping along over the waves. Ruark bent his neck around and watched as the lights of Los Camellos faded from view. At last, Shanna had seen him off her island. Sighing, Ruark resigned himself and leaned his head back against the mast. Somehow he would find a way to return and renew his claims. This changed nothing. She was still his wife. But first, he must make the best of his situation and survive. Ruark spent his first night aboard ship lashed to the pinrail at the base of the main mast. The schooner had little more than left sight of the island when the anchor was dropped again, and with sails flapping loose, the ship swung about and rested on her chains. With the exception of the watch on the quarterdeck, the vessel remained devoid of life. It was not until the sun was a good 2 hours up that a crewman wandered close enough to be halted by Ruark's request. The man shrugged his shoulders and made his way aft, where a few moments later a heavy-set Englishman ventured forth and, after leaning against the rail for a space, noticed Ruark and came to stand before him.
"'Twould seem to me, sir," Ruark opened the conversation, "that there is little reason for me to be so bound and secured, as I've done you no harm and most certainly intend none. Is it not possible that I could be released to see to my needs?" "Well now, laddie," the Englishman drawled, "we ain't got no reason to see you uncomfortable, but I ain't got no reason to trust you, neither."
He squinted one eye down at Ruark.
"Why, I don't know you none at all." "'Tis a simple enough problem to cure," Ruark returned. "Ruark's the name, John Ruark, of late a trusted bondsman to His Majesty Lord Trahern."
It was inspiration alone that let a trace of a sneer creep into his voice.
"I'm aware that you received a goodly sum to take me aboard, and I would think as a paid passenger I could at least have freedom of the ship."
He gave a nod of his head toward the unbroken horizon.
"As you might have guessed, I have no plans to travel from the deck. Or sees no harm in that."
The man spat downwind, clearing the rail easily. Taking out a knife, he tested its edge with his thumb.
"Arrapin's the name. captain of me own ship when I'm aboard her. And Harry to me friends."
He leaned forward and with quick movements slashed the ropes that bound Ruark to the mast.
"My gratitude, Captain Harrapin."
Ruark chose the more respectful title as he rubbed his wrists vigorously to restore circulation.
"I am forever in your debt."
"That's good,"
his benefactor grunted.
"'Cause I don't owe no man nothing."
Again, Ruark was fixed with that squinted, one-eyed stare.
"You talks mighty fancy for a bondsman."
Though a statement, it was also a question. Ruark chuckled.
"A temporary state, I assure you, Captain. And in truth, I do not know yet whether to condemn those who turned against me, or thank them."
He jerked his head toward the forecastle.
"If you'll excuse me, Captain, I have needs that have gone long a-wanting. I would be further indebted if you might arrange for me to speak to the captain of this vessel later."
"You can be sure of that, laddie."
The man spat again, and with the back of his hand wiped brown spittle from his stubbled chin. Ruark eased his condition, and then found food and a mug of ale. The latter seemed the most plentiful commodity aboard the ship. His breakfast taken, he sought out a coil of rope in a spot of shade and lay down, quickly regaining the slumber he had lost during the night. It was near dusk when he was roused and taken to the captain's cabin, and there subjected to a long, silent scrutiny from those men who sat around the trestle table. Ruark had never seen a scurvier bunch. A mulatto sat forward in his chair, leaning heavy arms upon the tabletop, and fixed Ruark with a dark glare.
"A bond slave, you say? How come you to be one?"
Ruark debated the question a brief moment, staring at the scarred and brooding faces across from him. If these were the gentry of any society, he was a wee innocent babe.
"Murder it was."
His eyes swept them all, and no flicker of surprise brightened those black stares.
"They bought me from the jail and made me work to pay the debt."
"Who got you off the island?"
Harrapin inquired, picking his teeth with his fingernails. Ruark lazily scratched his chest and smiled ruefully.
"A lady who didn't like the little filly who was waiting for me in the hayloft."
The Englishman roared his mirth.
"Now that, laddie, I can believe. Must have been a rich one. Coin she paid to see you gone."
Ruark shrugged, non-committal.
"What does the squire keep in his warehouses?"
The scar-faced captain of the schooner sat forward.
"Riches, silks, spices?"
Ruark met the man's eyes with a lazy grin and rubbed his belly.
"Been a long time atwixt meals, mate."
He jerked a thumb at the platters that still filled one end of the table.
"Might I have a bite?"
A half-eaten leg of some smallish animal was pushed toward him, along with a mug of warm ale. Ruark found himself a chair and settled to dine.
"'Bout those warehouses,"
the swarthy, scarred man reminded him.
"Pass the bread, will you, mate?"
Ruark wiped his mouth on the back of his hand and washed the meat down with a draught of ale. Tearing a chunk from the loaf tossed to him, he mopped at the gravy on the platter, then seized a shirt that hung on the back of his chair and cleaned his hands on it.
"You've had your fill now,"
the mulatto growled.
"What's in them sheds?"
"Everything."
Ruark shrugged and laughed jeeringly.
"But 'tis of no value to you."
He grinned back as the men stared at him with heavy frowns.
"You'll never get into the harbour."
He dipped his finger in the ale and drew a partial circle on the table, leaving the ends unjoined. His finger widened the bottom of the circle into a puddle as he commented,
"This is the town where the warehouses are,"
he added for the mulatto's benefit. Here, he drew an X on one end of the arc, and here he drew another X across from the first, are batteries of cannons. To enter the harbour, you sail right between them. He traced a line through the opening. Ruark sat back, surveyed the faces watching him, then gave a soft chuckle. You'd be blown from the water before you got close to the sheds. Ruark had only guessed they might be pirates, but now the disappointment on their faces proved it. The Englishman Harrapin leaned back and again picked his teeth with a fingernail. You seem light-hearted, me lad, he rumbled. Could it be you've something up your sleeve? Ruark folded his bare arms and let the question go unanswered for a long moment as he appeared to ponder a problem. Well, mates, he gave them a lopsided grin. Had I a sleeve? That might well be said. But as you can see, I have naught but a sorry pair of breeches hardly worthy of the name. Thus, in my poverty, everything I have is most dear, and commands a price. He laughed at the suddenly angry expressions. Like yourselves, I do nothing for nothing. I have long looked upon the weaknesses of Trahern's island, and know a way to come off with little loss, and the probability of much gain. Ruark leaned forward and spread his elbows wide on the table, motioning them near as if in confidence. I can tell you of a way in, and I can tell you where the monies of the store and of Trahern's own accounts are kept. The pirates would gain enough coin from these coffers to make it seem like a haul, but Ruark knew that Trahern removed most of the money to the manor and held it in his own strong box. Of course, Ruark reclined back in his chair and seemed to dismiss the pirate's now eager looks. If you want the raw oakum and the bales of hemp in the warehouses, you can as well go there. He waited a space, then shrugged, spreading his hands. I have little else to trade, gentlemen. What say you? The French half-breed captain thrust forward a wide-bladed knife and fingered the well-honed edge of it. You have your life, bondsman, he sneered. Aye, that I have. And Ruark reminded him. I returned the favour by warning you of the guns. I will advance my cause further and tell you that the Hampstead, with 20-odd fine cannon, is at anchor in the harbour. Should you gain the inner port, you would have to face her. And how long would you stay with that one breathing fire and shot down your neck? And you'll no doubt demand a captain share for your plan. The half-breed snorted with rich sarcasm, while we risk our necks for it. The captain's share will do nicely. Thank you. Ruark accepted with a chuckle, ignoring the jeer. I am not overly greedy. As to the necks, I will lead you, and thus risk my own from both sides. So then, a captain's share it be, if we take a haul. Captain Harrapin chortled, enjoying the turnabout on his French cohort. Now, laddie, out with it. What be your scheme? Though no movement was detectable, the air of expectancy grew to great proportions. They were all ears to hear the details of his plan. Near the east end of the island, Ruark improvised as he spoke. The water is deep, and you could lay the ship less than a cable's length from shore. And to the west? The mulatto asked suspiciously. Shallow, Ruark replied. 2 or 3 fathoms at most, with a reef well offshore. Closest you'll get there would be a mile or 2. He did not want them landing near the manor house, but his words were for the most part truth, although he made no mention of the men who patrolled the shorelines at night.
Let the lad say his piece.
Harapin railed impatiently, and the mulatto reluctantly subsided. There's a signal gun on the hill. Ruark started again.
Ja, we know that. We hear it when we come in, the Dutchman said.
One shot is just a ship sighted, but if you hear two, 'tis a warning, Ruark continued. Now you can put ashore a light force, and I will show them where to get the best of the loot in the quietest way without rousing the whole island. The heads drew nearer, and Ruark spun his spurious plan out for them. He knew the gun would sound, and at night one shot was as much a warning as two. Where he would have the pirates land would give the town a good hour to prepare, and none of the small boats he had seen on deck would carry more than a score of raiders. Even if 2 boats were lowered, no more than 30 could be embarked, and several of those would stay to guard the boats. Trahern should have no difficulty dispatching the landing party, and with the schooner's crew short-handed, the Hampstead would have no trouble overhauling the privateer. It would be no mean feat for him to escape once ashore, and Trahern would surely give him a hearing before any punishment. He felt no further commitment to protect Shanna's secret, and would speak whatever portion of the truth became necessary. The pirate captain seemed satisfied with his plan, and let Ruark return to his bed of rope. It was in the darkest hour of night that the crew was turned out to weigh anchor and set sail. The ship had barely begun to move when Ruark found the Englishman and the half-breed Pellier standing over him with drawn pistols.
We make 2 changes in the plan.
The Frenchman laughed.
You stay on board as hostage to your good information, and we pick our own spot to land.
Ruark stared at them, and a deep-seated fear began to gnaw at his belly. It had almost been dawn before Shanna returned to her chambers from Pitney's house, sinking almost immediately into an exhausted sleep. But this lasted only a few hours before she was jarred abruptly to awareness by her father, bellowing a command that echoed through the whole manor.
Well, damn it! Find him for me!
Leaping from bed, Shanna scrambled to dress herself and hurried down, carefully slowing her pace before she entered the dining room, where a vast assortment of men were gathered. Overseers, several bondsmen, Ellet holding Ruark's flattened hat, Ralston, and even Pitney made up the number who stood around the table facing the squire, who was anything but happy. "Papa, what is it?" Shanna feigned innocence as she approached her father's chair. Trahern quickly tossed her a glance that showed a black, thunderous scowl.
"'Tis the lad. He's gone. Missing."
Shanna shrugged sweetly. "Papa, of what lad do you speak? There are at least a score or more." Trahern interrupted with a bellow.
"'Tis the good lad, John Ruark, I speak of. He's nowhere to be found."
"Oh, Papa." Shanna laughed lightly. Her acting was brilliant. "Mr. Ruark is no lad. A man, surely. Have we not discussed such some months ago?"
Trahern roared. "I've no ear for simpering wit when there's work to be done. And there's naught that can be done without Mr. Ruark."
"But surely, Papa." Shanna laid a soft hand upon her father's arm. "These men here are as worthy of the task. Can they not continue with Mr. Ruark's work until he can be found?"
"He's gone."
Ralston's firm statement came quickly on the heels of her question.
"He's fled from bondage. He'll not be caught lest the fleet be sent out to search for that colonial ship anchored off the way yestermorn."
Ralston was quick to cast blame elsewhere before any remembered it was he who brought John Ruark to Los Camellos. Pitney slowly sipped a morning toddy of rum and remained coldly remote as he watched father and daughter.
"Ellet found his hat in the stables.
one of the overseers rejoined. "It was tending the mare which was brought." "Aye," Ralston sneered. "A mare for a bond slave. Is this what these treacherous colonials think is a fair trade? They've taken Mr. Ruark under their wing and spirited him off right beneath our noses. Be at ease, Mr. Ralston." The squire fixed the thin man with an introspective eye. "I do not blame you for his presence or this trouble. Indeed, we have all benefited from Mr. Ruark's talents. 'Tis more that we have a project under way and cannot complete it without him."
Ralston was no more willing to accept this approach, for it seemed Mr. Ruark might return without harm, and that went strongly against his grain. He could think of no retort, and sputtered into confused silence. It was in the midst of this discussion that Sir Gaylord sauntered in, looking well rested, his pinkened cheeks boasting of his health.
"I say, there seems to be much ado." He glimpsed Shanna's momentary frown. "Can I be of assistance?"
Shanna nearly growled in his face, but knew the folly of that with her father near. Instead, quite primly, she took a cup of tea to sip as she answered, "It seems, sir, that Mr. Ruark has been misplaced. Perchance, have you knowledge of his whereabouts?" Gaylord's brows lifted in surprise.
"Mr. Ruark? The bond slave? Egad! Gone missing, you say? Why, I haven't laid sight on him since... let me see. 'Twas night before last, at this very table. My gracious, has he been gone that long?"
Trahern gave a heavy sigh of impatience. It took considerable effort on his part to gentle his words.
"He was to be here at my table early this morn. I have never known him to be late."
"Mayhap
he is taken ill,"
Gaylord offered.
"Have you sent to his quarters?" "The lad's not there," Trahern interrupted tersely. "I have sent about this island, and none have seen him."
Gaylord appeared perplexed.
"My word, I've no thought as to where a man might disappear to, especially on an island like this. Is he inclined to wander a bit?"
At Trahern's raised brow and Shanna's questioning stare, he cleared his throat and made his apologies to the latter.
"Pardon me, dear lady, for being so bold in your presence, but being a widow yourself, you must be aware that some men enjoy the company of a lady on occasion. Mayhaps he's been detained."
Shanna's cup rattled on the saucer, and she almost spilled the hot liquid over her lap before she managed to reclaim her poise. It was Gaylord's misfortune that Berta stepped to the door in time to hear this last exchange. She quickly bustled in to give the man a hot retort.
"She be little more than a babe, you lanky galoot, a mere child, and I thank you to hold those wild things to yourself."
Casually, Pitney sipped his toddy and peered at Shanna from under his brow, while Gaylord hastened to make humble apologies to both women. Trahern snorted and ignored Gaylord's plight.
"I give the lad credit for knowing the difference between work and pleasure. I fear some disaster may have befallen him, else he would be here." "Aye,"
Ralston agreed derisively.
"He found himself a tidy hole on that ship that sailed in the night. Why else would it go, leaving like some slinking hound who's been up to no good? You'll not see Mr. Ruark again, lest you set a purse for his return. Then I swear if caught, he should be hanged for an example, or you'll be having the lot of them trying the same."
Trahern heaved a heavy sigh.
"If he cannot be found, then I must assume he's gone of his own will. If that be so, I'll set a purse of £50 for his capture."
Rawston smirked with his renewed importance and cast a glance toward Shanna.
"What do you think, madam? Do you not agree that a treacherous renegade should be hanged for a villain?"
Shanna was stunned, unable to answer. Her thoughts clanged together in confusion. Even in her wildest imagination, she had not thought they'd hunt Ruark down like a mad beast. Her eyes caught Pitney's scowl upon her, ominous and accusing, and she knew not what to reply. The search for Ruark continued through the afternoon. Shanna retreated to her bedchamber and tried to dismiss the gnawing fears that had begun to plague her. Giving Hergus the excuse of not feeling up to dressing, she sought the comfort of her bed again and attempted to retrieve some hours of the sleep she had missed during the night. Exhaustion finally overcame her racing mind, and she drifted into sweet oblivion. Then dreams began to invade the peace of sleep. She was happy, surrounded by children of varying ages, while she cuddled an infant to her breast. Laughter squealed from the playing youngsters, and a toddler ran between his father's legs to be swept up into strong arms. Their dark heads came together, and the father became Ruark, laughing as he came to her and bent near to kiss her lips. Shanna woke with a start, her body clammy with perspiration. It was a lie. She recoiled in sudden sadness. The dream could never be. An oppressive, aching, downtrodden feeling of loneliness assailed her, and she cringed beneath its crushing weight, burying her face in her pillows. Because of her actions, she would never see Ruark again, no more know the sweet, caressing warmth of his lips upon hers, nor again be comforted in his protective arms. It was dark when Hergus came with a tray of food. Shanna hid her swollen eyes and tear-blotched face behind the pages of a book, and lamely directed the woman to leave the platter on the table, not even caring to inquire why she had brought it up. The maid, however, offered the information as she peered suspiciously at her young mistress. "Your pa said for me to tell you. Sir Bellingham thought he sighted someone who looked like Mr. Ruark in the village, and the squire's gone to search the town, taking all the men from the island with him to see if Mr. Ruark might be found. Why, there ain't even one single soul of a man in the house left. Your pa is mighty determined to catch Mr. Ruark if he's to be caught. I wonder myself where he's got to." Shanna was mute, and the woman finally left, gaining no more information than she had entered with. For Shanna, time slowed to an agonizing eternity. She could not force herself to take even a small morsel of the food on the tray. She donned a fresh night shift and belted a light robe over its thin batiste, and then sat staring at a book of poetry in her lap. She could not concentrate. In every verse she saw the hero, slender and dark, a half-naked, savage-looking man with amber eyes. With a moan, she threw the volume aside and flung herself across the bed to stare moodily across the space of her chamber. Her dainty clock heralded the 11th hour. Some time later, she heard a noise below, and could only reason it was her father returning, in defeat, of course. Then her ears caught the sound of shattering glass. Her father in a rage? She could understand that. He had been fond of Ruark. Now he must imagine that he had been betrayed. A slam of a door drew a frown from her, and she rose and, taking up a candle, passed through her sitting room to the hall. Hergus had stated that her father had taken all the men. If he had returned, then the servants would have come with him. But the house was dark, and, for the first time in her life, seemed strangely menacing to her. "Who's there?" Shanna called down from the top of the stairs and tried to see into the shadows below. No answer came. Only a hushed and oppressive silence. Bravely, She set her feet on the steps and began to descend slowly, listening, waiting for some familiar sound to ease her tensions. A muffled shuffle of feet broke the eerie quiet, making the skin on the back of Shanna's neck crawl. Much the stranger to fear, she plucked up her courage and hastened her steps downward, shielding the candle with her hand. "Who is it, I say? I know you're there." She had only taken 2 steps from the stairs when a hairy hand reached out of the darkness and snatched the candle. Shanna gasped and whirled. The light was lifted until it revealed a pock-marked face. A scar running the length of it pulled down the corner of one eye in a curious pinch of skin. A leering grin displayed uneven, blackened teeth. In that moment of nightmarish terror, it seemed the devil had taken human form. Part 2. Chapter 15. When gunshots sounded from the island, Ruark suffered an uneasy moment, expecting Harrison and the waiting crew to turn on him. They were clustered on the quarterdeck, gazing off toward the island, and they seemed for the moment to have forgotten him. As no threatening moves were made toward him, he continued worrying at his bonds in an attempt to loosen the ropes looped tightly about his wrists. It was some time later that he was again interrupted by Harrison, who called several of the men to join him and pointed to land. Ruark could see nothing of what transpired ashore, but was relieved that no further attention was directed toward him. He redoubled his efforts, but the knots were stubborn and well tied. Harrison resumed his pacing across the deck of the schooner, and Ruark made little progress with his bonds. The night grew still, the only sounds being the creaking of the ship, the slip-slap of waves against the hull, and an occasional muffled voice. There was no further activity from Trahern's island. Almost 2 full hourglasses had run when there was a shout from the masthead, and word was passed that the landing party returned. Though it was far from his expectations, Ruark sighed his relief at the news. By the grace of God, he might survive it all yet. That thought, however, was short-lived, and he braced himself for the worst as Harrison dashed down from the quarterdeck, drawing his cutlass as he came. Ruark eased considerably when he realized the man's blow was not for him, but was, rather, a quick slash that severed his bonds and set him free. Quickly Ruark disentangled himself from the now limp strands as the pirate captain hurried back to the rail, throwing a comment over his shoulder.
"'Twould seem you've served us true, laddie. Our men come now."
The schooner was hailed by a whistle in the night, and soon the pirates were swarming aboard, hoisting with them bags and chests heavy with loot. Ruark seized upon the distraction and eased back into the shadows at the far side of the deck, waiting for a chance to dive overboard and swim ashore. He was slipping off his sandals to be free of them when a large carved chest with an unusually ornate brass lock was sweated aboard. Apprehension raised its worrisome head as Ruark recognized it as the one which had sat below Georgina's portrait in the manor house. It took 6 of the deckhands to sway the ponderous piece over the rail, and it settled to the deck with a thud that bespoke its weight. Ruark stepped nearer, cold dread beginning to build within him. From the boats below, a muffled screech suddenly pierced the air, raising the hackles on the back of Ruark's neck. He waited tensely as the French half-breed Pellier climbed over the side of the ship and reached back to lift aboard a struggling form covered from top to knees by a heavy burlap sack that was firmly bound with cordage. Trim ankles and small bare feet protruded from the bottom. with the trailings of a white garment twisting about shapely calves. Ruark swore viciously under his breath and strode forward into the lantern's light as the bonds were loosened and the sack was snatched away. Then he found himself staring into the most enraged green eyes he had ever seen. "You!" Shanna gasped. "You blackguard!" She seized a short oar from the railing, and before anyone could move, swung it with all her strength at Ruark's head. He ducked easily, and the weapon splintered against the mast behind him. Shanna yelped, and the shaft fell from her numb hands. Fighting tears of pain, she could only glare her hatred. "You damned witless fools!" Ruark roared, stopping Pellier's loud guffaws. "Do you not ken what you've done? This is Trahern's brat, and he'll be after you with a sail full of vengeance." "Aye, and I'll see he hangs you first," Shanna railed. "Then I'll laugh when he feeds your foul carcass to the sharks." Before her blazing glower, Ruark bowed in mockery. He well knew the depth of their precarious situation. With only himself to worry about, escape would have been relatively simple, but to get them both away to safety would take careful planning. 3 other prisoners were pulled aboard, and Ruark recognized them as bondsmen. They were thrown roughly to the deck against the rail and lashed together there. They would continue to know slavery, Ruark surmised, but now beneath the ready whip of less than humane masters. Ruark made a turn about Shanna, a careless swagger in his walk. He gave her a lusty perusal, as if his mind held lewd thoughts. At the moment, Pellier and Harrapin were more interested in the material treasures which were being hauled aboard from the small boats, and had left their lovely captive to be guarded by several of the men. "You traitor!" Shanna hissed, as her eyes followed Ruark. "No traitor, milady." His voice was low, and reached her ears alone. "But a simple victim of fate, and a woman's whimsy. I bend with the winds of chance, and make the best of what they offer." Shanna was furious. That she had even felt a tiny inkling of remorse for her actions was now bitter gall to swallow. "You beggarly wretch of a knavish horse, son," she sneered. "You bastardly rakish cur." Beneath the onslaught of her insults, Ruark laughed sardonically. Her robe hung open, forgotten in her plight, and the shortened batiste nightshift she wore underneath little impaired his wandering gaze. Ruark could see that she was causing a stir among the crew, for they were beginning to come forth from different parts of the ship to better view this dazzling beauty, whose hair tumbled in magnificent disarray around her shoulders, and shimmered like gold in the lantern's glow. His task was laid out for him, to be sure. Suddenly, Shanna felt Ruark's hand bold upon her breast, seizing her in a rough caress, and in choked outrage she flung it from her, snatching the dressing-gown tightly about her narrow waist and belting it securely. She saw the challenge in his eyes, and rose to it in a vengeful fury. "This time you've betrayed my father," she gritted through clenched teeth, "and he'll hunt you down, like the dog you are." "Betrayed?" Ruark laughed caustically, and continued in derision, "Nay, madam, I pray you consider. I but sought the favours of my own wife. 'Twas she who callously betrayed my trust." "You filthy gutter-snipe! You gallivanting cock!" Livid with rage, Shanna flew at him and sought to claw the smirk from his handsome face, hating him with every fibre of her being. Snarling, Ruark caught her wrists and jerked her close, crushing her brutally against him. Shanna gasped in pain, feeling the terrifying strength of his lean, hard body and her own helplessness. Her ribs creaked beneath the strain, and breathing seemed futile. Though she mustered every bit of her energy, she could not escape, and finally collapsed limply against him. Her tears trickled through thick lashes, and Ruark heard her mutter in bitter defiance, "Hicks should have hanged you, and I wish he had." Cupping her lovely chin in his hand, Ruark forced it up until Shanna stared into those savage amber eyes. His dark face was rigid, and his words snapped into her like bolts from a crossbow. "Little thanks to you. I have thus far survived this last bit of your treachery." His tongue gave his words added venom. "But if my luck holds, I'll see this matter to my advantage as well." He pushed her into the bony hands of Gatlia, Captain Pellier's wizened manservant. "Hold the wench, and keep her from mischief," Ruark commanded. He stepped to the rail and climbed onto the ratlines to peer toward the village. "Pellier, give me your glass," he called after a moment. He received the instrument without delay, and through it scanned the port. In the bright moonlight, he could see the dark masts of a ship, and barely discerned movement on it. He tossed the glass to the Frenchman. "They're already warping the Hempstead out. You will soon be feeling the cast of her guns." Ruark had seen the carnage a broadside could wreak aboard a ship, and knew it played no favourites. He could guess that Trahern's rage at this attack would be at its fullest, and he wondered yet how it had come to be. If the squire were aware that they had kidnapped his daughter, he would proceed with caution. But Ruark could not take the chance. The good hound bore 2 bow chasers and 2 stern chasers, with several small falconets on swivels along the rail. The small guns would be no match for the armed brig setting to the chase, but the schooner was trim, and with her blackened sails, could easily slip away. Ruark stepped down from the rigging and faced the silent group. "Unless you fancy a long night's swim, my hearties, I suggest you get under way." Harrapin was more a man of decision than the others, and bellowed, "He's bloody well right." The Englishman set the seamen to action with a flurry of commands. "Get those boats aboard! Ahoy there, Pinch!" he called to an elder seaman who mounted watch on the forecastle. "Hoist the bloody anchor, and Burrow, set every inch of dark sail you can find." Then he turned in a calmer manner to Pellier, and grinned into the scowling, scarred face. "Excuse me, Robbie. 'Tis your ship. If you'd care to set the course for Mare's Head, we'd be only too happy to be on our way." The Frenchman took a mean swipe at one of the men who had gone ashore with him. "We could have gone unnoticed, had you not let that other bitch escape the manor." His victim squawked, stumbling backwards under the man's assault. "'Twant me who let that tongue-lashing Scottish biddy go. It were Tully. She kicked him in his jewels and struck out for the village." "I see him gelded," Pellier threatened, going aft. Tully, a sparse man, peered after his captain doubtfully. "Why, Captain, if it weren't for her," he called after Pellier, "we wouldn't have caught ye these 3 who come running at her call." His words were ignored as the pirate captain set his crew into motion. Soon the dark schooner had a bone in her teeth and was racing away in the night. It was not until the square white sail of the brig was lost on the horizon that the picaroons turned again to counting the booty. A weighty iron box was opened and was found to contain gold coins. This was hastily transferred to the captain's cabin, where it was stowed in a larger chest for division later. There were several huge bags of silver and gold plate to be valued and shared, and a barrel of fragile porcelain carefully packed. The latter, of no value to the pirates, was marked for the mayor of Mare's Head for his tithe, as were some crates of finer wines and food. Then only the one large chest remained, and all held their breath, for this promised to be the greatest treasure. Pellier leered and boasted loud. "The Trahern wench says this is her wealth no man can count." Shanna stepped closer, a wry and twisted smile curving her soft lips. Ruark read her face and knew full well that mischief was brewing in her beautiful head. For the sake of caution, he waited nearby, watching the proceedings, but taking no part. A blow of an axe crushed the lock and freed the paw. Pellier shouted and threw open the lid. His dark eyes gleamed at the tray filled with small leather pouches. "Jewels!" he proclaimed. "We'll all be rich!" Greedily, he snatched a sample, pulled open the cord, spilled the contents in his hand, then stared in mute amazement, for he held no greater wealth than the trigger, lock assembly, and the butt plate of a musket. Frantically, he rummaged through the bags and found only the hard clink of iron. He and Harrapin lifted the heavy tray and pulled aside an oilskin to reveal beneath it tier upon tier of long, slim musket barrels stacked neatly in place upon notched wooden strips. Harrapin lifted one in bemusement and turned it in his hands. "'Pon me saints," he remarked as he hefted one of the pouches. "'Tis naught but muskets, without butts even. Useless bloody muskets." Shanna could contain herself no longer, and laughed in derisive glee. "Of course, you fools. What else?" The sound of her mockery rose above their murmurs to ring against their pride, reducing it to shattered shards. "And should you have the butts," she jeered, "you'd find them useless still. For you see, the chest was dropped on the dock, and all the barrels are bent. My father kept them as a reminder of his one failure at profit. It always pricked him. But now I'm sure he'll find the memory of it tickles his wit." Ruark groaned inwardly at her foolishness, recognizing that her words might well draw real blood before the hour was gone. Pellier whirled on her with a curse. "But you swore it held a wealth no one could count." "Of course," Shanna answered sweetly. "And does it not?" She tossed her head, sending her hair flying over her shoulder. In a rage, Pellier snatched Shanna's arm, cruelly twisting it until she cried out in pain and fell to her knees before him. Drawing a dagger from his boot, the Frenchman held it close in front of her eyes, which now betrayed a first hint of fear. "Then I'll carve the price from your precious skin, bitch." Suddenly Pellier found his wrist seized in a grip of iron. Slowly, against his will, the blade was raised away from Shanna until he stared into Ruark's softly smiling face. "I know you are rash, my friend, but I think not foolishly so." Pellier let Shanna sprawl to the deck. His free hand dipped quickly toward the pistol in his belt, but Ruark caught that arm as well. The half-breed struggled against Ruark, but his arms were held between them where none of the crew or captains could see the battle. The more Pellier tried to free himself, the tighter the vice became until he could feel his hands growing numb. His eyes sought his captor's face, and saw in it a strength and will he had until now doubted existed. It was born in the back of his muddled mind that he could not rest until this one who held him like a child was made to feed the fishes. Having no other choice, he ceased the useless fight, but the grip held where it was. "Now I, for one, have great love for my neck, and would not see it stretched upon the Hampstead spar," Ruark continued easily. "You have already tweaked Trahern's nose, but would you draw the full wrath of his vengeance on us all?
There is also this to consider. The wealth you draw from her flesh will be meagre indeed, and done with all too soon. But her father treasures the wench as his only kin, and will no doubt pay handsomely for her safe return. Seeing some logic in this, Pellier relaxed in the tenacious grasp, and Ruark released him.
Oui, you speak true.
The half-breed grunted reluctantly, but his hawkish eyes lowered to Shanna, who, though bruised and shaken, let her gaze show contempt as it roamed his filthy person. With a sly leer, he chuckled.
But 'twas Pellier who brought her here, eh? She will be mine till the ransom is full paid.
Shanna's breath caught sharply in her throat, as much in outrage as in shock, and she scrambled up, staring at him in horrified disgust. His lustful perusal pierced her meagre garments, taking a path downward over her round bosom and gracefully curving hips. Shanna could not hold back a shudder of revulsion and clutched the thin robe higher about her neck. When she had seen Ruark aboard the ship, she had thought he had somehow planned her capture. Whether for revenge or desire, she could only guess. The idea, though it had angered her mightily, was at least remotely acceptable as her fate, and she reasoned it could be dealt with. Now a cold, sickening dread of what really lay in store for her began to make itself known. This swaggering brute Pellier could hardly have made himself more sickening to her eyes. He was a rank, filthy man, with not the shallowest knowledge of decency. Given her choice between throwing herself overboard and submitting to him, she could only surmise she'd seek the former end without hesitation. Indeed, in the matter of choices, Ruark was her only refuge. But if he had betrayed her before, he might well again. Ruark's manner was almost calm as he watched Pellier's eyes covetously survey and obviously savour that which he named his. A more observant man than the half-breed might have noticed the distant hardening of Ruark's lean features, the tightening of his jaw, the coldness in his gaze, and taken a warning. Deliberately, Ruark caught Shanna's wrist, and, in spite of her resistance and attempts to snatch free, he pulled her before the pirate captain. He ignored the flashing green daggers that fair riddled him, and with a finger under her chin, raised it beneath the lantern until Pellier could clearly see her fine and delicate beauty.
There's further caution I would give you, Captain Pellier. If you've eyes in your head, you might see this is a rare piece of considerable cost.
Ruark's fingers softly stroked the fragile column of her pale throat. Beneath his light touch, Shanna trembled, and he wondered what emotion betrayed her.
But the piece bruises easily with abuse, and once returned, her vengeance might well be more costly than Trahern's own. This is his valued pet, and he'll see her will carried out. To be the treasure you seek, she must be tended carefully and kept against the day you've gotten her worth.
Ruark dropped his hand away from her, but not before he frowned a warning into Shanna's eyes. Then, with a casual salute to Pellier, he strode past her and made his way to the forecastle, where he leaned upon the rail and watched the iridescent sea curling beneath the prow. A puzzled frown troubling her brow, Shanna studied him covertly and wondered if this man who seemed to ever mark her life would be her champion or her end.
"Bind the wench!"
Pellier bellowed. Geitlier scurried across the deck, catching Shanna's wrist, and dragged her along in his wake, as she cast repeated glances over her shoulder at the lone figure by the rail. Dawn had brushed the heavens in deep magenta before the sun, rising golden on the horizon, bleached it
to a softer pink, and sharply etched the detail of the craft in its gilded light. The morning bloomed into full day. The sky faded to a subdued blue, and the translucent aquamarine that rose and fell in a languid heaving motion became the sea beneath it. Triangular sails billowed with the full breath of a brisk wind, and the schooner skimmed the waters like a gull in effortless flight. Tied with the other prisoners to the pin-rail at the base of the main mast, Shanna found little comfort. She dozed fitfully, rousing whenever footsteps paced near. Usually it was Pellier who came to stand above her, his legs braced apart and arms set akimbo. His dark face twisted in a malevolent grin as his black eyes bored into her. Shanna shivered in apprehension as she sensed in him a twisted, vengeful desire to see her writhing in agony, while he had her in some perverted way. Noon cast Shanna in the shade of the sails, protected at last from the glaring sun. But it had already brightened the pale, slim nose and brought a deeper flush to her cheeks. Her long, curling hair, lifting on the freshening zephyrs, swirled about her face and bosom, the ends entangling in their abandon. Pellier's men paused often to stare at her with more than a longing glance, but they knew their captain and held a deep fear of him. His temper could rise without warning, and his skill with weapons had earned a healthy respect bordering on fear from them. Long ago they had learned to stay well away from the half-breed and that which belonged to him. It was only Gaitlier who brought her an occasional bit of cheese or bread or a drink of water, and even these minor ministrations were wont to draw Pellier's disapproval. Ruark kept his own vigil at a more distant spot, viewing Shanna through slitted eyelids while he appeared to slumber peacefully, his back braced against the rail and his legs stretched out before him. In the lengthening shadows of late afternoon, the schooner trimmed her sails and slipped cautiously along a string of small, swampy islands, little more than reefs choked with sand and crowded with cypress and occasional groups of palms. A dark, blood-red flag slashed with a black bar sinister was hoisted, and the ship passed a slightly larger island where, on a placid white beach, a single hut could be seen beneath the overhanging thatch of palms. A shiny surface reflected the light of the waning sun, and the signal was answered with waves from the pirates on the schooner. Shanna and the other hostages were loosed from their tethers and grouped together near the gangport. Ruark roused from where he catnapped near the prow, and set his gaze toward the lay of the land and reefs, carefully noting details. When the Good Hound had cleared the end of the point, she was faced with an open stretch of shallow water spotted with breakers, which signalled reefs and sandbars. Ahead of them lay a much larger island that sprouted a low hill overlooking a shallow, half-protected cove. A scattering of ramshackle huts could be seen on the shoulders of the higher ground. In the centre and on the brow of the dune squatted a large, once whitewashed structure, surrounded by a low stone wall which enclosed a barren courtyard. Behind the port, and for several miles on either side, a mangrove swamp extended, which combined with the reefs and bars beyond the shoreline to provide a good half-mile of protection from attack. Harrapin joined Ruark by the rail and leaned beside him. The whole side of the Englishman's face seemed to compress in a weird smirk as he squinted his eye at the younger man.
"Well, my lad, you see our haven. Mare's End she be. What'd you think of her?"
He observed Ruark closely, but he only shrugged non-committally.
"Appears safe enough." "Aye, that ye can say."
Harrapin's arm stretched out toward a spot where the broken ribs of a ship
rose amid the shoals. You see that wreck? 'Twas part of a Spanish fleet what tried to warp a galleon through the shallows near enough to bombard our town. But the currents at high tide are strong and treacherous."
He chuckled heartily and grated a hand across the heavy, coarse bristles darkening his scarred chin.
"After the ship hung up here, we floated a raft with a single gun into range and chewed her to bits."
Ruark noted the man's obvious relish of the event, but pointed out,
"If a determined man covered his ship with another and went carefully, he could succeed, and other ships could stand off and intercept anyone trying to escape. You'd be trapped in there." "Aye, lad."
Harapin laughed briefly.
"And so 'twould seem. But 'tis only fair to say, the wisest rat sees to his hole afore he builds the nest."
Ruark peered at the pirate with a cocked brow. Harapin gave a secretive chuckle.
"Just in case the dogs try to dig him out."
Ruark led him on.
"'Twould be a crafty rat to get from here unscathed."
The Englishman was eager to explain.
"As long as there's a ship to sail, we've a way out, lad. There's a channel through the swamp, and no reefs on the other side. The Spaniards cut it through."
He stared at Ruark for a moment as the younger man accepted this silently. Then he warned,
"But a man must know the way, and mother keeps it well hidden."
With that, the hoary buccaneer turned away and busied himself with preparations to debark, leaving Ruark to stare after him, his curiosity much aroused. A crowd had gathered on the white sand beach, outcasts from the world trapped in this backwater way of life, with little hope beyond the meanest existence. Indeed, the town could not sustain itself, and survived only by servicing the corsair fleet. Vendors came with their baskets, hawking their wares, hoping the warriors would feel largesse with their victory, and share some of the spoils for a new bauble or a trinket. Gaudy, unwashed harlots sought any favourable glance, the bolder ones calling invitations to the crew while they revealed plump bosoms and round thighs, or sauntered with cocked hips and arms akimbo. The children, few that they were, bore the vacant stares of hopelessness, or the savage leers of minds already twisted into the mould of malice and greed. Running sores and scars marked the beggars, and bespoke the merciless deprivation suffered on the island. They were the fortunate ones. The unfortunate were those who had been dealt a deep wound in battle, or had an arm or leg severed, and were dying slow and agonizing deaths in this hellish hole. These poor wretches, whose maimed, misshapen bodies wore a grimace of pain permanently on their faces, and women who were worn and abused until they looked like hags of some horrific tale, stood back in mute surrender, while their counterparts, who still sustained a meagre vigour, crowded close in hopes of catching some coin, some treasure, some rejected morsel, some sharing of whatever was to be shared. Crewmen tossed coppers from the ship and guffawed as scrawny youngsters and grown men splashed into the shallows for such wealth. Shanna's stomach tightened and wrenched with the cruelty of it all. She had always considered herself worldly, well-travelled and educated, but nothing she had seen or read had prepared her for this. A twinkling began to dawn of just why her father had so desperately desired to secure his loved ones from poverty. In the tormented faces of the children, she glimpsed her father's despair as a youth, and something stirred deep within her consciousness, trying to surface into realization. But Shanna was too tired, too exhausted to think. A questioning murmur rose from the bondsmen who stood near her. This place frightened them as much as it did her. and they cursed their luck to have been captured. They could expect no more than slavery here, and were quick to recognize their own plight would scarce be better than that of Trahern's daughter. As Shanna raised her gaze to them, uncertainty written heavily on her face, they quieted their grumbles. One man swore and faced away, while another remarked hoarsely,
"Bloody savages they be. The devil's own. God save us all."
Shanna sagged wearily, setting her back to them. She knew they voiced her own apprehension. Awkwardly, she brushed a wayward tress from her cheek with her bound hands. She was numb to every emotion save a gnawing fear that feasted heartily upon what courage she tried to muster. She set her mind not to appear frightened, yet her knees had a strange tendency to shake beneath her, and an uncontrollable shivering made tatters of her resolve. Just when she had won some semblance of composure, her chin quivered, and the sting of tears smarted in her eyes. Despite her show of self-control, however strained, she was terribly afraid, not knowing what lay in store for her, but convinced now that the miscreants planned some hideous fate for the daughter of Trahern. The constant stares of the pirates and their bold leers when they caught her eye unnerved her considerably. Bruised and hungry, exhausted from lack of sleep, she was listless and dazed. Her head ached from the merciless sun which beat down upon her. Disconcertedly, Shanna moved her gaze to Ruark. He stood near the fore of the ship, watching as the vessel worked her way toward the crude jetty that formed a landing dock. His dark hair was stirred by the light breeze, and his broad, tanned shoulders gleamed with a fine mist of sweat. He seemed like a stranger, a man she had never known, distant, frowning as if his cares weighed upon him sorely. She felt a rising bitterness that he had trifled with her so casually, yet she also recognized the folly of the anger that had caused her to have him cast away. Had she only cooled her need for immediate revenge, she could have made him pay 1,000-fold for his indiscretion. Now she had only herself to blame, and must admit that he had ample cause to seek redress upon her person. Fear pricked her consciousness that Ruark would be willing to see her demeaned and abused at every hand, and the surety of such was beginning to loom monstrously large in her future. Her already depleted strength would little deter Pellier's assault when he chose to launch it, but it was best not to dwell on the degradations that would precede the final one, when Shanna fought the despair that threatened to reduce her to a whimpering, sobbing wretch. As his entire fortune was on his person, there was little to occupy Ruark. He was glad he had not doffed the breeches before Pitney's visit, or he might well have been more exposed to the air. Though the pirate captains had promised him a share of the loot for his assistance, he was not bent to believe that Pellier had accepted his interference with Shanna kindly. Considering the half-breed's possessive attention, she would need much in the way of protection. Still, Ruark thought, if he appeared anxious to defend her, it would arouse suspicions against him. He must gain some degree of trust, or at least some sort of respect from the picaroons, or escape would be doubly difficult. On the other hand, he could not abide anyone mauling his wife, and he knew if they pricked Shanna's defence, she could well flay anyone's pride with her tongue, and might bring odious penalties upon herself. It may well be that I shall have to fight the whole lot of them, he mused wryly. And for that selfsame wench who will not accept my protection, thinking I took my ease with another. But I am set in any event to choose the course that will take us both clear of this hellish place, whether she will have aught of me or not. For a space, Ruark stared down into the sparkling blue-green sea. and thought how much it resembled those eyes that had led him to this corner of the universe and still beckoned with the promise of a reward beyond his ken. The schooner slid against the dock, and when the ropes were secured to the quay, Harrapin strode across the deck, clapping his hands as he loudly called, "A wager for the first wench tossed on her back, me aunties. Which do you say? A sovereign on Carmelita?" A sharp grunt came from the stern. "Have you no eyes in your bloomin' head, mate? Trahern wench I'll put me wager on. To take me not but a thrice cat to roll her on her arse and give her me all." "Aye," a derisive snort answered. "And should you beat Robbie for a turn on her, you'll find his sticker in your back." Shanna remained motionless, giving no outward sign that she was affected by their crudity. But inwardly she quailed, and her mind recoiled. Her night had been unpleasant enough, but she realized it was only her potential value as a hostage that had kept her from an even more unpleasant one in the captain's cabin or the crew's quarters, if not both. For that small respite, at least, she had Ruark to thank. Ruark gave little attention to the banter. He accepted the men's talk as just that, at least for the time being. As long as Pellier was alive, Ruark was well aware from where the real threat came. Warily, he watched the Frenchman approach Shanna and begin to saunter forward as the man placed a long leather thong about the slim column of her throat. Then suddenly, without warning, Ruark found his own way blocked by the broad hairy chest of Pellier's ape-like mate and 3 of the hands he had seen warping the ship in. Ruark elbowed one aside to force his way, but with a wide grin drawn back from uneven, gaping teeth, the mate moved again to stand before him, and over his brawny shoulder Ruark caught Pellier's evil smile, directed briefly toward him. "Well, man," the huge mate leered, "if you're to be one of us, let's see how you fare at tidying up a ship." The gangplank touched the dock, and the corsair captain began to move toward the open way. In that moment, a cold, chilling fear washed through Shanna, and her eyes turned a last desperate plea toward her only hope, Ruark. She saw him standing with several crewmen, and he made no move to come to her. His frown deepened even as she looked, but he seemed willing to surrender her to this pig of a pirate. So much for his high ideals and wedding vows, Shanna thought bitterly. His lack of action stung her to the quick. Their eyes met, and threatened with a rush of moisture in her own, Shanna lifted her chin with a defiant gesture of dismissal. Then the leash tightened about her neck, and she was jerked, stumbling along, in Pellier's wake. Shanna was paraded behind the pirate captains as part of the booty which was carted after her, the only exception being the large chest. It was left where it sat on the deck of the schooner. Her wrists were bound before her, and her long hair tumbled in wild disarray about her shoulders, half masking her face from the curious eyes of the waiting townspeople. The sting of ire she felt at being so crudely displayed was sharp, though it gave her cause to remember Ruark being hauled aboard the Marguerite in chains. Some of the strumpets poked grimy fingers at her and tugged cruelly at her golden hair. Shanna bristled angrily and snatched away, but this show of temper only aggravated their pestering. Viciously, they began to pinch her limbs and buttocks, calling coarse insults, many of which Shanna could only just grasp the meaning of. By the time she emerged from the press of bodies and snatching hands, Shanna was much the worse for wear. Her appearance no longer bore any resemblance to a high-born lady. Her dressing gown was torn, the remains of a sleeve hung in shreds from her shoulder, and her bare feet were bruised by the pebbles and blistered by the hot sand. Still, She walked with the unbowed dignity of a Trahern, and allowed wrath to mask her pain and trepidation. A sigh of relief almost escaped her when she was urged on no more. Wearily she lifted her gaze to the large whitewashed structure before her. A broad veranda stretched across the front, and a gaudy figurehead carved in the likeness of a heavy-bosomed mermaid hung from a post above their heads. The place was badly worn and shabby, in desperate need of repair, but Shanna had already guessed that most who lived here were hardly more than parasites, doing as little as possible in the way of work and honest labour. Beneath the coyly smiling nymph, a monstrously huge man, every bit as tall as Pitney and half again as wide, called a greeting to the victors. His bald pate glistened with sweat above long sideburns, which were braided into queues with bright ribbons adorning the ends of each.
"So, you scurvy swine,"
his oddly tenor voice rang.
"You've gone to Trahern's Isle like you said you would, and I see you return whole."
He giggled in glee as he surveyed the crates and chests they unloaded onto the veranda.
"And you've even brought back some baggage."
A quick pull on her tether, and Shanna was yanked before the enormous man, and there made to stand while he rudely evaluated her. She shivered in disgust as the man cupped her chin in a ham-like hand, then turned her head from side to side, inspecting her much as one might a steed.
"A pretty filly, to be sure, though Trahern left me little enough to appreciate her with. But why bring her here?"
he questioned his cohorts. Pellier grinned slyly.
"This is the plum of Trahern's orchard, mother. His own daughter. She'll bring us all a fine lot of coins. Aye, if we live long enough to enjoy them,"
Harrapin snorted.
"'Tis impossible for him to get a big enough ship through the reefs without going around. We are safe enough here,"
Pellier argued. The giant pursed his lips and let his gaze scan the horizon, seeming to grow nervous.
"It'll set Trahern on edge, to be sure,"
he half mused in a worried tone. Then he gestured toward the prisoners who huddled behind Shanna and mumbled,
"We may need extra hands if Trahern decides to make himself felt. Bring the wench inside, hearties, and we'll have us a mug."
The sun rested on the horizon, and night would soon spread its velvet cloak of darkness over the island. As she was led inside, Shanna threw a glance behind her, but she saw no sign of Ruark. Resentfully, she wondered if he had already found some wench on the dock to fill his time. A short stairway led down to a tavern room where lanterns were lit to ward off the coming shroud of night. The large flat stones beneath her feet were cool and a welcome relief from the burning sand. Pellier crossed the long, dark room, yanking her along with him, and he joined Mother at a long table. A fist crashing down on the wooden planks startled Shanna as their host bellowed for ale. Immediately 2 women appeared, and from barrels lining the wall filled immense tankards. Harrapin caressed the bovine breast of one and grinned into her face.
"Carmelita, you're as pretty as ever, me lovely. Care for a toss?"
A voice chortled loudly from the rear of the common room.
"He bet on you, Carmelita, and he's trying to win the wager."
With a fling of her dark head and a wanton smile, Carmelita roughly pushed a mug into the Englishman's groping hand, sloshing a share of the contents over his breeches.
"That should cool your loins till me work is done, you lusting rogue. I'll bed whom I please, and 'tis not likely to be you scrawny gander."
Loud guffaws sounded around the table until Harrapin glared his fellows down. Eager to demonstrate his own prowess with women, Pellier threw an arm about Shanna's waist and sought to snatch her to him for a quick kiss and a long-awaited fondle. In violent reflex, Shanna swung out with her bound hands clenched into fists, intending only to hold the stinking, sweaty body away from her. The blow struck him just beneath the ribs. Startled and gasping for breath, the half-breed stumbled back. As he fought for balance, one foot waving precariously, Shanna saw her chance. She caught her toe behind his heel and kicked hard. Pellier spun about, then dusted a full 6 feet of the floor as he slammed down upon it. The smaller of the serving women, a plain drab thing with a listless manner who had stepped near to fill Pellier's tankard, gaped in horror. Shanna began to realize the danger of what she had done. The mirth of the corsairs shook the rafters, and it dawned on her that she had embarrassed Pellier before all the others. To her, a well-deserved deed, but one quite likely to bring her end. Harrapin snickered.
"Hey, Robbie, get up. You'll do no good down there alone. You forgot the wench."
The Frenchman's dignity was sorely bruised, not to mention his backside, where he had struck the floor. His eyes were shot with blood, his face scarlet with rage, as he came to his feet, glowering at Shanna. The words sounded choked in his throat.
"You high-flown bitch. I'll teach you to be a proper doxy who'll come when she's cold."
Savagely he snatched the leather thong, nearly jerking Shanna off her feet and raising a welt where the rawhide strip soared at her throat. Half dragging her after him, he strode across the room until they reached a large open hole in the floor. Pellier drew a blade from the top of his boot, and to her amazement slashed her bonds, setting her free of both her collar and wristlets. Shanna frowned at him inquiringly, but smirking. He kicked a ladder into the hole and gestured for her to descend.
"Unless, of course, you wished my assistance."
He sneered and reached for her, but Shanna avoided his grasp and obeyed. She climbed down into the dark, rank pit, and then raised her gaze in wonder at what was expected of her. The ladder was pulled away, and she saw Pellier reach over into the shadows near the wall. A heavy iron-barred grating crashed down to cover the hole. In some bewilderment, Shanna glanced around her. A checkered pattern of light from above filtered down, and she realized she stood on the top of a pile of rubble beneath the opening. Did Pellier intend to frighten her with isolation and darkness? The idea was ludicrous, of course, when she was more terrified of his loathsome attentions. A skittering in the dark chilled Shanna's confidence like a flood of icy water. A squeak near her pierced the quiet, and she glanced down as a large rat ran across her feet. Her shriek brought guffaws of glee from Pellier. Anxiously, Shanna strained upward to reach the grating, but the pirate wheeled a weighty barrel onto the grill to preclude her moving it. A scurrying came behind her, and Shanna whirled to see several of the grey, furry beasts crouching on the edge of the light. Their eyes gleamed oddly red and evilly bright, as if they contemplated her end. Gasping, Shanna scrambled away from them further down the slope of the debris, anywhere to be away from them. The odious stench of the pit choked her and brought her close to retching. Shanna could only guess what the pirates used it for. The small red-eyed furries grew bolder. A half-dozen or more now sat watching her, creeping nearer whenever she glanced away. Shanna retreated another step, and her foot went ankle-deep in the slime. A rat scurried toward her, and stifling a scream, Shanna kicked at it, sending it squeaking back to the pack. More rodents slithered from the darkness until their number had doubled. They began to move forward in a body. A shuddering sob escaped Shanna as she splashed backwards until she stood knee-deep in the foul water. A sardonic laugh came from above, and a crust of bread and pieces of meat fell through the grating.
"Here, milady,"
Pellier's voice mocked.
"Here's your supper."
He snickered wickedly.
"That is, if you can save any from your greedy little friends." And here's something to quench your thirst, milady.
His humour was high as he poured ale through the cover, drizzling it over the squeaking, fighting rats, now tearing at the food he had tossed.
Don't be lonesome for me. Your friends will keep you company till I'm ready for you.
His footsteps faded from her small world, and Shanna, conscious of her own ravenous hunger, stared mutely at the greedy rodents. The droplets of moisture, glittering as they fell, made her throat dry. The fetid stink of offal caused her to cough. The rats, now searching eagerly for any last morsel, turned as one to stare at her. Something bumped her leg, and Shanna reached down, closing her hand over a piece of wood. It was firm and real, which little else around her seemed to be. Her hunger gnawed at her belly, her thirst burned in her throat, her fatigue eroded her will, her fear undermined her resolve. She was afraid she might dissolve to tears at any moment and plead to be taken from this pit of hell. Even as she faced the scurrying animals, she imagined she felt small wiggling things between her toes, or something slither now and then against her leg. The rats tested the edge of the water, but were reluctant to enter. Then one bolder than the rest leaped in and began to swim towards her. Shanna stilled her quaking and waited tensely, raising the board. A moment more. With a sob, she brought the wood down edgewise upon the furry thing, and after a brief, frenzied splashing, Shanna saw no more of it. Warily the others backed away to a safer distance to consider her, their red eyes twinkling as if they whispered among themselves and plotted against her. A violent shaking possessed Shanna, and even her defeat of the rat could not buoy her spirit. If only there were a spot, dry and safe, to which she could escape. The board sagged in her hands. The rats grew still and watched her with a malevolent alertness. She wanted to sob, but knew what greater disaster awaited her if she weakened. She was so tired, so hungry, so thirsty, so faint. Evil eyes stared at her from the darkness, creeping closer. "Someone help me," her mind screamed. "Anyone! Ruark!" Chapter 16. Over the mate's shoulder, Ruark had watched Pellier lead Shanna across the gangplank and down into the milling throng until she disappeared from his sight. Then he returned his attention to the four who crowded before him. "I have more important things to occupy me than sweeping any deck," he stated bluntly.
"Gaw! Love the likes of him!"
The mate guffawed.
"He wants to start at the top, he does. Well, man,"
the beady eyes narrowed,
"to be a captain, you has to have a ship, and then you has to be the best man of the crew. I've little enough to recommend of you. You've done naught but eat our food and drink our ale."
Slowly Ruark backed away until he felt the rail behind him. His foot struck a bucket of sand kept handy for small fires. His hand found a pin rail where the long oaken belaying pins were stored. The pirates wore no pistols, but with obvious relish fingered the hilts of the cutlasses thrust into their belts. Ruark could only surmise that Pellier had left orders that would negate the share of the loot which was promised him. A quick end, the half-breed no doubt expected, but this colonial had other plans. His eyes fell on the half-open door to the captain's cabin, and Ruark remembered a stack of arms he had seen there when they had questioned him. Casually, he leaned against the rail and stared back at the men. He had played much the part of a yearling calf with these men, hoping they might relax their vigil of him. He should have considered they were jackals and would readily devour the helpless. Ruark almost smiled. Let's see what the jackals will do when they face a man instead. Seeing naught to be gained by waiting any longer, Ruark bent, and with a swift movement hurled the bucket of sand into their faces, sharing it liberally with the four of them. As the men stumbled back, cursing and rubbing sand from their eyes, he quickly snatched a pin from the rack and laid it alongside the head of the nearest. He bent another over with a hard jab beneath the ribs and parried the wild swing of the mate who had freed his cutlass. Coming to blows with the sword, the belaying pin was nearly sheared in two. Its continuing service as a weapon was badly in doubt, and Ruark hurled it into the face of the fourth man, who ducked to avoid it and collided with the mate. His respite won, Ruark ran for the cabin and slammed the door behind him as several bodies thudded against it on the opposite side. He threw the bolt and spent the few moments he had gained in search of a weapon. He cast aside an ornate dress sword and laid his hand upon the worn hilt of a long, curved sabre. He drew the piece from its sheath, and the naked blade winked blue in the dim light, as if sharing a pun with him. Though sturdy, its balance was such that it scarcely weighed anything in his grip. Stepping back to the door, Ruark timed the heavy blows that bowed its panels. Then, in the pause between, loosed the latch and waited. The door crashed open, and the weight of the men carried them forward headlong into the cabin. Ruark kicked the rear of the last one through, and the hapless man sailed heels over head into the sprawling cluster. The mate gained his feet, and with a bellow of rage charged, lashing out with his cutlass. The heavy blade turned on the sabre's edge and smashed into an iron-bound trunk. The long, curved sabre returned with the speed of a cobra to lay open the mate's shoulder and the front of his jacket as he stumbled back. His arm hung useless, and the mate gaped down at his chest, where a thin red line began to ooze droplets of blood. The other men gathered behind their helpless leader, as if his body would shield them from the weaving, threatening blade. One of them hesitantly raised his cutlass, and Ruark smashed it aside, running the sharp edge of his blade along the man's forearm, where it left a trail of red welling from its path. The poor chap screamed as if his heart had been torn from him. This was no unarmed clod who would plead for mercy as they had been told, but a live fighting man, determined not to yield his person without a struggle. The smallest of the four men decided bravery had had its day. Running across the cabin, he hurled himself against the stern windows. Alas, the thick glass and heavy frames had been made to withstand the force of towering seas, and he recoiled onto the floor, where he rolled, moaning, bleeding from the head and holding his shoulder. Another had the foresight to free the latch and swing the panes outward before he took his leave. His success led his companions in his wake. The mate cleared the transom with an agility amazing for one of his years, and as Ruark neared him, the man on the floor saw the wisdom of a hasty retreat. He too cleared the transom and took to the water, striking out for shore with one arm, thrashing the surface. Ruark leaned out the windows to assure their hasty departure, and saw a long, dark shape pass under the stern of the ship. A tall fin cleaved the surface a moment later, and the bellow of the mate announced that he had also sighted the shark. As was befitting, he passed his men to lead them ashore, and soon they had all disappeared into the swamp, leaving only 4 wet trails across the beach to mark their passing. Ruark now surveyed the cabin with less urgency, though the need to follow off to Shanna made him hasten his selections. He found a pair of fine pistols on the captain's desk and checked the load and priming. He marvelled at the snug way they tucked into his waistband. A broad-brim, low-crowned hat of woven straw was made with a skill of workmanship that rivaled Trahern's headgear. Its fit justified his confiscating it. He added a sleeveless leather jerkin and borrowed a clay pipe and pouch of tobacco from a shelf. The sheath from the sabre was hung on a sash over his shoulder, and thus equipped, Ruark went out onto the deck and made his way along the jetty to the shore. He had not seen which way the captains and their party had passed, but guessed the white structure, being the largest one about, would be their quarters. Along the path, through a jumble of lesser dwellings, Ruark found himself the object of many stares, though none moved to stop him. The looks were bolder from some of the women, who paused where they stood and watched him pass, posturing for his benefit, and then frowning as he gave them no heed. He cleared the town, and at last paused before the inn, and gazed up toward the figurehead swinging gently from its bracket. From within came the noise of boisterous merrymaking. Pellier's loud bellow called for more ale, and Ruark stepped within, keeping to the shadows. The bedlam assailed him. The odours of sweaty, filthy bodies crowded together in the common room, mingled with the aromas of strong ale and a pig roasting on the open hearth. It was Mother who set down an empty mug and waited in silence while the din continued around him. When the giant spoke, directing his gaze toward a dark corner, angry murmurings rose around him, and many hands reached for weapons.
"Come have a draught with us," Mother beckoned, "and tell me why you lurk in the gloom."
Pellier slammed his cup down and stared in surprise as Ruark strode from the shadows and accepted the proffered mug of ale. Leisurely, Ruark quenched his thirst, letting them await his pleasure, then sighed as he lowered the tankard. His gaze passed about the room, touching on the waiting faces. Then he grinned casually and shrugged.
"'Tis no fault of mine that I'm here, but 'tis still somewhat by choice. It seems there is a matter of a small debt which these gentlemen owe me."
He swept his hand to indicate the captains.
"I would not be so pressing on the subject, sirs," he apologized with mockery. "But as you know, I am penniless, and it seems that even here there is little that is free."
Ruark noted that many eyes went to the sabre and the pistols whose butts were close to his hands.
"Bah!" Pellier sneered. "Give him a copper or two and throw him out." "A copper, is it?" Ruark snorted. "You must have promised that much to your mate. He did you a copper's worth, or less."
His own sneer was evident.
"I've never seen a man so born to water as that one."
He directed his statements to the others.
"I was promised a full captain's share, if you remember, and I can forgive the attempt to gain even that. Still, had I not warned you, you would have sailed directly into the muzzles of Trahern's cannon,"
Ruark reminded them boldly.
"They could have sunk you with the sheer weight of lead long before you neared the village." "He's right," one of the lesser captains grudgingly admitted. "He did tell us the truth of it. And had you landed out of sight, as I suggested," Ruark continued easily, "you might have reached the village and returned with something of real worth."
This last was not the complete truth, for he had been to the lookout hill himself and knew the entire coastline was visible from there.
"Oh, lads," Harrapin broke in, "I haven't the stomach for this bickering."
He snatched a small bag of coins from his sash and tossed it to Ruark.
"Here, bondsman, find a wench to amuse yourself. When the gold is weighed, you'll have a full share."
Hefting the pouch, Ruark guessed it not an untidy sum. He nodded his thanks, but Pellier snorted in disgust and returned to his cup. At the word bondsman, Mother had turned a more attentive perusal to the newcomer and now leaned forward.
"Bondsman, you say?"
His eyes gleamed in the dim lantern's light.
"Were you in bondage to Trahern?"
"Aye," Ruark replied. "It was a choice of a hangman's noose or bondage. So I was shipped from England to Los Camellos."
He braced a shoulder against a solid rough-hewn post and openly studied the men seated around the table.
"There is also another score I'd like to settle, but time enough for that."
Mother chortled and saluted him with his mug.
"We've a tie between us, then. I was a bondsman of Trahern's many years ago. The lass were but a tot at her father's knee."
He swilled more of the ale, then mused aloud.
"I fought a man in a fair fight, I did, and killed him. Trahern said I'd had to do his work as well as me own till the man's debt was paid."
He sank back in his chair, and beneath bushy brows glowered darkly.
"I tried to escape when they caught me. Spread me on a hatch cover for the whip as an example. The field master was happy at his work, and when he had bloodied me back well enough, he bloodied my chest and struck lower."
Mother emptied the mug and threw it across the tavern, shattering it against the wall.
"He made me a bloody eunuch!"
His fist crashed down to emphasize the last word. Then he slid low in his chair, and his neck disappeared in folds of fat. His eyes glowed, tiny and feral, deep in their sockets. He chortled, almost as if to himself.
"But he won't get hold of me again. No, he won't."
Harapin rose to stretch his legs and nudged Ruark with his elbow in passing, nodding toward the enormous man.
"That's our dear mother," he grinned. "He takes care of the town here, sort of Lord Mayor, as it be."
Ruark contemplated the eunuch, who was blubbering in a fresh cup. Mother was not what he had expected, but he made no comment as to that. He had seen many men in his travels, but these brigands would have made the poor wretches in Newgate seem like mild-mannered children. Mother and Harapin acted friendly enough for the thieves they were, but he had no doubt that if their way of life were threatened, they would turn on an enemy with the ferocity of wolves. Ruark's eyes roamed further. No sign of Shanna and the other captives. But with Pellier present, she could not be in too great a danger. Still, it would have eased his mind considerably to know her whereabouts. Pellier snorted and came to his feet.
"Bah! This ale sours my gut."
He caught the arm of the shy young woman who served his fellow captains, making her crouch away in sudden fear.
"You dolty slut! Fetch us meat and better wines."
The girl nodded quickly and skittered off to do his bidding. Pellier leered after her, taking his seat again, and rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Heaping trenchers of pork and fowl were brought, and Carmelita delivered him a flagon of wine, placing several others around the table. As she offered one to Ruark, she leaned against him and smiled seductively into his carefully blank face. She pranced off and returned with a tray of fine crystal goblets. Giving him one, she brushed hard against him, and for a moment her hand dipped brazenly beneath his belt to fondle him.
"Go! She's off to you, lad!"
Harapin roared and watched her swinging hips as she paraded off to distribute the glasses.
"But mind your ways, lad. She has a temper, that one."
Ruark declined comment, but decided she was one person to avoid in Shanna's presence. The woman could have almost made two of Shanna. A full skirt was hitched up to show her bare feet, and a loose blouse clung precariously to one shoulder, the other sleeve drooping down her arm. As he had already observed, she wore nothing beneath it, and her dark nippled breasts swayed ponderously with each movement. Her hair was raven black, her skin dark. There was a Spanish look about her, though her speech was flavoured more like Harapin's. She was comely enough for a man who wanted an easy toss. A scowl had blackened Pellier's face as he witnessed Carmelita's provocative invitation to the bondsman. It was an affront to the half-breed's pride that she had never displayed such eagerness for him, and another reason to hate the bondsman. Carmelita set the glasses down beside him, and Pellier lowered his plate abruptly to seize her, snatching her onto his lap and roughly caressing her heavy breasts.
"Come, Carmelita," he crooned. "Share a bit of that with an old friend."
Driving her heel into his instep, she whirled away from him. A ringing slap cracked through the room. In stunned surprise, Pellier gaped at her.
"Oh, friend, ha!"
she jeered.
"You come to my door and beat it with your fist. Boom, boom, boom."
She stood with feet spread, shaking a fist as she raged at him.
"You tell me of all the duels you've fought and all the men you've killed, and then you fall asleep drunk."
She laughed at his reddened face and deep scowl, then dangled a hand limply toward the others.
"He is like the little octopus who catches a big fish and doesn't know what to do with it. Huh."
She hurled this last insult to the Frenchman over her shoulder, then came to take an open bottle from Ruark's hand and pour the wine for him before placing a choice piece of meat in his mouth. An odd noise came from Pellier, and Ruark turned to stare in amazement. The half-breed had seized an entire joint of pork and was ravenously ripping the meat from it, stuffing the pieces into his mouth with his fingers until his eyes seemed almost to bulge. He chewed open-mouthed until he could wash it clear with a gulp of wine, and then repeated the procedure. Disbelief crept into Ruark's expression as the man shoved 3 ripe plantains into his mouth and swallowed without chewing. Harapin sneered.
"He's a bastard from Saint-Domingue, half French, half Injun. He tried to pass himself off as gentry here, but as you can guess, his table manners gave him away."
After a moment, Harapin continued in derision.
"As bloody crude as Robbie is with his food, he's a bit of a wizard with that fancy shiv he wears. 'Tis a fact we're all aware of. That's why he's here. He spared too many of the young Frenchmen in Saint-Domingue with it. The frogs would stretch his neck on a dozen counts, and if the truth were known, 3 times the dozen is more like it."
The Englishman sipped an ale and eyed Ruark.
"He also dislikes anyone handsome and young enough to challenge his rights with the women."
Then Harapin chuckled.
"Aye, we've some odd ones here, and this is the cream of our little colony. Wait till you see the rest."
Ruark decided he had the patience to wait a lifetime for that. Right now, all in the world he wanted was to know where these scum had put Shanna. He sampled the wine, a heavy Italian red, and briefly wondered from what cargo ship it had been taken. Without turning, he directed a question to Harapin.
"How do you settle differences here? If there is an argument over a piece that 2 claim, how is it decided which one gets it?"
Harapin laughed with a grunt.
"A duel, me friend. And if it's to the death, winner takes all. That's why Pellier is the richest among us. He's skilled the most."
Ruark nodded. That was all he wanted to know. He stretched lazily, like an unhurried cat, then hung a leg over the back of a chair, bracing his arm across it as he peered at the pirates, one at a time, until they became uneasy beneath his expectant scrutiny. When the tension had blossomed to an acceptable level, he broke the silence.
"Well, hearties, you dawdle over your cups, while good time slips away."
Even Pellier stopped and stared questioningly at him.
How long will you give Trahern to hunt you down?
There were puzzled mumbles and much shifting of eyes, for they found his inquiry rankling and confusing.
I mean, Ruark explained slowly, casually waving a hand, would it not seem wise to send word that you have Trahern's daughter, and that she is safe? Perhaps even the ransom should be made known. Let's see. He rubbed his arm with a fist thoughtfully. She should be worth perhaps £50,000. He had caught their imaginations, and eyes brightened all around the table. That would be enough to see any one of you to a good life of ease. After, of course, say a tithe is paid for Mother's Haven, and mayhap 1,000 or so for myself. These men could understand greed. In fact, would be suspicious of a man who did not expect his share. Still, he hastened to add, my own part would be small, as I only showed you the way in, and it was your own boldness and bravery that caught her. He paused and watched them while he seemed to ponder. I know Trahern, though, he stated cautiously. He will be after you with all sails set, and he will be difficult to bargain with when you're looking down his guns. Though Pellier had turned his shoulder and pretended not to hear, the others listened carefully. If some of your prisoners wish to return, why not send them back with the word? There was a general murmur of approval, and Ruark continued innocently, Where are the men? Let me question them. Before the others could say nay, the large mulatto captain crossed to the back of the room, threw a bar from a thick oak door, and pulled it open. Oh dear, you gutless swine! He snarled within, and stood aside. There was a scrambling, and the 3 men who had been taken with Shanna came out to stand blinking at the light. They crouched together, fearful of their fates. Ruark gave no pause, but strode boldly across to them and inspected each. Then he turned and braced his feet wide, put hands on his hips, and demanded, And where's the wench? Pellier snorted. Odds blood! Now you see! He wants to see the little tart's body again. 'Twas his game all along. Angry growls came from the group, but Ruark's voice snapped like a whip. Aye, fool. Pellier drew taut in his chair at the insult. Will you send these to Trahern to tell him they know not if she is alive? Where's the wench? Where'd be to learn to be a proper slave? Pellier roared. 'Tis no concern of yours. My need is my concern. Ruark's tone was acid. When Trahern learns we have her and that she's alive and unharmed, we're safe. But not until then. If he has a doubt, he'll level this place and take the chance. The half-breed threw a foot onto the table and leaned back to sneer at Ruark. You're the fool, if you think I'll let you run this island. Ruark's eyes narrowed dangerously. He was about to challenge the man openly when there came a splash and a muffled shriek. In that same moment, Ruark saw his opponent's glance flicker to the grating whereon sat a huge barrel. Ruark cursed as he ran across the room. You twice-damned maniac! His face contorted by a snarl, his lips drawn back from gnashing teeth, Ruark kicked the barrel, sending it crashing to the floor, where it rolled crazily until it reached the wall. You'll see us all hang for your want of a night's play, he flung viciously. His pistol was out and quieted any thoughts of interference as it wandered over the group. No one appeared anxious to stop him. Indeed, Harrapin eyed Pellier and appeared to gloat in anticipation of some bloodletting. As if it were a gaming table, Ruark snatched the grating up and flung it aside.
At his intrusion, a scurrying and chittering came from below. Then silence. Keeping a wary eye on the pirates, Ruark called down,
"Milady!"
A splash in the water, and Shanna sprawled across the pile of rubble. A muffled groan of pain escaped her as she rolled over, and he could see her pale face in the dim light, pinched and drawn, twisted with fear. Her eyes sprang wide as she recognized him, and she scrambled to her feet, sobbing his name. A violent curse came from Ruark, and his angry gaze scornfully raked those at the table, most promisingly Pellier. There would be some payment for this, he vowed. Dropping to a knee and resting the pistol against the edge of the hole, Ruark reached down a hand to hers, which were raised in silent supplication. Shanna seized his wrist with both hands in a panicked grip of desperation, and Ruark knew it would have taken a bar of steel to pry her fingers loose. Lifting her as if she were of thistledown, he set her to her feet on the stone floor. Trembling, she clung to him, sobbing softly against his chest. Then she saw the leering faces of the pirates as they watched her, and she resolutely pushed herself away from Ruark to stand on her own feet. However, the effort was too much for her quaking limbs, and, like a puppet whose strings had been suddenly severed, she crumpled weakly to the floor. Her muffled weeping burned through Ruark's mind. He would not be satisfied until he tasted revenge.
"You see,"
Pellier laughed jeeringly,
"she has already lost much of her Trahern ways."
The pistol in Ruark's hand came around quickly, its single black eye settling on the corsair captain, where it stared unblinkingly for a long, long moment. Beneath the cyclopean threat, even that brave fellow froze, and the gloating grin faded from his scarred face. The cold fire in Ruark's eyes bespoke the fury churning within him. He held himself in tight rein until the rage cooled. What was left was a gnawing wish to see Pellier at the end of his sabre. This was no man, but a rabid beast with a warped mind who had abused the wife of a Beauchamp. "I see the simplest of plans escapes you," Ruark taunted. "Is your reasoning, then, so shallow that you cannot see a valuable piece must be guarded with care?" Pellier scorned the words and would heed no argument. "Step aside, knave. I would see ouder Trahern bitch as fared." Shanna raised her head and favored the pirate with a glare of hatred that would have shriveled the swamp to dry sand. Moving away a mere step, Ruark permitted the man a glimpse of the dishevelled beauty, but directed an appeal to the rest of them. "'Tis sure Trahern will pay the ransom, but when he sees his daughter thus, do you doubt he will find a way to see you all hunted to the ground?" The picaroon stared at him, but carefully gave no hint of agreement. The danger of drawing Pellier's wrath to them was a surety of the present. All else was in the future, and thus doubtful. Pellier rose and hitched up his breeches. "Methinks the lady needs more of the pit." "Ruark!" Shanna's whimper came choked with fright, and she clutched his leg frantically, pressing close against him.
"Why, milady,"
Pellier mocked.
"Did your quarters disagree with you?"
He stepped a few paces nearer, but then paused as if to muse.
"Mayhap the linens were not as fresh as you like."
His voice deepened to a rasping snarl.
"Or mayhap your little friends are more a comfort to you than the likes of us."
Then he roared, "Back to your dungeon, slut!" With his command, he charged forward to seize Shanna, but she flung herself behind Ruark and several spaces beyond. It may have been that Pellier simply did not believe that another man would dare interfere with him. Whatever the cause, he ignored Ruark, and that was his downfall. He never saw the foot that was thrust out in front of him as he passed Ruark. Nevertheless, he again tested the sturdiness of the stone floor, this time with his face. An almost deathly silence gripped the room. Those who watched held their breaths in anticipation of what they knew would come. Pellier rolled over, spitting dirt from his mouth, and his dark, glaring eyes settled on Ruark. Casually, the colonial caught the back of a chair and spun it about to place his foot on the seat. Leaning forward and resting an elbow on his knee, he shook his head and chided lightly. "You learn so very slowly, my friend. I have more claim to the wench than you. 'Twas I who watched her strut about while I sweated for her father. 'Twas I who guided you on to the island. And were it not for me, you'd be feeding the fish at the bottom of Trahern's harbour." Pellier's glower shifted to Shanna, who sidled back to Ruark's side, taking refuge there. Deliberately, Pellier rose and dusted himself off. He was oddly calm now, and there was an air of deadliness about him. "You've touched me twice, bondsman," he commented arrogantly. "The more to instruct you with, my good man." Ruark's words lashed Pellier's pride raw, in spite of their softness. "In good time, I might teach you to respect your betters." "You have hindered me from the first," Pellier sneered, struggling to keep his temper in check. "You're a swine, a colonial swine, and I never have had any use for colonials." Ruark shrugged the insult off and stated simply, "The wench is mine." "The Trahern beach is mine!" Pellier bellowed, losing all restraint. This was too much. He could allow no further erosion of his position if he were to maintain dominance over the other pirates. He lunged forward, hoping to catch his tormentor off guard, but the chair slammed painfully into his shins. Then he found his shirt front gathered in Ruark's fist, and his toes brushed the floor as he was nearly lifted clear of it. An open hand struck the side of his face and returned to slap the other side. Ruark shook the dazed pirate until the man's eyes stopped dancing. "I believe the slap is a challenge," he informed Pellier, loud enough for all to hear. "The choice of weapons is yours." Ruark shoved and let go. Pellier staggered backward to crash into the table, sprawling helplessly across it before rolling into his own chair. Red-faced, he drew himself to his feet, straightening his jacket with a jerk. A calculating gleam grew in his eyes as he considered the weapons at hand, and he began to relish the thought of the bondsman sprawled lifeless in a heap. The pistols hung on the back of his chair, ready and tempting, but he had heard much of the marksmanship of the colonials. "You have a blade, pig," he growled. "Do you know how to use it?" He had killed too many with the sword to doubt his own skill. Ruark nodded, and setting the chair against the wall, guided Shanna to it. He drew his pistols, and, cocking them both, laid them atop a keg, well within her reach. For a moment, he gazed down at her. Shanna ached to say some gentle word at what might be her last chance, but there was still a bitterness towards him that sealed her lips. She could not meet his eyes. Carmelita leaned against the door to the back room, her eyes eager for the bloodletting. Behind her huddled the thin girl, no emotion on her face, carefully keeping her place. The other pirates settled themselves for the show as the table was pushed back and a large space cleared for the duel. Money changed hands as wagers were made. Only Mother abstained. He studied the young man closely. Ruark took the sheath from the sash and held it in his hand. A loose, swinging scabbard had been the death of many a good man, and it was itself a weapon of sorts. As he drew the sabre, its long length gleamed pale blue, and he was glad he had taken the time to select a fine weapon. He swished the blade through the air. Its balance was superb. The edge was keen. Ruark's eyes caught Harapin's as the man exchanged gold pieces with the Dutchman.
"Sorry, my lad,"
the Englishman laughed with a shrug.
"but I must recoup me losses. The purse you have goes to the winner, as does all the loser's possessions."
The grizzled man completed his wager with gusto. It was only Shanna who was dismayed by the forthcoming event. Her gaze followed Ruark's every movement. Within her wearied mind, 1,000 thoughts clashed in riotous confusion. This man, who made ready to defend her, was the same one she had lain with in passion and cast away in anger. Her ire seemed only a memory of another day, unreal and irrational now with her anxieties for him. Pellier's own light épée was no match for the sabre, so he snatched up a cutlass that hung with his pistols on the back of his chair. It was a broad, heavy piece, shorter by inches than the sabre Ruark held.
"A man's weapon," he sneered. "One made for killing. To the death, bondsman."
Leaping away from the table, he plunged into immediate attack. His rush was vicious and intense, but Ruark fell into a comfortable stance and parried each thrust easily. For too long he'd been forced to depend on the decisions of others for his survival. But now he could rely on his own skill. Come what may, at least once more in his life, he was nobody's man but his own. He cut and thrust, and now began to swing the blade into attack. Feeling out his opponent, he was aware that he faced no neophyte. Pellier was determined and adept, but as their blades met again and again, Ruark began to sense the lack of finesse in the other man's arm. He gave a quick quartet of attacks, and a small gap appeared in Pellier's jacket as if by magic. The man fell back in surprise. The cutlass was a weapon for killing, but it was also weighty and cheaply made. The edge nicked, caught, and hung again and again on the fine steel of the sabre. The victory was not going to be as swift as Pellier had expected. This was no farm-reared colonial he fought. The effort of swinging the unbalanced cutlass began to tell, and when it caught, he had to jerk it free to parry the continual riposts. Seeing an opening, Ruark reached deep and low on the outside, drawing blood from Pellier's shoulder. A shallow cut, but he drew back, prepared to give quarter. Pellier's challenge was not an idle threat. He followed, swinging the heavy cutlass with both hands. Shanna cringed in trembling fear, expecting to see Ruark sliced through, but he braced the back of the sabre with the scabbard and took the blow full, edge to edge. The fine steel held. For a moment, the two men stood nose to nose, the swords crossed above their heads as every muscle strained. Pellier quickly retreated, and Ruark jumped back to escape a wicked slash to his belly. He riposted, and Pellier barely recovered in time to parry. Now the battle became wearying. The swords met repeatedly in heavy-handed blows. Pellier thrust, and as Ruark parried, a wide nick in the cutlass blade caught on the curved back of the sabre. The thick, soft blade was turned sideways, and, already weakened, it snapped as Pellier fought to free it. In surprise, he stumbled back several paces and stared at the empty hilt. Dropping the useless thing, he spread his hands as if in defeat. It would have been murder to charge him through, and Ruark nodded and began to sheath his sabre. Shanna's scream alerted him. His head snapped up as Pellier's hand came clear of his boot top, clutching a long stiletto. Pellier raised his arm to hurl it. Ruark was too far away to strike, but he swung the sabre, sending the scabbard sailing to strike full across the pirate's face. Pellier cursed and stumbled again, and his knife clattered to the floor. The Frenchman caught himself, faced Ruark, and read his gaze. A slim rapier was quickly handed to him, and Pellier defended himself with all the skill he could muster. Ruark no longer smiled or enjoyed the game. He understood the rules to the death. His attack was relentless. Ruark could smash through the light defence, but he would then leave himself open, unable to match the speed of recovery with the heavier sabre. His sword flashed blue fire, ever touching Pellier's. Ruark could give no room to allow Pellier a thrusting attack. He pressed his own. His visage was stern, and he began to feel the effort in his arm, but still he gave no relief. Now a slash opened the front of Pellier's shirt. Another thrust caught his thigh, and dark red blood stained his trousers. Ruark's riposte took him under the arm. For the barest moment, the point of the rapier dipped, and the sabre hummed with the force of the blow. Pellier fell backwards, taking Ruark's weapon with him. His body arched once against the floor, then lay still. Ruark's face was dark as he glanced around to meet the astonished and gaping stares of the brigands. None challenged him further. After a moment, he retrieved the sabre and wiped it clean on Pellier's short jacket. Sheathing it, he rested its end on the floor and then leaned on the hilt as he faced the others again. He looked to Mother, who still sat in his strange, hunched posture. "A fine weapon," Ruark stated. "It has served me well." Mother nodded. "I wonder if you realize the rest of it." Ruark shrugged, non-committal, and hung the scabbard again on his sash. Harrapin rose and came around the table to clasp Ruark's shoulder. "A fine fight, lad, and you've gained a bit for it. The good hound be yours, of course, and all of Robbie's goods, his share of the booty, and—" He turned and surveyed his companions. "What do you say, me buckos? Do you think he's earned it?" Ribald laughter and a hearty chorus of ayes answered the Englishman. "A fit injustice," shouted Mother. Bracing his meaty fists on the table before him, he rose to his feet. "Trahern's slave shall have his daughter." "'Tis done then," Harrapin announced. "You'll have the girl till the ransom is settled." New tankards of ale were brought, and Ruark laughed, his own tension easing. A toast was shouted for his victory, while Pellier's body was unceremoniously hauled out. No one seemed sorry at his going, least of all Shanna, who sat with her hands covering her face, quietly sobbing, out of her absolute relief. She could not disguise her gratitude, and when Ruark returned to her side to fetch his pistols, she managed a brief trembling smile before tears came flooding back. Boldly, Ruark strode across to the other three captives and demanded, "Which of you has a mind to stay?" None answered him as they glanced sheepishly at each other, no one willing to take the fall and declare his desire. "So, you prefer slavery to freedom here?" Ruark loudly surmised, then demanded. "Should we let you go? Will you witness to the squire that his daughter is safe and shall be held as hostage to his payment of ransom?" The three bobbed their heads in eager agreement, drawing a derisive snort from Mother. "Fools they be to trade this for Trahern's yoke." "We'll send 'em out on the sloop come the morrow's dawn," Harrapin offered. "Till then,
Let the poor lads have a bit to fill their bellies. And by me saints, the wench too. She'll need it if she's to ride beneath this bucko."
Shanna favoured the man with a glare, but she gratefully accepted a plate when the thin girl brought it. In the midst of the revelry, she was intent upon satisfying her hunger. She mostly ignored the coarse scurrility that she and Ruark had become the subject of. Harripan found a bolt of bright red silk, and with his dirk sliced off a long length of it. With much fanfare and ceremony, he and the Dutchman formed a loop in one end of the silk and placed it about Shanna's neck. With suggestive leers, they led her to Ruark and bestowed the other end in his hand, declaring her bondage to him. Playing the game, Ruark held it high that all might see. Then, with a fiendish wild laugh, he crushed her against his chest and forced a savage kiss upon her lips. His hand boldly stroked her buttock, wandering upward, while Shanna squirmed in mute protest of this public fondling. Her face burned in outrage as he held her in a steel-like hold until he snatched her up and tossed her over his shoulder, jolting the breath from her. His hearty slap on her rump brought a shriek of rage from Shanna and loud guffaws from the men. Following Harripan's directions, Ruark carried her up the stairs and to the quarters Pellier had of late relinquished. The Dutchman held open the door, and Ruark swung Shanna from his shoulder, setting her to her feet. His hand upon her backside, he thrust her into the room. His companions made as if to follow, but Ruark stopped between the sills, blocking the way, and daring them with mocking gaze, until each in turn lowered his eyes and turned away with a mutter of disappointment. When they had gone, Ruark closed the portal, dropped the heavy bar in place, and leaned against it in great relief. In the dark void of the chamber, Shanna stood where she had stopped, reluctant to go further, lest she come upon some nightmare worse than her dungeon below. Her nostrils were assailed by the fetid stench that pervaded the place, an unwelcome reminder of the pit. Half in panic, she groped for Ruark, needing the reassurance of his strength to carry her through a bit longer, just until she could see what she faced. His hard fingers folded securely around hers, squeezing gently as his other arm came around her shoulders. The monstrous fears, which crowded close in about her, reluctantly retreated to a bearable distance, leaving her drained, her limbs heavy with exhaustion. She sagged weakly in the protective circle of Ruark's arms. "Pellier's sty," he commented in disdain, choking on a deep breath. "Let me find a candle. Perhaps 'tis not half so bad to the eyes as the odour indicates." He felt her sway against him. "Will you sit?" Shanna shuddered. "I dare not until I know what's here." "Aye," Ruark agreed ruefully. "I fear there is something dead on Mare's head, and we've found it." After locating a stub of candle, Ruark emptied the priming from one of his pistols, and placing a bit of lint in its place, snapped the lock until a weak spark glowed in the pan. Blowing it aflame, he touched it to the wick. A soft, dim glow spread over the chamber as the candle flickered, then blazed. The room was a shambles of discarded clothes, empty bottles, and assorted sea chests and wooden barrels, looted no doubt from unwary merchants. A massive, ornately carved four-poster bed seemed to float on a sea of trash. Several layers of fat feather ticks were stacked beneath a covering of stained linens, while ragged and filthy netting hung askew from the canopy frame. The foot of the bed was hidden by heaps of cast-off clothing. A tall armoire gaped open with garments of various silks and satins, rich coats and gowns, carelessly draped over its sagging doors. No chair was empty. All were piled with assorted debris. Heavy red velvet drapes, dusty and worn with age, covered the windows. A huge porcelain bathtub bore the remains of empty flasks, bottles and flagons, which had been tossed in that general direction. Shanna's bare feet had narrowly missed treading upon a jagged piece of glass. Several mirrors stood about the room, all facing the bed. A chamber pot appeared much the villain in the way of odours. Shanna gagged and whirled away from the sight of it, while Ruark took more positive action. He snatched back the drapes, flung open the shutters to let the ocean breezes sweep the room, and tossed the menace out the window to the courtyard below. Crusted blankets and linens from the bed followed its descent, and soon a tall pile of Pellier's clothing, distinguishable mainly by the sour smell, began to form beneath the window. Bottles from the tub shattered against the stones below. Anything else that would threaten their comfort left the room. Ruark swept his arm across the wooden planks of the table, sending the dried scraps of many meals flying into a sheet which he had yanked from the bed. He bundled it with other filth and sailed it through the window. Though the air still offended the senses, it was at last rendered fit to breathe. Ruark blew into the depths of a pitcher, which sat on the washstand and was greeted by choking dust.
'Twould seem Pellier had an aversion to bathing, he remarked with a snort of derision.
Shanna gave a repulsive shudder as she picked the cloying, stained folds of her own garb from her body. She yearned for a bath and the soft comfort of a clean bed for her tired and drooping body. Ruark contemplated her and was sympathetic to her plight, but there seemed to be an almost waiting silence in the common room below. He came to stand close before her, and, as she lifted her gaze, he made his request. "Scream." Shanna's eyes searched his face without understanding. "Scream, and loudly," he commanded firmly. But with a mute frown, Shanna only stared at him. Almost leisurely, Ruark reached out his hands and locked them in the soft fabrics covering her bosom, and with an easy twist split the robe and flimsy gown full length, flinging them wide so that she stood openly displayed to his rapidly warming perusal. Now, giving vent to all the pent-up rage, fears, and frustrations, Shanna complied with a piercing shriek that trembled the mirrors. She paused only to draw breath, and then raised her voice again. This time, Ruark stepped close and cut it short with his hand across her mouth. In the quiet that followed, they heard the gale of loud laughter that filtered up from the common room below. Ruark folded her in his arms, crushing her naked breasts against his leather jerkin, and Shanna felt the chuckle deep in his chest.
That should give them something to think about for a while.
But some of Shanna's spirit had revived. Angrily, she snatched away from him. "Take your hands off me," she sneered. She moved to put the bed between them, and struggled to close the shreds of the dressing gown around her in a late burst of modesty. "Find some simple little tramp if you want to play, but I'll not be the waiting wife in your game." The muscles in Ruark's jaw worked tensely, but he held to a stubborn silence, not giving credence to her accusations, by arguing his innocence. "You play the stud so well," she raved, warming to her subject. She gave him a slow, contemptuous perusal, and trembled with her rage and fatigue. "So strong, so virile, so very talented in bed. Do you think I will twiddle my thumbs while you lay every bed-minded trollop who'll take a tumble with you?
Ruark gave voice to his own frustration. What in the sweet loving hell do you prattle about? He aired his injured pride. I sit and watch you with your audience of men, and bite my tongue to keep from shouting that you're mine. Yours? Shanna stared incredulously and took a step toward him. Do you think me your slave? She snatched the red silk from her throat and trod upon it in a high temper. So much for your slave's collar, Mr. Beauchamp. You do not own me. Must I abide the sight of lecherous hands upon you and say naught? He retorted, shrugging the vest from his shoulders and throwing it across the room. By damn, woman, you are mine, my wife. His statement seemed to inflame Shanna. I am not your wife. I am a widow, and I no longer wish to be encumbered by your wandering lust. My wandering lust? Ruark laughed caustically. Madam, I have watched you swing your hips through a knot of men and lead them a-mincing after you, frothing in anticipation. Aye, you must feel a need to stand amid your stable of rotting consorts and find it too difficult to limit your attentions to your husband. Shanna's jaw dropped, but she quickly recovered with a low shriek. You accuse me? When you roam the hills like a horny goat and bed each willing wench? Her eyes raked him again, and the torment came to her, knowing he had welcomed other women into his arms, while he used her like any common wench he could find in a brothel. She had been humiliated, and she wanted to hurt him. She struck out in defense and blurted, half in hysteria, Why can't I be free of you? Is there no end to your persistence? The amber eyes snapped. You tried well enough, but good Pitney's simple soul has no mind for murder. So here I am to play your game once more. I killed a man in your behalf, but do you thank me? Hell and gone. You'd see me run through as well, if not for your fear that the others would take you. You're a devil, she half sobbed. A spawn of Satan sent to torture me. Nay, Shanna. His tone cracked sharp. His own ire brought penetrating golden lights to his eyes as he caught her by the shoulders, none too gently. She stared full into his face, seeing the rage there, and her own abated in the face of it. Ruark shook her angrily. Nay, Shanna, 'tis only I, that one who has twice felt the bite of your betrayal. Your husband, well and rightly vowed, whom you would diligently set away, not kindly by the law, but with my blood upon your hands. Shanna's exhausted mind could not bear this attack from Ruark, and it brought her trembling to the brink of collapse. Her eyes grew wild, and she gave a mewling moan as she struggled against his grip. Mouthing a curse, Ruark shook her hard until her teeth clicked and her eyes regained some sign of sanity. You will be my slave, he gritted with deliberation. Shanna opened her mouth, but he shook the denial from her. You will be my slave when there are others about. You will obey me. You will be meek and loving for the benefit of those oafish knaves. He tossed his head toward the door, before continuing more harshly. And if you disobey me, I will treat you like a disobedient slave. Do you understand? He shook her again, but more gently. You will be my slave, as long as we are here. Shanna stared at him blankly as he waited for an answer, and in the silence of the room, the timid knock on the door echoed loudly. Ruark threw a glare over his shoulder at the offending portal, angry with the interruption, then turned and faced Shanna again. Her head rolled listlessly against her shoulder,
and she had not the strength to stand, but sagged in his restraining hands, oblivious to her open gown. Some of Ruark's rage fled, and with gentle care he placed her in a chair where she sat unmoving, her hands folded, like one stricken of mind. Ruark covered her nakedness with a light quilt before he strode to the door. Snatching the sabre from its sheath, he lifted the bolt and threw the portal wide. The man Geitler stood before it, straining beneath the weight of 2 wooden buckets filled with water. Under Ruark's glare, the man shrank away and was quick to offer explanation, staring at him over a pair of square, wire-rimmed glasses. "Sir, I was Captain Pellier's man, and now they tell me you are my master. Captain, I brought water. Maybe you'll be liking a bath?" he asked, gingerly, his gaze flitting toward Shanna, now asleep in the chair. Brusquely, Ruark gestured him in, and the man hastened to comply. Ruark watched him narrowly, lowering his sabre and leaning on it. "How come you to be a pirate's man?" he inquired. "You speak like an educated man." Geitler paused and cast him a glance, somewhat hesitant to answer. "I was a schoolmaster in Saint-Domingue. I taught Captain Pellier in his youth, though I warrant not very much. Several years ago I was on my way to England in a small ship when it was taken by him." He stopped and rubbed his hands in a nervous gesture. "It was his pleasure, Captain Ruark, to make me his slave." He nodded toward Shanna. "There are others like her, brought against their will and forced to stay." Geitler heaved a sigh. "Will there be something more you wish tonight, sir?" Ruark gestured about the room. "Perhaps on the morrow you can find time to clean this chamber. The place is hardly fit for a man, and the lady most certainly is not conditioned to live in a sty." "Very well, sir. I'll see it freshened and scrubbed for you. And if you need some woman's chores done, sir, for a copper or 2, the lass Dora will be glad to oblige." At Ruark's questioning look, he explained, "Do we, lass, in the common room, sir?" Once Geitler was gone, Ruark turned his attention to the bed. Pellier had indulged his creature comforts well enough. 2 more of the filthy ticks were thrown out the window before he found one that seemed clean enough. He took fresh linens from a chest and spread them across the bed, smoothing them out as best he could. His early training had not extended to the proper laying of a bed. Finally, he brought a bucket to sit at Shanna's feet and carefully removed the quilt and sodden garments, tossing the latter out the window. Dipping a cloth in the tepid water, he lifted Shanna's face and wiped it clean, taking tender care not to unduly chafe the sun-pinkened cheeks. As he washed her hands and arms, his jaw tightened at the red welts around her wrists and the bruises that bespoke cruel pinches and blows from her captors. At least he had sent one of those to a well-earned end. Placing her slender feet into the bucket, he washed the caked mire from the slender calves and thighs, then patted them dry. For a brief moment, he let his gaze wander over her in a longing caress. Though she had been roughly used, her beauty still held a piquancy that stirred his heart. As he considered her tangled hair, he frowned slightly, but there was little he could do for that now. Gathering her up in his arms, he carried her to the bed and covered her with a sheet. Then, for a long space, he stood staring down at her, a scowl furrowing his brow. "'Tis a sad thing, my love, that you choose to take a lie as truth without question. Believe me, I have not betrayed you." It was almost as if she heard him, for her face softened, and she rolled to her side, cuddling beneath the sheet, and in her slumber seemed more restfully content. Placing a large chair in front of the door, Ruark set his pistols on a table beside it and slid around a small stool to rest his feet on. Taking a seat, he rested the saber on his knees, relaxed, and sought his own rest. Chapter 17. Waking came with a brightness that seemed almost painful. Shanna's mind became slowly aware of the disturbing glare. Light filled the entire room, and though she lay with her back to the windows, it still intruded, shining through her closed eyelids, penetrating into her brain. She retreated beneath the pillow, hugging it close over her head, to sink again in the outer fringes of slumber. She stirred sleepily as a hand began to caress the small of her back, kneading away the stiffness that she sensed more than actually felt. Lazily, she stretched like a sleek, contented feline and rolled onto her stomach to let the strong fingers better do their work. A throaty moan came from her as she arched her back against the gentle massaging, letting it soothe her aches and pains. The hand plied her back and the soft muscles across her shoulders, sending waves of weakening pleasure up and down her spine. Languidly, she rolled toward the source of her enjoyment until her back pressed against a hard, furry chest. Her head lolled upon the strong-muscled shoulder, and she rubbed her cheek against the smooth, warm skin. Then her mind tripped into full awareness. Only one person in her whole lifetime had ever shared a bed with her, and no one, not even Hergus, had rubbed her back. Her eyes came open, and all memory flooded back as she stared into Ruark's smiling golden eyes. "Oh!" The groan escaped her as she fell forward on her stomach and snatched the pillow over her head again, pressing it tightly to her ears. Still, she heard the gentle voice with a hint of laughter behind it. "Good morning, madam. I trust your sleep has agreed with you." "Never before," she railed with muffled disappointment, "has heaven turned so quickly to hell." "Reality, madam," Ruark mocked lightly. "And a poor reality at that. 'Twould seem we've adopted the local ways. As I note, the sun is high and the noon hour is near. I fear we've slept the morning away. And as much as my poor bereaved body cries out for yours close beside it, I must bid you rise, lest our dastardly antagonists steal a march on us and set the whole day awry." Shanna snatched the covers from her head and gasped, realizing that she lay completely exposed to his gaze. Even more humiliating was the fact that he had apparently undressed her and put her to bed. Giving a moan of despair, she caught the sheet beneath her and rolled to bring its protective cover over her. But she came to an abrupt halt once more against Ruark's chest. He reclined on his side, head propped casually on his hand, pinning beneath his body the greater portion of the sheet. As his eyes played with hers, glowing devilishly, his arm curled warmly about her, and his hand stroked her bare back. "Why, Shanna, love," he crooned, "'tis a dread late hour of the morn for wifely passion. Yet I would not dare turn you away." His lips began to lower to hers. A soft breast was crushed against his lean, hard chest. Their thighs were caught together, and Shanna became abruptly aware that he was more than willing, and most certainly ready, to make the hour later still. She scrambled away from him, surrendering the sheet to whatever purpose he might make of it. it was easier to contend with her own nakedness than with his amorousness. She rose from the bed and sought cover, aware that she must garb herself or face the prospect of rape. Ruark indulged himself in a leisured observation of her flight across the room. Hastily, Shanna snatched up and donned Ruark's leather jerkin, which offered at least some protection. It reached to her knees. Generally large, there were no fastenings above the slim, belted waist of the garment, or any below. Slowly, Ruark grinned as his look ranged over her, halting momentarily upon the full, ripe curves showing between the lapels. He rose from the bed, strode naked across to the chair beside her to fetch his short breeches, causing Shanna to glare at him in suspicion.
"I truly admire the garment on you, madam," he commented. "And I really don't mind sharing my possessions with you, but I suggest more discretion among the pirates. Without warning, you might find yourself tossed upon your lovely backside by some horny knave."
Shanna's eyes flickered down him and carried the implication.
"Excluding myself, of course, madam."
Shanna rolled her eyes disbelievingly. "Are you sure that day will ever come, sir, when you will resist the urge to tumble me?"
"Not even when I'm 66, madam,"
he reassured her lightly.
"With you near me, I would need the frigid North Seas to cool my blood."
"True," she said, nodding. "And so 'tis with every wench you meet." Ruark straightened and peered at her in open question of her insult.
"Every? Lord woman, allow me some discrimination."
Shanna's small chin raised a notch. "You could have had more. But it doesn't matter now. 'Tis over between us."
"So, 'tis torture you have planned for me."
He stood beside her, hands resting low on his hips, his breeches trailing in a casual grasp on his fingers.
"Madam, the sight of you naked in my bed makes my loins ache. The sight of you in my clothes makes my loins ache. Just thinking of you makes my loins ache. Madam, if you do not relent soon, I shall spend the rest of my days in a stoop like an old man bent with age. Do you have no mercy? You're a wench, Shanna Beauchamp, a hussy to so parade yourself."
He stalked about her and slapped the rounded tail of his jerkin heartily.
"When you have forsworn that very thing you strut about."
He seized his breeches in both hands and slipped them on while Shanna laughed at him. "'Tis a simple mind, my lord and master, that bends the meekest movement to a strut. Indeed, of strutting, I have much to learn from you." She clamped the straw hat on her head and struck a posture, one knee forward and a hand braced upon her hip. "The pirate Captain Ruark, conqueror of all he sees, be it maiden, budding child girl, or heavy-breasted harlot. Pray tell me, sir, have your conquests so burned your brain that you ignore the twist of words which brings our fate to this? You prattle of oaths and pledges, bargains fully made. And what of you, good sir? Have you a special standard where you hold yourself to no single pledge?"
"Shanna, love."
Ruark checked the priming in both pistols and laid them down again.
"You have oft declared that I am no husband, and that you are widowed full and true. If that be the case—"
He leaned close and spoke into her face with almost a snarl on his lips.
"Then, my love, what claim do you have on me? Why do you defame me loudly for the supposed taking of another? You gave me naught to say, no simple chance of denial, but set your hound on me. All that goes beyond that day, my love, must rest upon your pretty head, for had I not been cast a sea by your anger, none of this would have come to pass. A crew of men would have been at your house thus to protect it, and close at hand another score or more to raise arms and set these curs upon their heels. Now what say you, my lovely? Am I your husband, or am I free? And if the last it be, then why should you at every turn set upon me like a jealous vixen on her mate? Do I stray from you? Or am I some toy pulled along on a string, meant to perform when milady would turn and play, but ever on the string?
Shanna's anger subsided, and she tried vainly to replace it with reason. "'Tis not the wedding vows I claim. 'Tis the other, that any woman hates, to be trifled with, to be taken to bed, and there warmly plied with love and devotion, then brought to listen as another woman lays honours to that self-same love and warmth. How can I lie with you, tender and loving in your arms, when I know that others have of late been there like me, and that others in times coming will usurp my place, and with their pleasures make a common thing of that which I would treasure?"
Now there's a word.
Ruark strode the full length of the room and returned to stand before her.
"'Tis my first sight of something worth the keeping. A treasure? Aye, so 'tis, my love. A thing of value, but cheapened, if not valued. And now I have it from your lips. A treasure."
He nodded.
I have a need to hear that word from you."
He went to the window, there to stand, staring thoughtfully out across the island. In confusion, Shanna frowned at his back. She had meant to prick his pride, but somehow had given him a weapon to use against her. She made use of his averted attention and crossed to the armoire, shrugging out of the jerkin and kicking it free as it fell to her ankles. She snatched a black velvet gown from the door, slipped it over her head, and with a quick wiggle, settled it in place upon her body. The deep front gaped open to her navel, with a crisscrossing of laces across her bare skin. The fabric barely held the rosier hue of her breasts in its confines. Shanna worked the laces tight as she moved to stand before the nearest mirror, and there she stopped, her breath catching in a gasp as she viewed herself. The gown did more to destroy her modesty than protect it. She saw of her image a somewhat dishevelled maid with wildly tossed hair tumbling over her back and shoulder, and with breasts pressed together, forming such a veil as to entice the sternest miser. The velvet gown would not close, cloyly showing the white of her belly. Shanna glanced back to the armoire, wondering what she had overlooked in her haste to don the dress. There had to be something more to the garment, a blouse, a shift. Wrinkling her nose in aggravation, she turned slowly before the mirror and over her shoulder caught sight of Ruark. He no longer watched the breezes, but instead yielded her his full attention. A wicked grin lifted a corner of his handsome mouth as he sat on the edge of the window, arms folded across his naked chest, silent but deeply appreciative. "This cannot be all there is to the thing," she said in some perplexity. "There must be more." Leaving his perch, Ruark came to stride behind her musingly, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he contemplated her reflection. In a casual tone, he finally commented as he looked pointedly toward the overflowing bosom. "There doesn't seem to be much room for anything else." "There should be at least a shift," Shanna argued. Ruark went to stand beside the mirror to ponder the matter, gazing at her directly. He nodded.
"Arapin should like it. The Dutchman, too, I think."
"Ruark!" She stared at him in horror, that he might make her wear this below. But suddenly she saw the laughter twinkling in his eyes. In impatient exasperation, she stamped her foot, setting her hands on her hips, letting go the ends of the lacing. Ruark choked on his breath as her splendorous beauty nearly burst forth. As he stepped forward, Shanna cast him a challenging glare, struggling with her strings in an effort to cover herself. "Madam." Ruark's voice was strained, strangely tight. "I have never cast my coin for a lady's bed, nor exerted my will beyond a tender lass's power to resist." His stare was fastened on the swelling curves, which seemed so eager to be out. He heaved a slightly tremulous sigh. "But on occasion there comes a point in a man's life when he is greatly beset and tempted beyond his will." At her raised and questioning brows, he stated himself more bluntly. "Madam, rape does have its rewards, even if they be one-sided. And if I am brought to this brink, do you think yon pirates will hold themselves in check? I suggest you find a gown that would not entice them overmuch, and in the course of such, spare me as well from thoughts of violence." Petulantly, Shanna went to search through the sea chests, discarding garment after garment. None would suffice. It seemed, when the size was right, the cut was overbold. And when the style was right, the size was large enough to boggle the mind with the immensity of its wearer. It was a treasure near the bottom of a large trunk which caught her eye, and she could barely suppress her glee as she examined it. How a Puritan garment found its way into a pirate's possession, she could not guess, but she was as happy with it as if she had received a precious gift. It was black wool, high at the neck, with sleeves to the wrists. A wide, stiff collar and cuffs were folded in the long skirt, and beneath it lay a bonnet as drab as the gown. Tossing a glance over her shoulder, Shanna assured herself that Ruark was paying no heed. He stood with his back turned, stropping a razor at the washstand as he prepared to shave. Gathering everything into a bundle, she slipped behind a mirror where she would be screened from his wandering gaze. She doffed the black velvet, donning in its stead the heavy woolen. No chemise had been found, not even the simplest shift, and the prickly gown was, at the least, a monstrous torture for her tender body, causing second thoughts to gather quickly in her mind. Still, she had a need to disturb that confounded complacency of his, and with puckish anticipation, she carefully settled the straight-cut garment in place over her narrow waist and round bosom. Moving to stand behind Ruark, she made a small request. "Will you lace me?" "I love," he readily replied, setting the razor down before facing her. He suddenly appeared pained. His eyes slowly descended, and his tone reflected his lack of appreciation. "Where did you manage to find that?" Innocently, Shanna shrugged and waved a hand toward the chests. "Over there." She smoothed the gown where it was loose around her waist. "Am I covered well enough?" For a reply, Ruark only snorted derisively. Shanna pouted defensively. "'Twas all I could find." She lifted the long, heavy tresses from her neck and presented her back, where the unfastened garment revealed the smooth, creamy nakedness of it. A long, quiet moment slipped past as Ruark performed this service for her, time enough for Shanna to reflect upon the advantages of having a husband. There was almost a domestic tranquillity, or more rightly, a truce between them in this moment, when her need dictated his attention. "Have you found a brush for your hair?" he asked over her shoulder. Shanna shook her head, all too aware of its unsightly state. She felt his hand against it, smoothing the snarled mass, and stepped away. not wishing him to be repulsed by the feel of the wind-ravaged locks. Sweeping the dampened tresses into a large knot on top of her head, she went to the bed and perched on its edge. The heat of the day had increased, and it was distressingly warm. The prickling of wool against her soft skin as she secured her hair was a forewarning of what was to come. She could not help squirming beneath it, and glanced at Ruark to see if he noticed. He had returned to his shaving, and her eyes found his tall, slender back. She looked away, and caught sight of herself in the mirrors. A Puritan's wife, she mused in disdain. But then, that end would be infinitely more acceptable than what the pirates intended for her. She tried to imagine the kind of life a woman would have in Puritan clothes, living by Puritan manners. She envisioned a small plot of land, a cabin in the wilds, Ruark behind a plough, while she, large with child, trod the furrows behind him, spreading a handful of seed. Shanna had meant to make mock of the idea, but strangely, the illusion was not so distasteful as she had guessed, and she was baffled. Much in justification of her own lifestyle on Los Camellos, she stubbornly concluded that she would soon pine away for luxuries. Ruark finished shaving, and Shanna watched him make preparations for his role of pirate. Her red silk tether was thrown over his shoulder and across his chest. Tied in a knot over his left hip, it became a sash from which to hang the heavy scabbard. He selected a handful of medals from the armoire to adorn his jerkin, and in his hat he stuck a long red plume. He spread his hands, presenting Shanna a clear view of his outlandish creation, and she groaned. He portrayed a truly roguish pirate.
"But, madam, I must be a pirate."
He glanced down at his array of arms.
"Is there something lacking?"
"Nay, Captain Pirate," she sighed. "I vow no strutting cock could outshine your display."
"Why, thank you, Shanna."
His teeth flashed in a bright smile.
"Shall we be about our business?"
Striding to the door, he laid his hand on the latch, looked back at her, and gestured imperiously with his finger.
"Come along, madam. A step or two behind, as a good slave should."
Before Shanna could grit a reply, he was in the hall, leading the way with a jaunty confidence in his step. Shanna struggled to her feet and followed humbly down the stairs, having lost the heart for argument beneath the discomfort of the wool dress. The group was already swilling ale in the common room, and for several moments Ruark and Shanna were the centre of amusement. Ruark played his charade to the hilt. With open arms and great gusto he greeted them. He flipped the medals and related impossible lurid tales of how he had earned them. His entertainment was supreme, and the other picaroons soon held their sides in pain while Shanna stood quietly and quailed at their overly vivid retorts. When the greeting had worn thin, Ruark bellowed for food and banged the table loudly until Dora scurried in fear to do his bidding. He tore a joint of roast goat from the carcass that was brought to him, took up a loaf of bread, and tossed a bit of both to Shanna. With a hearty whack on her rump, he sent her to a corner where she crouched and half-heartedly chewed on the noisome fare, observing Ruark with a jaundiced eye. He did not settle himself to a seat, but strode around the table and exchanged banter with the men between bites and swills of ale. Pausing, he set a foot on a bench and gestured for them to gather about. Shanna could not hear his words, but she knew the tale was lusty, for the pirates leaned forward eagerly as it progressed and doubled over with gales of laughter at its finish. Ruark smiled at them, then waved an arm in farewell. He snapped his fingers loudly as he passed Shanna's corner, and she quickly rose and fell into place behind him. Once out of the cool, dark shadow of the inn, Shanna met the full weight of her folly. The black cloth drew the heat until it scorched her nearly as much as the hot sand beneath her feet. The gown had been cut for chaste modesty and allowed no room for the swell of her breasts. From there down it fell in a straight, loose mass that widened into a full, heavy skirt, which swung as she tried to match Ruark's gait. His legs were long, and the pace faster than she would have walked. In desperation, she seized the skirt and fought to keep it still, lest her bosom and hips be scoured raw. Ruark strode along as if he were enjoying an afternoon stroll. He seized a small branch and with a knife trimmed it until it made a neat walking stick, and as he went along, he aimlessly swatted tufts of grass and hanging twigs. A tuneless whistle wandered from his lips. Apparently, he gave no notice to the girl who struggled along in his tracks. The wide collar chafed her throat, and Shanna started to remove it, but found the coarse wool more painful. The starched cuffs slid down against her wrists, and she had to constantly raise an arm to shake them back into place. They entered the village, and the worn pebbles that marked the paths between the squalid shacks were hotter than the sand. She almost moaned with pain, but seeing the careless swing of Ruark's shoulders, she bit back the urge and vowed to ask no favour of him that might ease her distress. "He wants me to crawl and beg of him," Shanna fumed silently. "I will not. I shall not. Though I am worn to bleeding flesh, I will not give him the pleasure of knowing it." The sun beat down with a merciless glare from straight overhead. There was no shade, and most of the inhabitants had slunk into their dens to take a siesta in the heat of the day. Beneath a small thatched shelter, a withered, ragged old crone dozed amid stacks of vegetables and fruits. When Ruark roused her to ask for a sample of her wares, she was sorely aggravated, but her temper moderated greatly when she saw the colour of his coin. While he and the old woman dickered, Shanna sat on a bale of hemp to ease her burning feet, and testily refused Ruark's offer of a tidbit or two to lunch upon. When they resumed the march, she rose and gritted her teeth with the effort it cost her. Ruark's pace had slowed as he nibbled on small ripe plantains and chunks of dry coconut meat, and Shanna had no difficulty staying with him, but she was already much the worse for wear. Sweat began to tickle maddeningly as it traced a slow path down the middle of her back. She wanted desperately to scratch, but her hands were occupied with the skirt and floppy cuffs. When they passed a small tangle of brush, she tore the wristlets off and threw them behind it, careful lest Ruark should see her. It was little comfort, for now the sleeves grew moist with perspiration and clung to her arms with a cloying prickliness. They marked the end of the beach in one direction and saw the beginning of the swamp on that side. The sun moved in the sky as they retraced their steps to the dock and followed the beach in the opposite direction. It was here that Shanna strayed to wade where the gently lapping water touched the sand. She grimaced at the brief sting of the salt in the myriad tiny cuts and scrapes on her feet. She longed to tear the stupid garment from her body and race out into the lazy sea and stretch her muscles and cleanse her body in its tepid waves. Having slowed, she now found Ruark some distance ahead of her. Reluctantly, she raised the damp skirts and ran after him. Ruark paused upon a small knoll and stood thoughtfully, surveying this end of the beach and the steaming mangrove swamp that stretched as far as the eye could see. He heard Shanna approach and turned, a question on his lips, but it died as he found her limping toward him, the heavy skirts flopping about her legs and hobbling her stride. Her face was flushed, and her breath rasped in her throat. Her hair had half fallen from its knot. As she flung herself down upon a small tussock of grass, Shanna glared her anger at him, and painfully raised a slim foot to touch the heel from which a thorn protruded.
"Here, let me, Shanna,"
he offered, true concern in his tone. He had taken out his knife and would have knelt at her foot. "Keep away from me!" Her snarl halted him. "You drag me on a tour of this god-forsaken sand pile without proper shoes for my feet, or as much as a shade to protect me. Ouch!" The last came as she pulled the stub of thorn from her heel. Ruark stepped to a low bush and pulled several of its small narrow leaves, twisting them together until they formed a wet mass.
"Press these to the spot,"
he directed.
"'Twill sting for a moment, but it draws away the soreness and any poison."
Shanna did as she was told, and nearly shrieked as the searing juices penetrated. Almost immediately, however, the pain began to ebb. In a few moments, her heel was numb. Ruark never ceased to amaze her. His resources were completely beyond her ken, and his knowledge seemed full of these small tidbits. Facing the swamp again, Ruark spoke over his shoulder as his eyes ranged far, his voice gentle.
"You've called our outing pointless, Shanna, and so it must seem to all of them. But 'tis out there that we might find our escape."
He bent earnest eyes upon her.
"The Spaniards cut a channel through the swamp, but Mother hid the entrance and will not yield its secret."
He nodded with his head toward the tangled growth.
"You hear the birds?"
he asked. There was a constant murmur of sound from the swamp.
"There are birds, my love, but then there are other things. Caimans, lizards, all sorts of snakes. 'Tis impossible to cross on foot, and if we could, there is open sea beyond. We shall need a boat, a fairly large one, though the good hound is too much for the two of us to handle."
Then Ruark shrugged.
"But 'tis useless to prattle on. We'll find what we need if we must. Perhaps your father will pay your ransom and see you safe before too many days are past. The bondsman the pirates sent back will reach him tonight or early on the morrow. He will surely come apace."
Ruark gazed down at her, knowing well that if he managed to get her back to Los Camellos, it might very well mean a severe punishing for himself. Trahern would take his leaving amiss, as he no doubt already did, and Ruark wondered if Shanna would see him thrashed rather than offer the truth to her father. Whether she did or not, his only concern at present was getting her out of this hellhole. He took out his knife and knelt beside her.
"Poor Shanna."
He smiled softly, though she turned a still heated glower upon him. He lifted his broad shoulders in a shrug.
"I only meant to spy out the lay of the land, should I need to know."
He reached toward her, and as she drew away, his tone became brusque.
"Hold still."
His command brooked no refusal. The knife bit into the sleeve of the gown, cutting it off at the elbow. Then he split the seam on the underside so that a small caplet hung from her shoulder, demure, but loose and cool. He repeated the operation on the other sleeve, and then sat back on his heels, considering her tightly pressed bosom for a short time before leaning forward again. The starched yoke sailed off into the brush, startling a flock of birds with its flight. Lopping the loose end from his sash, he rolled the soft silk beneath the neck of her gown, frowning as he saw the raw skin there.
"I'll not have you abuse my property, madam. I command you to take better care."
Shanna sniffed at his attempted humour, but, somewhat ashamed of her own foolishness, she held her tongue and submitted herself further to his ministrations. As he plied his blade to the outer stitches of the seams, she could feel the binding bodice loosen in stages across her breasts. His hushed voice came to her ear.
"I've sought to find an alliance with you, Shanna, and in my search, I've tried to conduct myself with wisdom and make the best of whatever is offered. 'Tis my aim to see you safely back to your father, and to that end, I beg you cease this self-abuse and lend yourself to seeking out whatever will serve our welfare. That same is common to us both, my love, at least for a time. There."
He rose to his feet and stepped back a pace, staring down as Shanna took the first deep breath she had been able to draw since donning the garment.
"What is left of the seams," he remarked, indicating the bodice, "should hold until we are in our room again. Are you comfortable now?"
"As much as can be expected," she replied, much sharper than she had intended. Ruark presented his back, and his own voice was gruff as he spoke again.
"If you are able, we can return now."
Shanna tested her heel, amazed to find it without pain. She was more surprised to find Ruark's arm waiting to assist her. Taking it, she leaned against him until they came in sight of the village, and then dropped back in her usual place. He whistled and swung his stick again, appearing for anyone who cared to take note, as if he were out for a light-hearted stroll. But now his stride was shortened and his pace more considerate. His gaze wandered around now and again to take notice of Shanna's progress. They had passed through the village and were approaching the inn when Ruark left the well-travelled path, exploring along a narrow trail which wove away through grass-tufted dunes and low, scrawny brush, leading them eventually to a small, clear pond. A herd of goats scattered at their approach and fled into the scrubby bushes that hid the oasis. It was a vale well hidden from the casual eye. A small seeping spring fed the pool, which in turn gave its moisture through a shallow rift to the sea. The air hung motionless in the hollow, and the sun beat down mercilessly, lending it the warmth of a kiln. With a quiet word to her, Ruark stepped away a short distance, while Shanna stood in some dismay, wondering where she might find privacy for her own needs, at least more seclusion than Ruark appeared worried about. Such intimacy she had never had to contend with before, and was not willing to indulge in it now. Determinedly, she strode along the edge of the pool toward a thick cluster of brush near the far end, but stopped abruptly as Ruark called a warning.
"Not too far."
Shanna's back stiffened, and she stood with clenched fists, silently fuming. Without turning, she asked tersely, "Am I not allowed some privacy, my lord and master?"
Ruark's chuckle was soft in reply. "Stray too far, my love, and you might have more company than you wish. We are too close to the inn for you to be wandering off alone."
Shanna was unappreciative of his reminder and gritted between gnashing teeth. "Then permit me to see your back turned, sir. At least that much privacy, I beg you."
"Done."
Cautiously she looked over her shoulder to see if he had really complied with her request. He had, and she fled into the protection of the trees. Shortly, she returned to find Ruark wading in the pool. He had removed his weapons and vest and left his sandals and hat beside them.
"Would you share a bath, my love?" he inquired as he gave her a laconic grin.
Shanna's sunburned nose snubbed him. However, the pool offered the only relief in sight, and the temptation to join him was almost overwhelming. She trailed a toe in the water and watched surreptitiously as Ruark sought out the deeper part. In a slow, leisurely motion, he swam across the pool, returned again to the shallows near her, and peered up at her expectantly.
Well?
He came to his feet and stood beside her.
Are you coming in?
He slapped the sodden breeches that covered his lean hips, then plucked the clinging cloth away, while Shanna twitched under her woolens. Droplets of water clung to his bronzed skin, and tinier beads sparkled in the dark furring on his chest. Shanna shrugged, non-committal. Taking her reply as affirmation, Ruark waded out into the deeper part again until the water played in widening circles about his chest. Shanna made her decision. She reached behind her to the laces of her gown, but paused as she heard the clanking of a bell coming closer. A pair of big-uddered nanny goats appeared with their bleating kids trailing at their heels, and not far behind them, humming a tuneless air, strolled Carmelita. Espying the group that had preceded her, she gave a cry of greeting. "Aye, governor, I sees you got me sport. Well, move it over then, laddie, 'cause here I come." Her clothes seemed to take flight of their own and landed on a nearby bush. Then, with open abandon, a total lack of modesty, her ponderous foreparts naked to the breeze, she cleaved the air in a joyous dive and landed upon the formerly glass-smooth surface of the pond, raising a geyser that left Ruark's hair dripping across his face and ears and dampening the still shocked Shanna no small amount. Ruark waded to the shallows and stood gasping and wiping wet hair from his eyes. He looked up in time to see the last twitch of Shanna's skirts before she disappeared up the trail. He called after her and heard what he thought might have been a wild goat snort in anger for a reply. Hastily, he bent to pull the sandals onto his feet. "Damn little fool," he muttered. "She'll find trouble yet." He snatched the rest of his gear into his arms and was trying to thrust an arm into the jerkin as he ran after his charge. Behind him, a disappointed Carmelita, great dark peaked bosoms floating before her like twin short-fused bombs, leaned back and stroked the water. "Bloody rude beggars," she mused. "Couldn't stay for a little fun, huh? Had his breeches on anyways." Ruark had caught up with Shanna as she stalked along. Shrugging his sash over his shoulder, he settled the sword to his hip and patted his hat in place, restoring himself to his jaunty image. Her pace was now the one that made him hustle, and he had to stretch out to gain his position in front of her. Shanna strode along in silence, her gaze fixed straight ahead, her lips clenched tightly in vexation. Ruark made it through the door of the inn in front of her, but as he paused inside, she pushed by and, without a break in her gait, took to the stairs and fled into their room. Luckily the place was empty, save for Mother, who dozed in his chair. The huge man started and roused and stared at Ruark for a moment, then, just as quickly, returned to his slumbers. Shanna still stood just inside the door as Ruark closed it behind him, surveying the chamber in surprise. It had been scrubbed clean and smelled of strong lye soap. The wooden floor showed damp spots from a recent mopping, and every piece of furniture gleamed with a sheen of light oil rubbed on it. The stained feather ticks from the night before were gone, and fresh new ones replaced them. Clean linens were neatly tucked in at the corners. Large, soft pillows and clean casings were propped at the head of the bed, and every piece of clothing had been put in its place. Even the tub had been scoured and glowed softly like a fine jewel at the end of the room. One small table was stacked high with linens and towels, and close beside it another bore a rich assortment of scented oils, attars, sundry perfumes, and salts. A clean chamber pot was in the bottom of the washstand, and the pitcher on top brimmed with clear, cool water beside a basin that had miraculously lost its coating of scum. Shanna gave a small start as if returning to reality, and reached behind her neck to tug loose the bow of the lacing. A forward movement of her shoulders spread the back of the dress, and she shrugged, letting it fall to the floor. Oblivious to Ruark, she stepped out of its folds, giving the hated garment a disgruntled kick. She strode leisurely to the washstand, where she poured water into the basin, thrust her hands into the refreshing liquid, then drew one after another up her arms, letting the cool water trickle down. She sighed deeply, and taking a soft cloth and a sliver of soap, began to wash herself with undisguised pleasure. She stretched her chin upward, displaying the long, shapely column of her neck, and gently laved the reddened area where the collar had chafed. After a moment, she opened her eyes, and in the mirror caught Ruark's eyes on her. Half turning, she tossed him a withering glare. "Fill your eyes, you gawking ass. Perhaps your Carmelita still waits in the pool." Ruark snatched his hat from his head, and with an irritated flip of his hand sailed it onto the bed. His voice came curt and bitter. "'Tis plain you've lost none of your talent for teasing, my love." He lifted the sash from his shoulder and paused beside the woolen gown, raising it up on the point of the scabbard. "Shall I air your gown, milady?" he mocked. "Perhaps for a stroll on the morrow?" "Aye, my lord," she sneered, her tone every bit as loving and gentle as it had been before. "Air it out the window." She pointed her chin in that direction, "with the rest of the trash." Obligingly, the garment was banished. When it had sailed from sight, there was a sudden flurry of voices beneath the window. Ruark braced his hands on the iron rail, and leaning out, saw below a pair of urchins, no more than 60 years to either of them. They argued spiritedly, playing a tug-of-war with the dress. At his appearance, they halted their squabble, looking up. Then, perhaps fearful that he might recall the treasure, they skittered across the low wall and into the brush, each keeping a desperate hand locked on the coarse black cloth. Ruark's amazement knew no end, for there below, where a high pile of cast-off garments, ticks and blankets and other assorted rubble had been, was nothing but a thin scattering of broken glass. Even the maligned chamber pot was gone. Ruark drew back inside. Little had he realized that such offal would be so valued in the hovels of the village. A trickle of water ran down his neck from his hair, and tossing the sword and jerkin into a chair, he snatched a towel from beside the tub and began to dry his hair. Shanna still washed herself, and from beneath the folds of the towel he could view her unnoticed. Her ripe young bosom caught his eye, and so enticing was that soft peak where a small lather of soap collected, that he could not resist the urge and reached out, wiping it from her with his finger, then cupping the whole of her breast in his eager palm. A sharp pain caught him in the ribs, and Shanna drew back her elbow for another blow. This one brought a grunt from him, and he pulled back his wandering hand to rub his own bruised flesh. Shanna faced him, a snarl on her lips. "Get your hands from me. You do not own me."
"Have I, then, your permission, milady, to seek from another that which you would not yield?" he jeered.
"I'll yield you nothing," she snapped, and jaw thrust out, put a finger to his chest, and slowly twisted it about a lock of hair. "But a fist in your belly if you touch me again. Get off." She jerked her hand away from him, wringing a flinch of pain as the hair went with it, and turned away, dismissing him as if he had never existed. Still, she casually fetched a sheet and wrapped it about her, bringing it up snug beneath her arms, and tucking it carefully over that tempting fruit he had been wont to test. Shanna returned to washing her face, and with a rueful snort, Ruark finished drying his hair. He threw the towel down, picked up a carved shell comb that lay atop the linens, then flicked his dampened locks into a general semblance of order. Admiring the careful workmanship that had shaped it, he turned the comb over in his hand, but suddenly it was snatched from him, and Shanna stood beside him, staring at it, her vengeance forgotten. "Where did you find this?" she asked in wonder.
"There."
He pointed casually.
"'Twas right beside the brush."
With a cry of joy, Shanna flew and caught up the brush also. She clutched them to her breast as if they were a highly valued gift. "Oh," she crooned softly. "Thank you, Kathlen. You do have a way with women."
Ruark stared at her with injured pride. "'Tis nothing but a brush and comb," he observed gruffly.
"Nothing but." Shanna threw him a glance of some surprise, then smiled softly at her treasures. "You simple oaf. You would do far better in your fickle meanderings with half that man's understanding." Happily, Shanna scrambled to the middle of the bed. Gathering her legs beneath her and sitting back upon her heels, she laid the articles before her gently as if they might shatter at the slightest abuse. Lifting the comb and ignoring Ruark's scowl, she began to work the tangles from her wildly cascading tresses, framed in reflections from her audience of mirrors. Day ended, bringing Carmelita and Dora with oil lamps to hang above the long table in the common room, as darkness invaded the inn. Boisterous joviality grew louder with each cup that was passed among Harapin and the other captains. Ruark sat in the shadows, away from the main stream of coarse banter, and watched as these outcasts bolstered their spirits on the plentiful rum and ale. He sampled the brew in his own mug more than a small bit, and cast many a glance toward the shadows at the head of the stairs, waiting for Shanna to make an appearance. Her toilet had proved too much for him, and he had retreated here to the safety of numbers before lust overcame him, and he attacked her. Harapin drew away from the loud group which had gathered near his seat and approached Ruark.
"Oh, man, you're just the one I would see," he ventured in a slurred voice. "You see, I've been wondering now as to the wench."
Ruark raised a brow questioningly. In the meagre light, his eyes were like stone, staring into the man without a trace of warmth.
"Be it true, lad? One of Trahern's bondsmen said the lady were no virgin at all, but a widow."
Ruark shrugged.
"She was made a widow some months past. Some fellow by the name of Beauchamp."
"Ooh-wee,"
Harapin breathed, lust showing in his eyes.
"And a new widow'd be most grateful for a good man on her belly."
He lay back on the table and bellowed his mirth at the timbers on the ceiling. His companions clustered around, and Ruark could feel the muscles in his own gut tighten. Shanna, as the topic of their conversation, would only brew trouble. Hawkes sat on the table and leaned over his captain, gathering the others to him as if to share a secret with them. But his voice rang loud enough for Ruark to hear the words clearly.
"If one man should please the lady," he leered, "is it not sure that a dozen would please her more? I say we should each take turns, being fair-minded like we are, that no man," he hooked a thumb toward Ruark, "should have a giant's portion of the loot. Share and share alike, I says. And he already has had his own,
And poor old Robbie's.
A general nodding of agreement followed, and lecherous grins gaped about the table, showing the readiness of the rogues to enter into a common arrangement. Harapin pushed himself up through them and slid back into his chair. Still chuckling, he peered at Ruark, but his eyes glinted as he connived to be first in any such arrangement. Ruark leaned back, his tension becoming a relaxed readiness to do instant battle. He returned Harapin's stare over his mug as he sipped calmly at his ale.
"Where is the wench?"
Harapin asked.
"She's usually hanging on to your coat-tails."
Ruark waved his mug toward the stairs.
"In the room, but I would warn you."
"Ah, warn us not, you Yankee swaggy."
The mulatto captain made bold to speak. The black rum had given him an unusual measure of courage. Swinging a meaty fist, he stood away from the table.
"I'll bring the Madam Beauchamp down to greet her peers."
Guffawing loudly, he ploughed an uneven path to the stairway.
"Don't call if it takes me a while,"
he roared over his shoulder and set his foot on the first step. The explosion in the confines of the room numbed the ears of all, and the mulatto froze as plaster flew where the huge ball struck the wall a bare hand's breadth in front of his nose. In anger, he whirled and saw Ruark lowering the still smoking pistol. Snarling a curse, the man snatched the cutlass from his side and leapt down to seek vengeance upon his assailant. His feet barely hit the floor before he stopped abruptly. The bore of the second pistol seemed twice as large as the other, and it gaped hungrily at his chest. He did not miss that the hammer was at full cock, and his rage vanished as rapidly as he sobered. He stared into the golden eyes of death, which gleamed behind the flintlock like twin orbs of hardened amber, and his swarthy face paled. Slowly, carefully, he replaced the cutlass in his sash and straightened, while he tried to twist suddenly thick lips into a smile.
He stammered. "I meant no harm, Captain. I was only funning, you see."
The pistol dipped away from his chest, and Ruark nodded stiffly.
"Your apology is accepted."
Ruark's gaze went beyond the man and found Shanna at the top of the stairs. She had donned a modest gown of proportions approaching Carmelita's. It hung almost straight from her shoulders, but its previous owner had not the height to allow the garment to cover Shanna's trim ankles and bare feet. There was a glimmer in the shadows beside her skirt, and he took note of the small silver dagger she held, no doubt found among Pellier's effects in her search for appropriate apparel. It was a pitifully tiny thing, but knowing her, Ruark could guess she stood prepared to fight the world. The mulatto took a place at the far end of the table, keeping carefully away from Ruark, even though he had tucked the loaded pistol back into his belt.
"Join us, Madam Beauchamp." "Please do,"
Ruark called, striding forward a pace or two. He beckoned to her and indicated a place at his side.
"Come, stand here."
Before she came down into the full light, Shanna tucked the knife away in a shadowed fold of the skirt. As she appeared, Ruark faced the pirates and made a slow, deliberate show of reloading the fired piece. He rammed the shot home, tapping it gently against the powder, then rested the ramrod on Shanna's shoulder when she moved beside him. She seemed very pale, very small, and very obedient.
"This is mine,"
he barked, and even Shanna started at the sound of his voice, cracking loud in the silence of the room. He stepped to the table and put the butt of the pistol on it, while with a solid click, he slid the rod into its place beneath the barrel. Opening the pan of the flintlock, he primed it carefully, then placed his foot on the bench and rested his elbow on a knee, letting the pistol dangle loosely in his hand. Calmly, he scanned the faces before him.
"You speak of shares,"
he sneered, his tone dangerously soft.
"I could have claimed yours."
He pointed to the mulatto captain with his weapon.
"And yours?"
He stared directly at Hawks and ran his thumb almost longingly over the hammer.
"Or even yours."
He smiled at Harrapin. Then he laughed sardonically and spoke over his shoulder.
"'Twould appear that Mother is the only one who will not challenge my right to you, Madame Beauchamp."
Replacing the pistol with its companion, he drew the long sabre, resting its point on the table in front of the men.
"If anyone would challenge my right to anything, let him speak, and we'll have it out now."
His eyes mauled the pride of each of them, until each man either turned away or shook his head, refusing the glove. Ruark slammed the blade back into its sheath.
"I thought not."
He went back to stand beside Shanna and began to speak in a stilted tone, as if lecturing a group of small boys.
"You may consider Madame Beauchamp a piece of merchandise which has, by your own rules and consent, been given over into my care. She is a treasure of great wealth, the bounty of which could send many of you to the colonies as wealthy country gentlemen."
He lifted a lock of her hair and displayed it for them.
"A tapestry or a painting is a thing of great beauty and a thing of great value. But if abused and torn, it becomes of no more worth than a rag, of little use to anyone. Do you think to trade a ravished daughter to her doting father for a rich reward? Have you heard of Trahern?"
He grunted.
"I have. Mother has. He will bear me out. If Trahern's daughter is one whit less than she was, the man will hunt you all, each and every one, to the ends of the earth if need be. And he will make you dance from the yardarm for his vengeance."
The room was silent as they considered his warning. Mother rose from his chair, and the table creaked as he leaned his weight upon pile-like arms.
"Listen to him, lads,"
his tenor voice commanded. His bald pate gleamed beneath the lamps, and his braided queues swung as he moved his head to look at each of them.
"The man speaks well, and I fear that even should you take him, there would not be half of you left fit to pace a deck. We need every good hand, his with the rest."
Reluctant murmurs rose in assent, and after a moment Harrapin slammed his mug down.
"Carmelita, Dora, fetch some victuals," he bellowed. "Me belly aches with hunger, both for food and a good toss."
The tension was broken, and the corsairs turned to their cups. Ruark gave a nod of his head toward a bench in the shadows behind his chair, and Shanna quickly crossed to it, her knees still weak and trembling beneath her. She glanced up into Ruark's face as he took his seat beside her, but even now it was hard for her to show gratitude. Not wanting to meet his eyes, she looked away. The men bantered and exchanged jibes as before, but every now and then Ruark caught a glare tossed in his direction. Orlan Trahern had best come apace to fetch his daughter to safety, Ruark mused, for he could not himself say how long he would be able to hold the pirates at bay. They were, for the most part, criminals fleeing the law, outcasts, rejects. With careless abandon they faced death, for it meant only an end to a meaningless existence. Maiming was what they feared most of all, for like wolves, they must be healthy and strong to roam. Once crippled, they would have to beg scraps from the cruel and ruthless pack. Appearing to the others relaxed and confident, Ruark stretched his long legs before him and rested his arm on the edge of the table. Only Shanna knew. There was that in him which was like a beast in the wilds. One could never be sure of his mood, and must always treat him with the respect due a dangerous animal. God help the world, should he ever become a real pirate, she thought. He'd make a hellishly good one. He has a flair for leading men. Her eyes narrowed as Carmelita sauntered near him with a platter laden with roast meats, as well as a way for leading women. Dora kept as far from the men as she could, loading the trenchers at the hearth and filling the pitchers of ale and wine from the huge casks, setting both on a low table there and letting Carmelita serve, a task that she accomplished most heartily. She could skillfully balance a large tray of meats on one hand, seize a brace of brimming mugs with the other, and still walk with a full swaying motion of her hips. Laughing gaily, she spun away from encircling arms and avoided the rougher grasping hands which seemed eager to seize portions of her body. Still, she pranced and displayed the deep cleavage of her ample bosom with amazing impartiality, though beside Ruark she lingered overlong and rubbed her thigh unnecessarily against his. She bent low, so he could not miss the full display of her endowments, and leaned well over his arm to refill his mug with ale. As she drew back, her bosom caressed the full length of his arm in an open, deliberate way. Shanna bristled, incensed that Ruark did not remove himself from the woman's attention. She could not see the disturbed frown he fixed upon Carmelita, and she dearly longed to lay the sole of her foot smartly against those broad buttocks. Carmelita drew away to a safer distance, fetching another armful of food and drink, and allowing Shanna to cool her rising temper if only a small bit. As Ruark turned in his chair to Shanna, offering his plate for her to select a morsel, he could not miss the import of her squared jaw and the fine tilted nose that somehow snubbed him while she chose what she wanted from his trencher. Suddenly, Mother slammed down his tankard and glared at them all accusingly. "There's a stench in this room," he snarled, "of the rich and haughty." He silenced them all with a vicious swipe of his hand across the table. "'Tis an odour of whips and blood and sweat. 'Tis a stench of wealth and twisted justice. It smells like—" His gaze flitted about the room again until it settled on Shanna. She stared into his mad eyes, and had she been alone, without Ruark beside her, she would have hidden herself in terror. With a sudden movement, Mother flung out a thick arm and pointed an accusing finger at her. "'Tis the smell of a Trahern!" he screamed, and Shanna quaked convincingly as all turned to stare. Ruark stiffened imperceptibly and lowered his glass. Mother's high laughter rang in the room. "Rest yourself, Mr. Ruark. No one here disputes your right to the vixen. You know full well I cannot hinder your claim. But 'tis my end that she serve us as we served her father, like a slave." Bellowing agreements came from every side, and Carmelita smirked as the noise died and added her verdict. "Aye, let the little twit earn her keep." Mother waved his arm toward Shanna and commanded, "Let her be about her labour, like any good slave." At Shanna's questioning glance, Ruark ever so slightly nodded his consent. In some confusion, she rose to her feet, not quite aware of what was expected of her. Her gaze flickered across the leering faces until it came to rest on Mother. The giant smiled slowly. "If you please, Madam Beauchamp, a goblet of wine will tide me for a spell." A flagon was thrust into Shanna's hand by Carmelita, who regarded her with dark, lazy eyes and a self-satisfied smile. With shaking fingers, Shanna clutched the pitcher to her, feeling the full weight of many stares, and mother's sly eyes upon her. She refilled the eunuch's cup. Then, as others beckoned her with raised glasses and gaping grins, she moved hesitantly about the table, carefully filling the goblets with the thick, heady brew. Harrapin leaned back in his chair, watching her every movement, his eyes testing the soft curves hidden beneath her oversized gown. With a flip of her wrist, Shanna brushed a curl off her cheek, and his heated gaze turned to the loose bodice which lay against her round breasts. Reflectively, he let his perusal leave her to pass over the robust Carmelita, who sliced meat with an energetic motion, setting her heavy breasts swinging. He sipped his wine and began to eat again, having decided that at the proper time he would ease his needs, but not with the slut. The mulatto showed no such patience. As Shanna came near him, he grasped her wrist, causing her to slosh wine over his knee. Fearfully, Shanna tried to snatch free, but he pulled her ever closer until he chanced to glance toward Ruark. Then he froze, seeing those golden eyes hardening with that same piercing coldness he had seen glowing behind the flintlocks. With a pained smile, he set her from him, and Shanna made haste to step beyond his reach. Ruark waited until all had been served, then motioned to Shanna, who came quickly. She leaned over to pour wine into his goblet, and in a careless moment her breast lightly brushed against his shoulder where the sleeveless jerkin left it bare. The contact caught them both unawares, startling each with a quick excitement that rippled through their bodies. Their eyes met with a suddenness that made a blush suffuse Shanna's cheeks. Unsteadily she straightened, clutching the pitcher against her bosom in painful confusion. Having witnessed the whole of the encounter, Harrapin burst out into loud guffaws, grasping the shirt of the Dutchman, who joined his glee when the Englishman pointed to them, drawing everyone's attention.
"Aye there, Mr. Ruark. You've trained her well."
Ruark slipped an arm about Shanna's hips, placing his hand with bold familiarity upon her buttock, and returned a grin to the leering men.
"Aye, but she has a mite to learn yet. 'Tis like breaking a good mare. I can't leave her alone too long."
He felt Shanna stiffen, and could guess how his words must rankle.
"Aye,"
the Englishman bellowed.
"That's the way of it. But here, lass, let Carmelita show you a thing or two."
Carmelita came forth eagerly, swinging her broad hips, and leaned against Ruark's chair, oblivious of Shanna, who slowly burned, while brown fingers curled in Ruark's dark hair. In the face of the smaller woman's glare, Carmelita laughed. "Take it easy, lovey. He looks like he's got enough to please the both of us. The more's the merrier, I always say." Shanna's eyes narrowed as the woman fell giggling into Ruark's lap, causing his breath to leave with a woof. He struggled to sit up beneath the weight and seemed somewhat pained as Carmelita spread eager kisses over his face and chest. Twisting upon his lap and crooning in his ear, she pulled his hand to her breast and settled her own hand intimately upon the bulge of his manhood. Something within Shanna snapped, like a dry twig beneath a heavy foot. With a low, rising shriek of rage, she reached out and gave Carmelita a heave that sent the woman sprawling to the floor. There Carmelita sat, somewhat dazed by the attack of this supposed lady. The roaring laughter of the pirates, however, would not let this affront go unpunished, and a long, slim blade suddenly appeared in Carmelita's hand. Ruark rose to his feet as it again looked as if he would have to intervene, but a shattering of glass brought his attention around to Shanna. His brow raised in mild wonder as he saw that she faced the larger woman with a cloth slung through the handle of a broken pitcher. He removed his chair and himself from Shanna's way, though not far. She stood her ground, swinging the sharp-edged shard on the length of towel. It made an excellent mace. The graceful line of her jaw was set with the same stubbornness he had often witnessed before. He could not but admire the savage beauty her wrath brought forth as her sun-streaked hair swirled in glorious disarray around her. Carmelita retreated a step, her uncertainty written plainly in her face. Even if she managed to cut Shanna, the jagged edges of the shattered pitcher could mar her for life. And in this place, having to make her living from men, she could ill afford the loss of any part of her meagre beauty. She saw the determination in Shanna's eyes, the fire in the bluish-green depths. She had not been bested before, but she thought it wiser, for the moment at least, to retreat. She tucked away the knife, and, relaxing, Shanna set her own weapon down. Harrapin chuckled as he reached out to pat Shanna's rump in approval, then almost swallowed his tongue in surprise as the open palm of her hand struck him smartly across his face. Ruark held his breath, awaiting the Englishman's reaction. But Harrapin, after the first shock, gave a hearty roar of laughter.
"Damn and be damned, me hearties. She's as mean as Trahern himself."
The Dutchman was feeling high of spirit, mostly the strong black rum he preferred. He stepped close to Shanna, and before she could react, locked her in a sweaty bear hug while he roared his merry chortles painfully in her ear.
"That Harrapin don't have good luck with women. Now, little gal, old Fritz Swindle will keep you from those hound hunters."
Shanna's knee found a likely spot, and the Dutchman reeled away with a shout of pain while his meaty hand swung around to deliver a cuff to her head. Shanna was faster than the obese Netherlander and ducked beneath his paw, but his huge fingers caught in the nape of her dress, splitting it down the back seam to her waist. She gave his booted toes the best of her heel and spun away from him, grasping the front of her gown in sudden distress. She whirled to Ruark, and in a split second, a rush of fleeting emotions held her rooted to the spot. Her desire to fling herself into his arms and beg him to take her from this flared. Her anger that he would expose her to such debauchery raged. Her humiliation rolled, and her fear of that yet to come reduced all to a confused jumble of feelings. Tears came, ready to spill from her eyes, but all was solved for her in a twinkling. With crystal clarity she saw it all, though much was lost to the others. A snarl twisted Ruark's face. He crouched low, then uncoiled like a striking snake. He flew across the space, stretched out like a leaping tiger on the attack. Herr Schwindel was still hopping about, trying to hold his twisted toes and soothe his ruffled groin at the same time, when Ruark struck him full on the chest. The assault carried the Dutchman backwards to slam against the wall, and as they rebounded, Ruark set his feet and heaved. The fat man rode across Ruark's shoulder to sail his length and more before crashing onto the floor and still spinning on his back, sliding beneath the table. The sabre hummed its bittersweet song as it sprang from its sheath, and the Dutchman scrambled onto the other side of the table, spilling chairs and men from his path in his eagerness to escape.
Nein, nein,
he blubbered.
"De recht ich nicht haben."
Seeing his words had no effect on Ruark, he struggled with the English.
"I have no right. I yield."
The sight of the coward grovelling behind the table brought Ruark to his senses, and he slowly relaxed and put away the sword. He glanced at the faces of the pirates and saw no challenge. He need speak no further. They understood at last the truth of his claim to the wench, and that he would tolerate no encroachment of it. He presented his back to them, and though his muscles twitched, he felt no prick of steel. A motion of his hand sent Shanna ahead of him, and he followed, with slow measured tread, until the door to their chamber was closed and bolted behind him. Ruark leaned against the portal and breathed deeply to ease the tension in his back. It had built with every step he had taken away from the table, and he was sure that, with the possible exception of Mother, there was not one below who did not yearn for the courage to sink a blade between his ribs. He watched Shanna cross the room to the window, and there she stood, silently staring out into the darkness beyond the shutters. He could guess she was still riled about Carmelita, and would have nothing to do with him. He sighed, as much in frustration as in any relief he might have felt for even being alive. He'd be damned before he'd crawl to her begging forgiveness for what he was innocent of. Yet he wanted the tenderness his explanations could bring from her. He craved an understanding look, her lips against his, her silken body within his arms, but knew it would somehow be lacking if trust were not mutually shared. A candle had been lit beside the bed. Gaitlia, he guessed, and the bed was turned down invitingly. He couldn't remember seeing the small man below, or on the stairs. Must have come and gone the back way, Ruark mused, the stairs outside. Aimlessly, Ruark wandered about the room, shucking his weapons and jerkin, leaving them lay where they would be handy at morning's first rising. No hint of a glance came from Shanna, only brooding silence. He paused beside the tub, realizing it had been filled, and smiled to himself. Gaitlia really did know a lady's heart, especially Shanna's. Ruark went to stand close behind his wife, and gently lifted a curl from off her shoulder. "Shanna." She jerked around, red-rimmed eyes wide with anger, and a challenge on her lips. "Hush," he breathed before she could speak, and laid a finger upon her mouth. Taking her hand, he led her to the tub. Here the room was dark, and she could not understand his purpose until he lit a candle. Her gasp of surprise warmed him, and she gave no pause, but pushed him away and quickly made a makeshift drapery between two mirrors with a sheet. A moment later, Ruark smiled as he heard a splash, followed by a long sigh of pleasure. Moving to the window, he lifted a leg onto the sill and sat gazing out across the low, forbidding blackness of the island. It was some time later when Ruark turned and noticed that Shanna's candle cast her shadow on the sheet. His perusal of the darkness was forgotten as his attention shifted to her performance. Once she rose and reached into the armoire, and her silhouette showed in full detail upon the cloth. His blood warmed, flooding his body with desire. He remembered a night gone by when she had come to him and laid herself in his arms with a passion such as he had never known in a woman. There was a great longing in him for it to be that way again. With a slow but purposeful stride, he went to the drapery and lifted it aside, giving her a start. His eyes caressed all that they touched. Her swelling breasts gleamed with wet droplets which seemed to sparkle in the candlelight. The shallow water held nothing from his regard, and his passion fed upon the stirring sight. Her own gaze was soft, and her breathing shallow, as she stared up at him. Then her eyes moved downward, and something less than desire kindled within them. She pulled a cloth over her bosom. "My Lord Captain, you intrude. Am I to have no privacy?" Ruark scowled. "Shanna, love, You are indeed ravishing beyond words, but I feel the bitter bite of ire much too sharply, and of late too often. Am I to endure this outrage when you have no cause?"
"No cause indeed," Shanna snapped. "You flaunt yourself with cut-off breeches and shirtless back, roam the lower streets of town, then prance yourself across my balcony to beseech me greet you as some long-lost lover. Am I a fool? Am I simple? For them," she jerked her head toward the door, "I will play the moppish slave. But do not mistake yourself, my Captain Rogue. In this chamber you will lie alone. Or if you be in truth the pirate bold, then you may ease yourself by force, and nothing less."
"Shanna,"
Ruark was set to argue the point.
"why do you do this?
"Will you straighten the panel, please?" She cut him short. "And let me find some comfort for a moment." So dismissing him, Shanna leaned back in the tub and, raising a shapely limb, began to leisurely wash her leg. Ruark fought the urge to snatch the towel away and set an end to the indifference she portrayed. His passion demanded it, but his mind knew the folly of such. He was well aware that Shanna, confronted with force, would rally to meet it with all the energies of an outraged feline and would not yield short of exhaustion. Where would the pleasure be in taking her then? He had known the joy of her willing response. He could settle for nothing less. Angrily, he jerked the barrier over the mirrors again and stretched out on the bed to watch her shadow for his enjoyment. Her silhouette fled as she left the tub. Long moments passed. Ruark doffed his breeches and slipped beneath the sheet. With something less than patience, he waited, aware that Shanna could not so easily dismiss his presence once in bed. He had already noted the tendency of the feathered ticks to gather in about them, drawing them to one another. Even with her sternest efforts, she would be hard put to stay away. He folded her side of the sheet down further, so she would find no hindrance there. The candle by the bed lit the room with its dim glow. Still he waited. Finally, her light was doused and the sheet taken away. Shanna was fully dressed. But how she was dressed! A long black silk skirt, garishly embroidered with colourful flowers, was tucked up upon itself, as Carmelita's had been, showing a trim and shapely thigh. A loose, thin blouse, several sizes too large, barely held its place across one shoulder, and the high full curve of her bosom. Her hair, highlighted with its own gold, was drawn back with a scrape of ribbon and cascaded down her back to its long, glorious length. Her sea-green eyes sparkled with mischief as she cocked her hip and ran her hand along its curve. "Does this fashion suit my Lord Captain Pirate? Is it common enough for your taste?" She came slowly across the room toward the bed, rolling her hips like a ship aground in a heavy sea. Her breasts swung wantonly as she moved, threatening the security of her modesty as the oversized blouse slipped ever lower. "Does my Lord Captain Pirate wish a warm bedmate for the night?" she simpered sweetly. Pausing at the foot of the bed, she swayed her hips invitingly, and her look was teasingly seductive, her lips wet and parted with a hint of a mysterious smile. Ruark closed his mouth when he realized it had sagged open. Then suddenly Shanna's eyes flashed with rage, and she whirled in majestic fury, strode to a sea chest, and snatched out a heavy woolen blanket, folding it into a long, tight roll as she returned. She placed it carefully in the middle of the bed, beneath the top sheet, dividing the area neatly in half. Bracing her hands on the bed, she leaned forward
with no modesty at all. The blouse gaped away from her body completely, and Ruark could see to her waist. The very fruit he desired to caress hung ripe, ready to be tasted. In rapt attention, he stared at her display before finally raising his eyes to hers. A withering sneer spread slowly over her face as she looked closely into his. "Then my Lord Captain Pirate," she gritted, "can find himself another bed and another bitch." Primly, she presented her back, slipped out of the skirt, the blouse, and loosed her hair. Fluffing the pillow, she slid beneath the sheet and laid her head back upon the feather-filled rest. Casting her gaze beyond the foot of the bed, she saw the face of her Ruark smiling back at her, the lazy grin spreading across his lips. She raised her head, and there he was again and again and again. Each mirror was set to cast back to those upon the bed whatever occurred upon it. A full dozen Ruark stared back at her, as if the one were not beyond endurance. The roguish face haunted her. But lo, each mirror has a weakness, and no less the likes of these. She gave a derisive grunt, and wetting her finger on her tongue, snuffed the candle. Mouthing a low curse, Ruark punched his pillow heartily with his fist, yanked up the sheet to cover himself, and felt the rough coarseness of the blanket against his back. Some time later, his voice was heard in the dark. "Woman," he muttered, "I yield that you are certainly mad." Chapter 18. The night held no comforts for Ruark in sleep or blissful pleasures. He tossed restlessly and could find no solace for his mind. Though the rough blanket separated them, he was ever aware of Shanna's presence beside him. The silvery glow of the moon shining in through the open shutters cast shadows with its brightness, and in its light Ruark rose to fetch himself a strong bracer of rum. He prowled the room, liberally sampling the brew and casting more than occasional glances toward the softly curving form in the bed. In abject frustration, he slipped into the shortened breeches, filled a pipe from a small cask of tobacco, lifted the bolt, and eased open the door, taking care not to wake his peacefully slumbering wife. He went below to the common room. It was empty, save for Mother. No sound came from the eunuch to give him clue whether he slept or was fully awake. Ruark stepped quietly to the fireplace and lifted a small charred stick, blew the coal at its end into life, and touched it to his pipe. He puffed until the tobacco caught too, then seated himself at the table to enjoy his smoke. "'Tis a warm night, Mr. Ruark." Ruark stared in surprise at Mother and saw the small, alert eyes watching him in the dim light of the subdued lantern. "Aye." Ruark finally nodded and gave the excuse. "I'll never be accustomed to this heat." A snicker of amusement set Mother's rolls of flesh quavering. "The Trahern wench warmed ye might, eh? She were a spirited one, even as a tot. She'll lead some man a merry chase for the want of her favours. Beware, 'tis not you, me hearty." Ruark grunted and averted his face. He drew on the pipe, then leisurely blew a slim column of smoke into the air, leaning his head back to watch it curl down upon itself. "I was not always a buccaneer." Mother interrupted his thoughts, and Ruark contemplated the man in the meagre light, amazed because his voice no longer bore any hint of the guttural tones or crude speech which he had used earlier. "I was a young man at the peak of my profession," Mother continued, "a tutor at Portsmouth. The cream of the blue bloods came to hear my lectures. But alas, one of the hypocrites twisted my reasoning
and I was accused of preaching treason. They gave me a quick trial and threw me in the jail. Then I was placed on the lists and impressed into the service as a common seaman."
He paused, staring into the low-burning embers in the hearth. Ruark waited, his interest aroused, until the eunuch snorted and resumed his tale.
"Would you see the stripes on my back, Mr. Ruark? I was a slow learner, and did not take to the sea as well as the mate thought I should."
He sipped from a mug of strong rum to wet his tongue before he sighed heavily.
"The captain deemed me useless and sold me to Trahern as a bondsman. 'Tis Trahern's justice that finds me here amid this scurvy lot. Be careful you do not fall victim to his revenge. His daughter is his pride, and he'll see you gelded for having used her. You can never go back to Los Camellos without losing some portion of your life, if not all of it. I give this advice freely. Do not let the wench get in your blood, lad, else you might be tempted to test the fates to have her again."
"Ugh," Ruark returned gruffly, and played his part well.
"What's one skirt from another? I'll tire of her before her father pays the ransom." "Then 'tis wise you be."
Mother nodded at his own wisdom as he murmured,
"I know that you are no common thief, and I know, too, that you will not long stay with us."
Ruark would have denied the statement, but Mother held up a hand to delay him.
"The others had decided to do away with you at a convenient moment. That is why Harpen freely gave you the purse. He expected to regain it soon, but you killed Pellier, which all of them desired to do, and became one of them, thus gaining some measure of respect and freedom. 'Tis fully expected that you will leave. We find that young, energetic men who find their way here are soon gone. We only hope your going will not cost us dearly, and most will be glad to see you go, for you are a constant reminder of the youth and vigour we have lost. Go your way, my young hearty, but trust no one, not even me, and do not press us beyond what we can bear. As you may have guessed, even our own lives are less than desirable in this hole, and are held rather cheaply. I myself only mark time and hold my freedom until the day death releases me from this shallow existence. Perhaps that is why we dare danger and challenge death for the very luxuries we crave."
Ruark could make no denial or comment on Mother's insight, and felt a small measure of respect for the mind trapped within the hulking body. Thoughtfully, he stared at the pipe he held in his hand. There was no further word from Mother, and for all Ruark knew, he had lapsed into slumber, having exhausted his moment of sanity. Ruark got to his feet, counting himself far luckier than any man on the island, despite what they might have termed poor luck in being imprisoned for murder and sold into bondage. In truth, if he hadn't been in the jail, he never would have married Shanna, and he counted all the abuse he had suffered there well worth the gain of such a wife. There were matters to be settled yet, but by God's grace, they would be settled and be all the sweeter for the trials. In a thoughtful mood, he climbed the stairs and bolted the door securely behind him. He stripped, careful not to wake Shanna, and sat on his side of the woolen barrier, his back braced against the Baroque carved headboard, an arm slung across a drawn-up knee. For a long time, he contemplated his sleeping wife, taking solace in the fact he didn't have to leave her with the coming of dawn. Her gilded tresses spread like a wide fan over the downy pillow, touching her pale shoulders. Her slender hand lay in the midst, and in the gentle glow of moonlight, the single band of gold upon her finger gleamed with its own lustre. "You are my wife,"
Shanna Beauchamp," he whispered, "and I will have you as that. There will come a day when you'll proudly declare our marriage to the world. God help me, you will."
The warmth that came with the dawn was an insidious omen of what the later hours would bring. Shanna lay asleep with the sheet covering all but her head, and Ruark again slipped from the bed. Donning his breeches, he went below to the common room to see what he might find in the way of food for them. He knew Shanna hadn't been able to eat much before Mother's harsh command. He would assure this time that a modicum of peace accompanied their meal. The night of merrymaking by the pirates had reduced the place pretty much to shambles, a situation Dora, the young serving woman, was trying to remedy. Mother, dozing heavily under a series of loud snores in the chair, was the only other one present. It seemed the eunuch had given up the use of a bed long ago, so Harapin had explained. Mother found only acute discomfort with his great weight pressing down upon him, and feared that he might be somehow trapped in those muffling confines. A living nightmare, Ruark mused. He bent his attention to the girl, a thin, bony thing with straggly brown hair and a plain face that betrayed the smallest hint of charm when she smiled. But that was rare indeed. Kathlen had said she would do chores for a copper or two, and Ruark wondered if she preferred that method of earning her keep to Carmelita's. Pausing beside her, Ruark asked for a tray of food, and at his first words, the snoring halted abruptly in mid-snort. From beneath the shadow of his beetled brow, Mother fixed his small eyes on them. Then, with a grunt, he heaved his large shape from the chair and padded out of the room. The door slammed behind the obese man, and Dora scurried to fetch what Ruark had requested, setting out fruits, bread, and meats, while she brewed a pot of strong tea. His show of patience on this morning quite bemused her, for he had nearly scared the wits out of her the previous day with his bellowing. He was handsome and moved like a dream, yet she had seen him kill a man and threaten others just last night, although that was not an uncommon occurrence on this island, nor the first she had witnessed. Still, she was fearful of him, and went to great pains to avoid raising his ire. But because of his awesome presence, she was awkward and more inept than usual, and in her haste she dropped the hot kettle, nearly scalding herself as the steaming water flew upward like a geyser. Dora's heart thumped wildly as Ruark rose and stepped close, but to her amazement, he only inquired of her welfare and returned the kettle to her trembling hands. Assuring him that she was not injured, she flew to refill the copper kettle and hung it again on a hook above the fire. While she sliced meat, her large eyes moved to where he sat smoking his pipe, and she frowned in confusion. The other pirates would have descended upon her in rage at her clumsiness. They were always eager to rebuke her with a ham-like fist or booted foot on her buttocks. Ever since they had taken her captive some 9 years before, at the age of 12, she had suffered much humiliation and abuse from them all, not the least from Carmelita and that evil one, Pellier. Only Kathlen and some of the village folk had been kind to her, but her days were passed in servitude to these beasts, and marred by the hardships the pirates heaped upon her. They had killed her parents and raped her before she was even a woman. They delighted in everything perverse and cruel, and long ago she had made it her purpose in life to escape this brigade of thieves. She could envy the young woman taken captive from Los Camellos, while, at the same time, pitying her for having to submit to this man's lust. At least Trahern was rich and could ransom his daughter from this hell. There was no one in the world who knew or cared that she, Dora Livingston, was alive, let alone slave to madmen. Ruark shifted his gaze to her and she wilted into shy retreat as he indicated her blouse, pointing at it with his pipe. Numbly, she half expected him to order her to disrobe.
Is there a place where I might find a waist shirt like that for the Trahern wench?
Dora's fear became suspicion, but she nodded and answered haltingly. There's an old woman who makes them for a keep. Ruark fished into the purse hanging from his belt.
Fetch me several for the maid, and some of whatever is worn beneath. And a pair of sandals, if you will.
He glanced down at Dora's own, and indicated with his pipe.
Not too big. About your size, or less. You can have what coin is left.
He flipped her several, and she caught the pieces between her palms, then looked at them, somewhat puzzled. She did not know how to respond to kindness, for any small show of it from her captors had only been followed by some further depravity. She eyed him now in bewildered apprehension.
But, sir, here are rich gowns in Pellier's chests. In the room they are, sir.
A sneer crept into Ruark's voice as he replied.
My tastes differ from Pellier's brothel garb, and I must keep the Trahern brat alive for her father. 'Twould only brew trouble to parade her around half-naked.
Dora hung her head shamefacedly. Whenever some of the women would go with him up there, Captain Pellier would make 'em wear those. He fetched the old hag what sells fruit in the village to put on the best of them and strut about for him while he laughed at her.
Dora's face flushed crimson, and her eyes fell to her twisting hands.
And even myself.
The shame she felt was apparent, and Ruark would have said some consoling word, but his role of pirate did not permit displays of kindness.
I'll wait while you run to fetch the things for the wench, but hurry. She may grow restless if I'm gone too long.
When Ruark returned to the chamber above with the closed door abort, he secured the door behind him. Then he set the food tray down on the table next to the bed with a deliberate clatter, startling Shanna from sleep. She sat up in alarm, snatching the sheet high under her chin.
Easy, love. 'Tis only your master bringing the morning fare to his beautiful slave.
He mocked lightly and flashed her a devilish grin as his warm gaze caressed her.
Oh, Ruark!
Shanna's voice cracked with fear, and she rubbed a hand across her brow as if to clear her mind. She regained her composure and remembered the state of her relationship with him as she ran her fingers through her tangled mane of hair.
I dreamt you had left me here with them and fled to the colonies to be free.
The sheet was draped carefully over her bosom and held under her arms, but she was oblivious to the fact that she salved Ruark's gaze with the reflection of her naked back in several of the mirrors.
Do dreams come true, bondsman?
Her bright sea-hued eyes caught his and held them. Ruark shrugged.
Sometimes, Shanna, but mostly because you want them to and work at it.
He prepared her a plate of food and placed it before her, sitting beside her on the bed. Reaching out her hand, he smoothed her sleep-tossed curls, grinning in that one-sided roguish way.
You know I'll never leave you, Shanna. Never.
She tried to read his eyes, wondering whether he teased or gave a statement of fact.
I brought a gift for you,
he said suddenly, rising from the bed and retrieving the bundled garments from the chair beside the door. He presented them with a decorous bow.
These should suit the occasion better than what the good gentleman Pellier left behind.
Pellier was no gentleman, Shanna assured him as she sipped her tea.
Well spoken, my love, Ruark agreed.
His handsome brow knitted as if he considered some deep subject. Then he pointed out,
You can never declare a gentleman by his collection of riches, or lack of them, by a name or lack of one. Now take your father, for instance. He is basically a good man, a gentleman by any twist, yet his father was hanged. What great harm as your father suffered. He is an honest man, rich, powerful. Do you hold him beneath lords and dukes, Shanna? Of course not. And what of yourself, my love? The granddaughter of a highwayman. You have the airs of a grand duchess. Yet if I bore the title or the blood of a noble, I would not think you beneath me. Perhaps if we had children, 'twould go well for them, rather than bad. He paused at her gasp of indignation, and then leaned forward and stared at her as he continued slowly. Suppose, my love, that I had wealth, and came from a family with more than a fine name. Could you then love me, and be content to bear the fruit of my devotion, giving life to our children as beautiful and honourable offsprings of our love? Shanna shrugged, not wanting to answer. If you had been true, I suppose. Oh, she flared. 'Tis foolishness to speak of these things when we both know they are not so. You can be nothing more than what you are. And what am I, madam? He persisted. You ask me? She snapped irritably, turning away from those amber eyes which seemed to bore into her. Of all people, you should be the one to know. Then the reply is, madam, that you could easily accept me as your husband if I were rich and titled. You would find no argument with me. If I had these qualities, and none of those I have now. Shanna squirmed uncomfortably. You put it crudely, Ruark. But I suppose I could abide marriage with you, if all you say were true. Then, my dear Shanna, you're a prudish snob. He said it so kindly, with a sparkling flash of white teeth, that it was not until he uttered the last word that Shanna felt the prick of his sarcasm. She choked on a mouthful of tea and stared at him in speechless outrage. Please put your clothes on, madam, he suggested, and turned away to sample his portion of the morning fare. In a petulant mood, she rose, snatched the garments he had provided, and donned them. She retrieved the embroidered black skirt she had worn the night before, though this time she did not hitch it up. She laced the wide waistband tightly over the white gypsy blouse, then braided her hair into one long heavy plait, which hung down her back. Lastly, she slipped the leather sandals on and crisscrossed the narrow thongs about her ankles. Her appearance was so stirring, it momentarily numbed the wits of Harrapin and a goodly number of men who had gathered in the common room. There was no dallying with the pirates this morning, for Ruark felt the need to hasten her from beneath their heavy perusals. Catching her wrist, Ruark pulled her along after him, feigning annoyance at her slowness. Get a move on, wench. Do you think I have nothing else to do but wait on you? Lad, Harrapin roared with mirth. Keep that twit uppin', in bed and out. Loud guffaws rang in the room, as Ruark and Shanna quickly fled the inn. Don't they ever think of anything but making love? She questioned with a derisive glance over her shoulder. Ruark peered down at her and hastened to correct. It is not love they do in bed, Shanna. They have not learned that gentle art. They release an urge on the one they've chosen for the night like an animal. They call themselves lovers because of the great number who've passed beneath them. A bull can do the same. Love is that wherein two people share themselves because of some deep and abiding emotion between them. They cast away all others and seek out the one they have chosen to go through life with, and be it thick or thin, they'll stand by each other until death. Strange you should be the one to say that, Ruark, Shanna said coolly, and turned her face seaward as they meandered across the dock area. The breezes whipped strands of hair around her face into a frame of feathery curls. His scowl darkened on her. 'Tis not I, my love, but you who cannot settle on one. Shanna lifted her nose disdainfully.
'Tis only that I have yet to find my proper mate.
Ruark snarled. Madam, may I remind you once again that I am your mate, proper or otherwise.
She ignored him deliberately. My father will expect me to choose a husband soon. He wants grandchildren, and I cannot disappoint him.
Ruark's insides wrenched with the coldness of her tone. Damn it, Shanna. Do you think if I had been the chooser, that I would have chosen you?
Struck dumb by his statement, Shanna stared at him. Ruark flung an arm wide, encompassing the sea that stretched endlessly into the horizon, and sneered. What were you? The goddess Shanna from Mount Olympus, raised upon that pedestal of your own construction, that all men must approach you from beneath your level? The haughty Shanna, beautiful, untouched, pure, who strolls this earth for but a passing whim, and sighs for that great knight upon a charger, that perfect man who will snatch her from this squalor and take her to some hidden Eden, and there, with dove-like tones of adoration, meekly serve her every wish. Ha!
Ruark snorted. Beware, my love. That perfect man might also seek a perfect woman.
He turned away, his brow black with rage, while Shanna stared at him, confused, and not knowing the reason for this attack. What do you say? She demanded, much stirred by his accusations. I but held myself for the man of my own choosing, and, God willing, I will yet find that man. Ruark whirled and looked at her in wide amazement. Then his scowl darkened thunderously. You held yourself too high, Shanna. Of course each man has some flaw, and once you found it, you rejected him. What did you make of yourself, pray tell? A prime wife? Hardly. A gentle mate to share a man's life? Nay. Rather the regal Shanna. He answered his own question. A challenge to any man, a jail for a night's toss, and a mark well worthy of the game. That man who could shatter your wall of ice would be an instant hero to every bachelor. You were the high fortress to be assailed, but once taken, worthless. You were a fortune to be gained, but of what value as a wife? A worthy man would seek that gentle dame, who with calm and sweet repose would thus enrich his life. Have you then so greatly enriched mine? I was given as a slave to pirates at your command. Now your father thinks me not only a flown bondsman, but a pirate, and he has in all likelihood placed a high reward upon my head. If taken by his men, I might yet find a rope my final unearned reward. And that because of you, my loving wife. Shanna met his words with a stiff back, standing straight and unbowed. You say the truth will out, but do you say you love me? Spreading his arms, Ruark faced into the breeze and spoke as if to the open sea. Madam, at this moment, you are the last one to whom I would admit my love. It was a twisted truth, for love her he most certainly did. But there was much to pass before he would place that weapon in her hands. He glanced over his shoulder to see her reaction, but found her walking slowly away from him, her head high, the wind whipping her skirt, her shoulders erect, her pace carefully measured. He wanted to run to her, to take her into his arms or grovel at her feet, and tell her of this all-consuming desire that gnawed at the roots of his being. But he let her go, hoping the challenge of his denial might spur her to some new consideration of herself and him. Shanna walked along the beach toward the edge of the water, away from the village and the inn. From where he stood on the jetty, Ruark observed her solemnly, feeling more than a trifle unsure. He could not help but wonder what her mood might bring. Would his words find his intent? Or would she turn away from him in injured pride and reject even his attempts to help? Briefly she glanced back at him, then facing forward again, went further away. Reaching down, she caught the rear hem of her skirt and brought it forward between her legs, tucking it in the wide waistband like a fishwife. She removed her sandals and slung them over her shoulder. Wading in the shallows, she kicked idly at wave tops and rolled shellfish and rocks with her toe, while Ruark continued to watch, unable to ease the ache in his chest. It was some time later when a shout came from behind him, and Ruark turned to find Harapin and several of the crewmen rowing out to the Good Hound. The pirate waved, and Ruark returned the gesture, wondering what they were about. Harapin and another man boarded the schooner, and the longboat was positioned beneath her stern. The crew caught the end of the cable Harapin tossed to them and made it secure to their own boat, then, rowing heartily, began to swing the slim dark ship so that her stern was to the dock. Harapin barked an order forward, and the other man struck loose the latch on the anchor capstan. Now the dozen men in the longboat strained, bending their oars, and slowly the Good Hound began to move inward toward the slip, playing out her anchor cable as she came. As the ship neared her berth, the longboat swung away, putting slack in the tow and letting the Good Hound's own momentum carry her until she bumped gently against the pilings. She scrubbed her side against them, and Harapin tossed down a looped cable which Ruark made fast to the cleat. Then he ran along the pier to catch another from the man on the forecastle. Harapin called for him to come on deck, and Ruark glanced to see what had become of Shanna. She stood with her hands shading her eyes, having watched the ship drawn in, but as his gaze found her, she resumed her stroll in the shallows. Confident that she was well in sight and not so far away that he could not be quickly at her side, Ruark climbed up the tumble home. Somehow he felt Shanna needed this time alone to straighten her own thoughts. He swung his legs across the rail and found Harapin waiting, leaning on his elbows while he stared at the lone figure on the beach.
"Hell, man, I envy you that bit of fluff," the Englishman moaned huskily. "Even from there she warms me loins."
Ruark scowled, but his tone was light as he replied with a great deal of truth.
"Aye, she's hard to walk away from. But enough of her, Harapin. What are you about with my ship?" "Yeah, well, that she be, of course, laddie. What with Robbie gone and all."
The man scratched his scarred and stubbled chin reflectively.
"We took a vote. Aye, that we did. She being the biggest and all."
He gestured to the smaller vessels swinging at their tethers in the bay.
"We thought we would put a few things aboard, supplies and whatnot, just in case his lordship Trahern comes along with his bloody little fleet. We expect the sloop to return sometime tonight, and we're not anxious to have our tails blown out of the water."
Ruark nodded toward the wreck on the reef.
"But surely, if the Spanish fleet could not—"
Harapin interrupted.
"Them dons were a bunch of clocks, with a lot of brass and flags and show. But Trahern now is another tale, and if there's one to do us ill, 'tis him, if any sets his mind to it."
Ruark agreed silently. The Englishman leaned over the rail, and as Ruark followed his gaze, he saw a pair of heavy carts, each laboriously dragged along by a pair of mules, moving down from the edge of town toward the dock. When they drew alongside, Ruark noted that the first bore several kegs of water and twice the number of hogsheads of rum and ale. The second was half filled with casks of salted meats and meal, and the rest of it was crammed with crates filled to overflowing with silver, gold plate, and other loot. Beside Hawks on the driver's seat rode the small black chest of gold coin. It was the first item to come aboard. The treasure was quickly hauled into the captain's cabin, while all the other stuff was swung down on the gun deck, there to be lashed down, carefully out of the way, so they would not interfere with the operation of the small cannons. Ruark saw with amusement that the great chest of musket barrels still sat on the deck where it had been left. When all was secure, Harrapin returned to him. "Well, lad, if you'll be good enough to cast us off, we'll winch her out to her hook again." Ruark paused as the grizzled fellow stared at him, an odd look in his squinting gaze. "I'm leaving a pair of me own men aboard her to see what soul air is kept safe. And if you've noted, the wee box is locked, and 'tis more than one man can hoist." He gave a sly chuckle. "And mother has the keys. 'Tis a way of protecting his share. But then, with the possible exception of me and thee, he's the most honest one amongst us." The man leaned back, guffawing heartily at his own abused humour, then sobered, wiping his nose on his arm. "Well, I see your ladyship is waiting for you, laddie." Thus dismissed, Ruark had no choice and climbed down to the crudely cobbled jetty, there to cast off, as Harrapin had indicated. The crew was ordered to the capstan, and with a sing-song chant began to march around it. The clank of its pawl counted time, and the anchor cable grew taut, water dripping from its length as the good hound slowly slipped out into deeper water. The sun was scarcely more than its own width above the horizon when Ruark strode the length of the pier and passed where Shanna waited for him. She was still stiff and proud, though she kept her eyes from meeting his. Several paces behind she fell in, dropping her skirt into place and walking barefoot across the sand. Back in the common room, Ruark stopped for an ale, but Shanna went quickly past him and fled up the stairs to their chamber. Listlessly, she leaned against the door, closing it, and moved to sit upon the window-sill, pushing out the shutters. Dark clouds had begun to roll overhead, and with the sticky heat, she recognized the ominous signs of a storm. Releasing a ragged sigh, she began to loosen the heavy braid, raking her fingers through the long tresses as she gazed down upon the courtyard below, where a young child played chase with a small piglet. His black hair gleamed beneath the waning rays of the sun, much the same way Ruark's did under a candle's soft glow. Wistfully, she watched the dark head bob along, until with angry squeals giving evidence of his success, the youngster scooped the animal up into his chubby arms and merrily trotted off toward the village. As he disappeared in the distance behind thin scrubby trees, Shanna smiled ruefully, and in the silence of the room, the memory of Ruark's words whispered in her brain. Beautiful and honourable offsprings of our love. "But he doesn't love me," she cried aloud, and flung her sandals across the room. Petulantly, she began to pluck at the lacings of her skirt while she paced aimlessly about. Haughty Shanna, Queen Shanna, unloved Shanna. Hot tears scalded her cheeks. She dropped the skirt, and she snatched away the shift. A cool breeze, the first of the day, stirred the draperies at the windows as she lit a candle on a small table beside the tub. She lowered herself into the tepid bath Geitler had prepared and lifted a decanter, trickling drams of scented salts through her fingers. They sank into the liquid, dissolving like the fading stars of dawn. "A strange man you are, Mr. Beauchamp," she mused aloud. "You ply me as a lover, then berate me as if I were a child, and set your cause much awry when you say that I am the last of your choices for a wife." Relaxing back against the rim, she lost herself in thought. Those words bit deep and rankled hard, but there was a gritty truth in them. Those who had seemed most eager to wed her were those most in need of her father's fortune. Her gaze settled on a mirror which stood nearby, and she stretched out a trim, well-curved leg to turn it until she could see herself. Calmly she considered what she saw, noting the deepening golden colour of her oval face. Blue-green eyes rimmed with thick, sooty lashes shone startlingly bright in contrast. They were her best asset, and usually effective in most any situation when she wanted to gain her way or charm a man. Wheaten streaks, newly bleached by the sun, swirled amid the mass piled high on her head. In the main, she was pleased with her image. Her breasts were high and full, softly hued in creamy white and delicate pink. Without being thin, she knew her waist was smaller than most women could claim, and her legs were long and well-shaped. She smiled at herself. White, even teeth flashed back at her from the glass. "Well, my Captain Pirate Ruark, if I have set you to these dire straits wherein your neck is forfeit, you must realize I am also the key to my father's pardon. He would do well to see me safely back to his care. So on that score, my beloved, we shall be even." The room had darkened when Ruark finally entered. Shanna returned her makeshift draperies to the mirrors and engaged in a leisurely toilet. She heard him rummaging through the sea chests, and some moments later, the quietness which had descended pricked her curiosity. When she peeked around the curtain, she found him at the table with a large sheet of parchment spread out before him. He was intent upon the sheet, and made notes here and there with a quill. Restoring her shelter, Shanna stood thoughtfully chewing on a knuckle. Then with sudden decision, she went to the armoire and drew out a red silk gown of daring cut, which she donned. It hinted of a Spanish owner, for the bodice was long, and the dress fitted well over her hips, spreading from there to a full hem which gathered up to show tiers of multicoloured underskirts. The bare expanse from shoulder to gown was startling and most inviting. The back of the gown dipped low as well, revealing much of the soft, alluring curve of her body. Shanna ran her hand from bosom to hip, smoothing the soft silk. "This should show that wandering stud the difference between a lady and a common street wench," she mused shrewishly. She did not pause to consider there was little of a ladylike appearance about her. Still, there was nothing of a common wench either. Tossing aside the screen, Shanna moved toward Ruark, hips swaying provocatively, hair flowing about her shoulders in a manner that belied the care she had given it. It was what Ruark had expected, another assault upon his senses. It took an effort to return his gaze to the parchment, giving no hint of the success of her ploy. Shanna wandered about the room, doing small inconsequential chores, in an effort to draw his attention, but, much to her disappointment, he appeared completely engrossed in his study and gave her no apparent notice. There was a light knock on the door, and Geitlia's hesitant voice called for entry. At Ruark's nod, Shanna unlatched the door for the man and was delighted to see him carrying a large platter which bore an assortment of fruits, breads, roasted fowl, and boiled vegetables. There was even a bottle of good French Burgundy. Shanna's mouth watered at the enticing aroma, and she could hardly contain her eagerness to taste the fare. "Oh, Geitlia!" she exclaimed. "You're a dear man." She smiled brightly for his blushing pleasure, and missed the dark scowl Ruark threw at them over his shoulder. "Dora prepared it," Geitlia remarked timidly, casting a cautious glance toward Ruark. He hastened to set his burdens down, seeing that Ruark pulled his papers aside for the tray to be placed, then stood sheepishly, rubbing his feet together and looking hesitantly toward the rolled map. Ruark thought the man might speak, but as he leaned back in his chair to wait the servant's pleasure, Geitlia appeared to lose his nerve. With a quick nod to Shanna and Ruark, he left. Setting the bolt in place behind him, Shanna seated herself across from Ruark and began to nibble tidbits from the platter, while he opened the wine and poured it into the goblets. "What are you doing?" she finally asked as he took up the map again and began to study it as he ate.
"Trying to find some hint of the channel through the swamp,"
he replied without looking up. The meal continued, though both of them took no great relish in the tasty fare. Ruark sipped his wine and sampled the food without so much as a glance in Shanna's direction. After a while he pushed his half-filled plate from him, having lost his appetite under the stoical manner he forced upon himself. It was with a good measure of dejection that Shanna rose, releasing a sigh. Taking a small slice of melon, she went to the window. A distant rumble of thunder echoed her mood. An errant gust of wind swept into the room, setting the heavy drapes astir and rustling Ruark's charts as he held them down against its teasing. Worried, Shanna pushed the hinged shutters wide and leaned against the sill, watching the evening squall race toward the island. The aging dusk was turned white, briefly, by a flash of lightning that drew a gasp from Shanna and made her pull back with a start. The storm clouds drew overhead, and the first drops splashed on the thirsty sand. Soon, more distant detail was lost in the haze of pounding rain. His arms spread wide across the charts to keep them from going astray. Ruark raised his eyes to the window. His breath caught in his throat at the stirring sight there. Shanna half sat, half leaned upon the sill, her thigh raised upon its edge, her face presented in profile as she gazed out at the darkening clouds. The diffused late light made her seem some classic statue cast in gold and robed in brilliant carmine. Her hair appeared almost transparent, tumbling like an amber waterfall of dark rich honey to her waist. The gown clung to her breasts, conforming to the natural swell that dared the touch of man. As he stared, a flash of lightning crossed the sky, and in its pure light she became a carving in fresh white ivory, her garment mellowing to a gentle pink. The dark clouds sapped the brightness from the sky, and with its fading, her skin became the oiled oak of a ship's bold figurehead, her hair knotty swells of ebony. Her face was pensive, her smile sad. Her eyes alone took on a lighter hue, that of a brilliant green sea stirred and swirled by the storm. "My God," Ruark groaned inwardly, frozen at the table by this innocent panorama. Does she know how beautiful she is? Does she know how she tortures me? His mind whirled. How can she tease and taunt like a shrewish vixen, and refuse me that which I crave? What hellish task has she conjured for me now? She cannot believe that I can long ignore her. Perhaps here again she seeks from me some violence so she can have reason to hate me. The rain pattered down, and she became a cameo, a work of art. But no artist ever touched a brush who could portray this beauty. Darkness descended with its cloak of black, and she was etched in the candle's glow. Again, she became the mysterious beauty with gown of deep red crimson, which showed her every movement. Ruark forced his eyes away and stared at paper suddenly bare, void of any marking. His mind wandered, and he considered what plea might bring an end to her unreasoning anger. Should he ply her as some loving swain? Nay, not that. She'd only throw it back at him. But what did she expect of him? He was lost. He sat bemused. If she knew his mind, would she have pity on him? A simple touch, one finger laid onto his arm. A gaze. His mind screamed in agony. Anything. Nothing came. No touch, no kiss, no gaze. He looked away in despair. Shanna's eyes turned slowly to Ruark, who was, it appeared, still poring over his maps. Her throat ached slightly with the effort of suppressed tears, and she had a sudden intense desire to be held in someone's arms. Forlornly, she crossed the room and stretched out across the bed, staring at his bronze-naked back, while 1,000 ideas flitted through her mind, only to be rejected one by one. A desperate longing welled within her, the need to run her fingers over that expanse and feel his muscles flex beneath her hands. There were numbers on a sheet before Ruark, notes in his own hand, but his mind no longer made sense of them, though he tried for a long time. Finally he began to fold them away. Shanna saw his movement, and her thoughts flew. He's coming to bed. What shall I do now? Perhaps I shall yield to him if he only presses me a bit. Nay, damn him! Her ire rekindled. He takes a common trollop beneath my nose, and so shortly after begging truth and love from me. I'll tutor him rightly on truth and love. I'll see him straining at the bit before I'm through with him. Ruark rose and stretched, his arms flung high above his head to ease the cramp in his back caused by sitting so long. Fleeing from the bed, Shanna strode haughtily to her makeshift alcove. Frowning, Ruark viewed the sway of her hips until she stepped from his side. Muttering a low curse, Ruark finished the wine in his glass in a single gulp. He dropped his breeches over the back of a chair and reluctantly slid between the sheets to await her return. He knew he would then enter the battle of knowing she was so close and yet untouchable. After a moment, Shanna came back with a wide linen cloth wrapped around her. Retrieving the blanket, she avoided his gaze as she rolled it again into a barrier and came to place it in the middle of the bed. It was too much. With a roar of rage, Ruark snatched the thing and came to his feet. In a single bound, he was to the window and sailed it to the courtyard below. His wrath flared high as he turned, and his nakedness made it all the more magnificent. Shanna stared in rising fear and much admiration. "Madam, I will have this out." He approached the bed again and stared at her, a full measure of determination showing in his gaze. "Oh, you will have this out?" Shanna sneered, recovering herself. "You are bold enough to claim that I should be your wife, and bold enough to make it understood that this should never hinder you in any way." "Once on a time in my dungeon, I passed the hours and marked the days unto my end." Ruark began to state his case. "The jailer made life for me a challenge, and I met it." He flung up his hand dramatically. "Indeed, I threw it in his face." "What arrogance!" Shanna threw up her hand in a mocking gesture and watched him wrap a discarded towel around his hips. Ruark gave her words no mind, but continued with his own. "And then, into my dark, damp world, there came a light and warmth of a like I had forgotten long past. The bargain she made was beyond my wildest dream,
and once again my world was more than the 4 stone walls with roof and floor and a narrow iron door to check my flight.
It was as if she had not heard him. And when I came to you confused and beset, you gave no slightest pause, but tossed me on the bed and once more took advantage of me.
Ruark paused his pacing to point a finger accusingly. 'Twas on my honour that I acted out my part and waited on your pleasure. Alas, I saw my last hope dashed and was snatched from the lap of its fulfilment to be cast into my hole again.
And you crept into my chambers in the dark of night and took advantage of the slumber still clinging to my eyes.
Shanna whirled away from him and paced the room angrily. Once again, madam, fate did favour me.
Ruark became avid in his oration and rubbed a fist into his palm.
The hangman was cheated, and I found myself thrust into my fair one's life through purest chance. My rage was great. My need for revenge trembled my knees.
Indeed, you lost no chance to see that I might be set with child, and thus your own ends won. I can guess,
Shanna tossed her head and glared at him,
the fault of the maid in London town was that she held your seed in her belly.
Ruark stroked his chin, pondering. But still, I was led a gentler way. I saw the tender breast before me bared, and the promise of a righted wrong was made, and the bargain done. I despaired, for I could make no further claim, and the fairness of that one haunted me at every turn. I had no smallest chance of escape from my own word. But then she came again, and overdid the bargain. Then I was the one indebted. Still, she welcomed me when I most needed welcome. But fate closed her hand against me, and the vilest of rumours did me out. Another's name was linked to my own by wagging tongues.
Poor Milly. Shanna sighed heavily. She fell to you as easily as I did, but she has not yet found the brutish bend of your nature.
One whose simpleness I could ill abide was said to have enamoured me and taken me to pallet. A clumsy incident was made to mar what little happiness I had.
'Twas only her simple-minded clumsiness that made her full aware of your wandering lust. Poor wench, that she should have no wealth to lure you. She will certainly end as the one in England.
I would have sought the lady out to plead my cause, but therein lies the woe of it. He began to warm with anger. I was betrayed again, and met with no more than good Pitney's bony fist.
But still you ply me with all the boldness of a rogue, a pirate.
Shanna stamped her foot and accused.
You make the cruelty of those below seem lammishly gentle.
You deny our vows. You deny my rights. You abuse my pride and leave me nothing of yourself. You send me from you on some lackey's strength. You betray me at every turn.
Shanna met his glare and hurled a fierce reply. You took my heart and set your fingers firm around it, then no doubt delighted at your success. You rent it with unfaithfulness.
Unfaithfulness is only from a husband. You play the same to me, and yet do say I am no spouse.
You plead you are my husband, true, and spite the suitors come to woo me.
Yea, Ruark raged. Your suitors flock about your skirts in heated lust, and you yield them more than me.
Shanna paused before him, rage etched upon her face. You're a churlish cad.
They fondle you boldly, and you set not their hands away from you.
A knavish blackguard.
You are a married woman.
I am a widow.
You are my wife.
Ruark shouted to be heard over the rising wind outside. "I am not your wife!"
"You are."
"Not!"
There they stood, with but a yard's length between them, yet an ocean's breadth apart, each firmly set in conviction, neither bent to yield, and anger writhing on each face until each seemed the visage of some twisted evil sprite. They gave no heed to the mounting fury that closed its grip upon the island. Instead, 1,000 words rushed to their lips. Of epithets, a score or more were ready. For each it was a cause too righteous to be surrendered. But the raging night without had heard enough of petty threats and pleas. A bolt of lightning flashed, bringing the room to a stark white and black for the sizzling space of a full breath. Long before the lightning died, the chamber was filled with a stunning crash of thunder that held its pealing voice until the stones of the walls seemed to tremble. It was still echoing when another bolt rent the air outside, and in its deathly light, Shanna's face showed suddenly stark with fear, her mouth frozen in a soundless scream of terror. The thunder came again and seemed to fling her toward Ruark, and suddenly her arms were choking tightly about his neck, her face buried against his throat. A pitiful, keening cry threaded thinly from her lips, as she mindlessly sought whatever shelter he would offer. His ire forgotten, Ruark wrapped her in his arms and tried to still the quaking of her body as she clung to him. A gust of wind struck the inn and flung the inner shutters wide, sending gusts of rain and wind to lash the room and touch the candles out. Ruark stood the shaking Shanna near the bed and closed and bolted the shutters against the violent blasts. The night was assaulted with an endless flash of lightning that seemed to touch the low island everywhere. The thunder followed in bellowing rolls and nerve-shattering crashes. The whole island was whipped and stirred into a hellish brew by the winds, which shrieked around the eaves and cornices to pelt any unwary fool who might venture in its path. Rain rattled like leaden shot against the shutters, now bowed and strained with the unrelenting fury of a hurricane. Shanna cowered in the dark. The flickers of light showed Ruark her face, and his heart was wrenched by what he saw. Her eyes were wide, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She crouched as if she sought some den or lair away from the storm. As he took her into his arms, she clawed at his chest and mewled. "Love me, Ruark." "I do, my love, I do,"
he whispered softly in relenting pity. The room flashed white, and he saw Shanna's head roll from side to side. Her eyes were tightly closed, though tears still crept between the lids, and her face was twisted in a grimace of fright. She pressed her fists against her ears to shut out the beat of thunder that washed over them like a crashing breaker on the beach. "No, no!" she shrieked against the din and caught his arm. Take me now." Anything to shut out and release her from this flood of fear that assaulted her from every side, even, it seemed, from within. Shanna fell back upon the bed, pulling Ruark down with her. In another flash, he saw the intent eagerness of her face as she pressed against him. His blood warmed, and he forgot all else of the moment. The storm could have been contained in the room, and they would have given it no heed. There was between them that storm of passion that blinded as surely as the greatest stroke of lightning and deafened their ears as completely as a crashing roll of thunder close about. Each touch was fire, each word was bliss, each movement in their union a rhapsody of passion that rose and built until it seemed that every instrument in all the world combined to bring the music of their souls into a consuming crescendo that left them still and quiet, warm like the softly glowing after-coals of a universal holocaust. Shanna lay limp and drowsy on his arm, her cheek still flushed with the gentle blush of pleasure, her breath softly stirring the furriness on his chest. Had the world beat at their door, Ruark doubted that he could have lifted a finger for their defence. With stupendous effort, he turned his head and buried his face in her hair, savouring the fragrance of it. Some moments later, Shanna's voice came, small and quiet, hesitant. "Am I so lacking that you must seek out others?" "There's been no one else, Shanna," he stated simply. Shanna leaned her head back against his arm and tried to see his features in the dark. "Millie?" A streak of lightning illuminated his face, and he met her inquiring gaze. "That little vixen brewed a mischief in her mind, love, and used it to prick you. There was never anything between us, I swear." Shanna rolled onto her back, struck by her own folly and what it had wrought. In shame, she covered her face with her arm. "Why didn't you tell me?" Ruark raised himself on an elbow and leaned over her, resting his hand upon her flat belly. "You never gave me a chance, Shanna." A miserable moan escaped her, and tears began to trace down the side of her face. Gently, Ruark lifted her arm and kissed her trembling mouth, hushing the sobs which shook her. A worried whisper came against his lips. "Do you hate me overmuch, my lord Captain Pirate Ruark?"
"Aye," he muttered hoarsely. "I hate you when you hold yourself from me. But it never lasts beyond your first soft kiss."
Fiercely, Shanna locked her arms about his neck and began to spread eager kisses mingled with salty tears upon his face and lips, half crying, half laughing, until her fears, much subdued, vanished completely. Trusting now as she had never done before, Shanna nestled snugly in the comfort of his encircling arms. Thus, even with the threatening peril below and nature gone mad without, they drifted like tender babes into the netherworld of slumber. Howling wind still beat the gables, and torrents of rain battered against the rattling shutters as the sky lightened to a dark leaden grey. Shanna paid no heed to the storm as she stirred from sleep. For as long as it continued, they need not hasten from the bed, and Ruark would remain in her arms. Her eyes, soft and caressing, traced the sleeping face pressed upon her breast, and she smiled warmly with kind recall of the hours past, as sweet in her mind as any treasured nectar upon the tongue. Releasing a sigh of contentment, she sank again into blissful sleep. At the noon hour, Gaitlia brought them food, but hastened away after depositing the tray on the table, seeing that Shanna frowned at him over a highly clutched sheet, while Ruark, hair tousled and shortened breeches hurriedly donned, waited beside the door, seeming impatient for him to leave. When the man retreated from the chamber, Ruark leaned back against the door, closing it, while his eyes turned to Shanna. At her soft, welcoming smile, he crossed to the bed and fell upon it to take her into his arms and nuzzle her throat while his hand slipped beneath the sheet to explore softer places. She giggled, nibbling at his ear, and answered his caress by curving her body seductively against him.
"Madam, you have the wiles of a vixen," he lightly teased. "Now say the truth. Are you seducer or seduced, ravisher or ravished, witch or bewitched?"
"Why, all, of course." Shanna rolled away from him, laughing. "What would you have me be, sir? The seduced?" Lazily she stretched, arching her back. Ruark watched her soft curving body, shimmery pale in the glower of enraged day. She was lovely beyond words. Becoming aroused, He reached for her, but with a throaty chuckle, Shanna averted his outstretched hand and came to her knees. Or perhaps today, the seducer. She pushed him down upon his back, then boldly leaned low until her breasts touched against his hard brown chest, and kissed him with such passion that Ruark trembled with his eagerness. Or do you prefer a witch? Shanna tossed her head, flinging her hair wildly, and made a claw of her hand, raking her nails lightly across his naked ribs. With a low growl, Ruark rose, and in a sudden moment, it was she who lay beneath him. There was a merry twinkle in her eyes, but he had lost all the mood of playing, and was most serious as his lips met hers. In the hall outside their chamber, a loud clump of boots thudded, and Harapin's booming voice roared, "Ruark! Ruark! Ahoy there, Captain Ruark!" With a curse, Ruark flung himself across the bed and snatched his pistol and sabre. Shanna made frantic haste to place herself beneath the sheet and jerk it high about her neck. The door swung open, and with a crash rebounded against the wall. In that moment, Harapin found himself staring at an enraged man who held a full-cocked pistol centered squarely on his forehead. The empty scabbard still slid across the floor and clattered against the table legs. More than a trifle worried, Harapin flung his arms wide. "Avast there, laddie," he bellowed. "Belay that now." "Damn it, man," Ruark growled. "What brings you here?" "I've come unarmed, and only meant to talk." Harapin stood carefully motionless until Ruark lowered the pistol and placed it still cocked on the bedside table. "Unarmed?" Ruark snorted and pointed with his blade to the top of Harapin's boot, where the hilt of a small dirk showed. The Englishman shrugged as he lowered his arms. "Were I that honest, me bucko, I would not be a pirate." The man's eyes went to Shanna, and stayed a bit longer and burned a bit brighter than Ruark cared for. At the open lust she saw in those grey eyes, Shanna shivered and clutched the sheet tighter to her. "Didn't know you were engaged, laddie," Harapin leered. "'Tis sorry I am that I disturbed you." "Get the blasted hell out of here," Ruark snapped. "I'll be down in good time." The Englishman gestured with his hands. "Now simmer down, laddie. I meant you no ill. I thought you'd be eating now, 'tis all." With a shrug that seemed to excuse his intrusion, he strode across the room to the platter of food, and hefting half a fowl with grimy hands, began to consume it as he talked. "'Tis only that I wanted to have out a matter of importance with you, lad." "There is nothing I can think of that we need discuss," Ruark replied tersely. Harapin chortled and came around to Shanna's side of the bed. His small, watery grey eyes never left her. He ignored Ruark's deepening scowl and flopped down upon the bed, giving Shanna a greasy smile as he tore a chunk of bird and stuffed it into his mouth with his fingers. Shanna backed away from him in disgust, jerking the tail of the sheet from beneath his sandy boots. She came quickly into the welcome shelter of Ruark's arms. Ruark half sat, half knelt, with one knee on the edge of the bed, directly across from Harapin. The sabre blade completed the circle about her, the sharp edge presented outward toward the other captain. Beneath the Englishman's leer, Shanna's skin crawled, and she clutched the sheet higher as she pressed back against Ruark's chest. He was as rigid as a rock, and beneath her head she could feel the tick of a muscle in his shoulder. Harapin pointed with the hen and picked a piece of its meat from his bristly chin. "Aye, but she's a lusty one. Am I hot and eager for you too, 'twould appear, the way she snapped Carmelita off your lap. What will you take for her?
She's hardly worth the trouble she's caused you, lad.
The aging buccaneer leaned forward eagerly, and his red-rimmed eyes gleamed, belying his bickering. Tilting his head, he grinned with one eye half closed in an unfinished wink.
Bend your ear, bucko. I'll give you another poach for a thrice a nights with her.
It may be your time will come, Ruark replied slowly, but for now, at least, she's mine.
Aye, you made that clear already, you have,
the older man sighed.
Still...
Harripan could not resist reaching out a greasy hand to caress the shining rich tumble of locks Shanna displayed. But he halted suddenly, as he realized if he moved his hand but one small degree further, he would have less than a whole finger left, for the razor edge of the blue blade abruptly barred his way. His eyes shifted to Ruark's and widened slightly. He was met with a smile that was at once calm, yet filled with such a strange deadly patience that the skin on the back of Harripan's neck crawled. He was immediately sure that he could feel the cold breath of death upon his nape. Harripan jerked his hand back as if he had touched fire, and rose quickly from the bed, putting a goodly space between himself and the other.
"Hell and damnation, you touchy!" he growled. "But I came not to speak of her."
He tossed the half-eaten bird at the table and missed by a wide margin. He caught Ruark's reflection in the mirror, and those amber eyes marked him like those of a wary hawk. Facing about, Harripan clasped his hands behind his back and rocked on his heels for a moment before he began almost delicately.
"My own ship is a bit smaller than Robbie's, but I've had me eye on the good hound for a long time. I do not wish to test the edge of your sword for her, but perhaps a bit of a bargain. You're new here, and know little of our ways. I could make us all a good fortune with a ship like the Good Hound, and would not waste her sail or worthy men puttering about with the likes of Trahern. I have in mind that my share of the gold in my own ship would be a fair trade for the one you have."
He paused, seeming to run out of words. Ruark rose from the bed and moved to stand at the end, bracing a shoulder against the massive post. He rested the point of the sabre on the floor, now turning the edge of the blade away from Harripan, acknowledging the truce. It was a long moment before he answered. "This is a thing which I will have to think on for a time. I am not in doubt as to my skill, but much of what you say is true. And though I have my own share and Pellier's, I still have need for wealth. I will think on it and give you an answer soon." He strode forward and took Harripan's arm, leading him slowly to the door. "There is but one thing now which I would ask of you. This portal is solid." He tapped the door with the hilt of his sword, "and a fist upon it makes a good sound. You know," he stared thoughtfully through Harripan, "I almost stilled your bargain before you spoke it. I would suggest that hereafter you pause a bit, and not startle me again." Almost eagerly, Harripan nodded and was ushered out. The door closed behind him, and he heard the bolt slam firmly in place. The pirate wiped a drop of sweat from the end of his nose and released his breath. Ruark seemed almost too gentle, but his eyes savaged a man's very soul when he was angry. Harripan walked away and felt lucky that he had not taken a nick or two. Ruark pressed his ear against the door and listened to Harripan's boots clump down the stairs, while Shanna hurriedly donned her clothing. Ruark had barely stepped away from the portal when a soft tapping came on the panel. Cautiously he opened it a crack and found Kathlen crouched outside. The small man straightened and met Ruark's gaze over the top of the glasses he wore.
"Might I come in for a moment, sir?"
His voice was almost a whisper. Nonplussed at the servant's presence and manner, Ruark opened the portal wider and beckoned him in. Geitler fussed over the table for several moments and retrieved the fowl from the floor. In the nervous gesture Ruark had noted before, he rubbed his feet one against the other, appearing at a loss. Ruark considered him from the foot of the bed, where he half sat upon the end rail, waiting for Geitler to speak, and finally he sought to bring the problem out.
"Well, man," he urged, "let's have it."
Shanna knelt behind Ruark and rested her chin on his shoulder, as puzzled as he, and twice as curious. The small man shuffled his feet and swept his eyes across the ceiling as if he sought divine aid. Now he faced them, and drawing a deep breath, began as if stepping into a chilling sea.
"I know you are man and wife."
His statement was blunt, and brought a gasp from Shanna, and a low growl from Ruark. Geitler plunged on.
"I know too, sir, that there is something in your past to be afraid of, and that you are, in fact, Trahern's bondslave."
He gestured to a small grill high on the wall where it had not been noticed, and explained.
"A listening port, and a servant's room beyond."
At their bemused stares he continued.
"A way for a serving man to know before he enters what is amiss, that he should not interrupt. A necessary thing with Captain Pellier."
Shanna blushed in painful embarrassment, and hoped fervently that the storm had shielded their passion. Geitler caught Ruark's frown cast toward the door, and eased his worry.
"Those fools know nothing of the port, and would never guess its existence. An idea from the Far East, I believe. At any rate, quite handy."
He drew a ragged breath.
"I have a bargain for you, and I would hope a more honest one than Captain Aripan's. I know the way through the swamp."
He paused to let the significance sink in, and the only hint that it had was a new attention paid him by Ruark.
"I would be shot if any of them—"
He jerked his head toward the door,
"as much as suspected that I knew."
For a long moment there was no sound but the shriek of the wind and the pelting of the rain on the tiles of the roof. Geitler removed his eyeglasses and polished the lenses with his shirt.
"There is a price, of course," he ventured timidly. "When you escape, I will go with you, and the girl Dora as well."
He replaced the spectacles on his nose and stared at the two of them with a hint of sternness playing about his lips.
"I will aid you in every way possible, and go with you to point out the entrance to the channel."
Ruark gave the small servant his closest regard. He had never guessed the courage the man contained, and was a little amazed. His frown showed for a moment, and Geitler misread it.
"You cannot force the secret from me,"
he warned with enough determination to make his point. Ruark smiled and caressed the butt of the pistol with his palm, meeting Geitler's eyes squarely before he asked,
"And what makes you think we plan to escape?" "You should, if you don't."
Geitler's gaze did not waver, and he explained further.
"The sloop came back from Los Camelos last night, just before the storm broke. The Jolly Beach was nearly caught by a frigate standing off the shore as she was cutting the bondsman adrift in a whaleboat. She was given no chance and took several hits before she could fly for safety."
"A brigantine!" Ruark laughed. "The Hampstead," Shanna joined from behind him. "No frigate, surely."
"Whatever."
Geitler waved away the correction.
"These brigands have become doubtful of your wisdom and chafe at the loss of several good men. They only wait on the proper moment to do you in, and the lady will suffer a far worse fate if half of what they plan comes to an end."
Ruark considered the information, and Shanna held her silence to give him the space to think. He stared at the floor for a long time, and then began to nod his head. His gaze lifted and fixed on Gaitlia.
You are right, of course. We must see to our opportunities and make the best of them.
He turned to look at Shanna, and the set of his jaw tightened.
We shall flee the place at the first chance.
Eagerly, Gaitlia pulled a chair close and sat in it, leaning forward.
The channel is difficult at best with the westerlies blowing, but after a big storm passes, the winds bend northerly and blow light for a day or so. It would be the best time for a short crew to sail a ship through. There are things to see about.
Ruark grew restless, but his eyes sparkled with excitement.
Can you return after dark? We must venture out in the storm, but none can know.
Gaitlia had one last question.
You will take the girl Dora too?
Aye, Ruark assured him.
To leave an innocent here is unthinkable.
I will be here then, of a late hour, or if the storm slackens any, before. I will tell Dora to gather what we will need.
'Tis done then.
Chapter 19. The room became a world unto itself, a haven against the raging hurricane that swept across the seas and hurled its winds against the impudent structures made by puny man. It was the swamp that took the force from the waves and left the humble dune of sand unwashed. The inn huddled beneath the crest of the hill, and with its solid walls and heavy-tiled roof, gave shelter to the ones within. The oaken door protected Ruark and Shanna further against the drunken, gluttonous beasts below. Several times during the afternoon, the pirates mounted the stairs and pounded their fists upon the chamber's portal, begging Ruark to bring his charge before them for a dance or something better to while away the hours. It was only his threat of leaden ball and well-honed blade that held them at bay. They were made to slink away, muttering curses and dire threats, but go they did, as none of them felt brave enough to test Ruark's skill, and a quick accounting of the odds left all too few standing. The hour aged, and darkness fell. Still the shutters groaned and rattled against the unabated onslaught of the storm. Shanna welcomed the noise and fury of the tempest. It brought to her a respite,